na 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 na. Na 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 na. We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the LPL Last Hit. It is the 1st of July today and we have decided to completely boot out Lyric for the Superior Analyst. So joining me today is going to be Jamada, Ox, and of course my name is Dagda. And Ox, how are you doing? You're just off the cast. How are you feeling?
I'm good. It was a really fun cast, and Lyric isn't here. Can I get any better? I am pretty annoyed at Lyric because he's been bailing on our TFT duos. He said he was going to LA, and then he said his flight got cancelled. He's been here this whole time. He hasn't been playing TFT with me, so Lyric is dead to me.
You did steal his Warwicks though. And Jamada, I've just come off the back of your first time casting the LPL. So I mean, it's been a pleasure to absolutely have you. You smashed the cast. Yes. But I gotta say, what was it like kind of stepping up from because you've been involved a lot in the ERLs, obviously you're a coach previously as well. So what was it like moving from like the ERLs into that spot in the LPL?
Yeah, it was pretty wild, right? The step up in gameplay as well. Because like the first series I'm casting V5 against W, and then the second series I'm literally casting like 3 or 4 world champions, and it's just like whoa, like the scale up was definitely kind of insane. And thankfully I got treated, even though they were kind of like stompy-ish, like the games were super fun to watch and cast over, so I got to have a whole bunch of fun, and it was obviously very amazing.
Yeah, I think when I first joined the LPL last year in summer, I remember I was casting Jackie Love. This was like the first time I'd cast a world champion ever. And then he ran it down. I was like, wow. I'm casting a world champion, running it down. This is amazing. This is what LPL is all about, right? We have so many stacked lineups, so many fantastic players, and they just go balls to the wall, non-stop action, limit testing every game. It's I love it.
I was about to say, little did you know that you're actually just going to be casting the first time Jackie Love ran it down in the games that you had from Jackie Love. But,
He's done a lot of that.
yeah, just a small bit. But I kind of had the same thing where I was like, I was super excited coming over in spring 2020 when I first joined the LPL because I was a big Uzi fan. And then I got here in 2020. I was like, oh boy, I'm ready. Gonna cast me some Uzi. This is going to be great. And I was like, oh, well, he takes time off for the Chinese New Year. I was like, oh yeah, don't worry, you'll be back. And then I kind of just sat there, and like it wasn't 2 weeks, it was like 2.5 years later. Eventually, this man comes back into the league. But definitely star-studded. I think a lot of us have been coming across into the LPL with just both the gameplay and just how absolutely insane the talent that we have here is. But speaking of people that are making a kind of headway and superstars coming into the lineup, I wanted to take a quick glance over at BLG because we've had Icon who's come into the BLG roster, and I'm not going to lie, the conversations that we had Ox last week on the podcast was, hey, one guy isn't going to make a big difference. BLG, they need way more communication. There's so much else that's gone on, but I'm not going to lie, Icon's made a pretty good start on things.
Yeah, I actually think it's been. I was like, okay, maybe they need some like Rookie or Xiaohu, right? Maybe that's what they need, like in the mid lane to make this roster work. No, they just needed someone who's willing to take the L. And Icon has come in and he's like, look, I don't care about these CSD numbers and goal difference. I'm like, I'm gonna leave lane, I'm gonna roam, I'm gonna win. That's how it's gonna work. And I feel like the problem with BLG is we had all these players who on the previous rosters were absolute stars who were like, I'm the carry, give me your waves, give me these jungle camps, and they just don't interact well together. They're slow to move on the map because they're like, oh, I'm going to stay for 2 more waves so I can get my item. And Icon's just like, no, I will play for the team. He was finding some fantastic roam timings. The one I remember was he was playing Silas into Ryze, and yet he was out roaming the Ryze consistently. So a big positive. And kind of a polar opposite from Fofo. Fofo was very much like, I am in my lane. That is my kingdom. I'm not leaving.
Yeah,
that was something I noticed a lot with Fofo. You kind of hit the nail on the head with the, waiting around to get his item power spike, because there's so many times where I'd be like screaming at my screen, being like, why is Fofo in the side lane? You're about to fight for Dragon. You've got like 50 seconds until it resets. And then you look and Fofo's just there in his ear, like poking. And I'm just like, just reset. Just get back. It doesn't matter about the item. Like, it doesn't matter how many items you have if you're not going to be there for the fight. And it felt like that was such a compounding problem that they had. And as you said, I think the fact that we're getting to see them roam more often, that Icon is actually as willing to give up waves. Now, I will say, I don't know if he's willing to give up waves. I will say some of the fights that they've had have kind of forced him, I will say, to give up waves, because you can't really collect waves if you're dead. But in the grand scheme of things, I think he's like actually a very positive change for BLG with just, as you say, finding someone that can actually start off skirmishes and make sure that they're going to be able to find at least some sort of early game control, because it's just been so lacking for BLG.
Yeah, and I also think, like, kind of just to add to both of your guys' points too, traditionally when we see teams put together rosters with like 3 sort of like star laners, or what you'd basically just call like the guys that want all the resources, it's really hard to facilitate that for most teams, and there typically almost always has to be that one guy who just says, okay, fine, I won't get any waves, and I will just kind of in a way maybe put myself behind, but as long as I'm propping the others up, we'll get to see the other side laners in this instance, obviously, with Icon come in and carry. We've seen it, I feel like, with the Vitality roster most recently, and even like if you look back, I think, what was it, like the TSM super roster years and years ago, where it was like double lift Bjergsen and another like hyper carry in the top side. I can't recall who it was. 2014. Alliance 2014. Yeah, like you could just name list after list. I think super rosters, it's just really hard. Even from a coaching perspective, I feel like it's super hard to try and get all 3 lanes to have super high resource. So yeah, I think Icon doing the right thing, and it's definitely showing a little bit for BLG on the Rift.
I think the big question for me, though, and I'm going to pop it over to you two lads, is like, how do we actually feel about BLG's success? Because for me, it's kind of like, okay, well, I can see that they're doing the right things, but I still feel like there's so much miscommunication in their team fights, and like target selection seems off. I don't know if it's going to be enough to try and put them in towards a good spot. Like, they have half, 2/3 of the split left, or just under. So do you think it's enough time for them to kind of right the ship and maybe see themselves do well in playoffs, or do you just think it's, look, this is definitely a roster that we're looking at more for spring 2023?
I would say I feel like this roster's not gonna. I mean, I'll put it bluntly: this team probably will make playoffs. They're not gonna make Worlds. The roster's probably gonna get remade going into the next year. That is my trajectory, I think, for this roster. I think Icon might make a difference. That might mean, they do better. But even like spring playoffs, they made it through the first round. But I think with like the player names on this roster, the expectation is that they should be going to Worlds, right? Which is, it's hard to say in the LPL because even though we have 4 slots, there's a lot of teams. But like the expectation coming in spring, BLG didn't put this roster together. They didn't sign Uzi, so they could be like, oh, guys, we came 7th. Good job. It's like, no, this team is there to make it a Worlds, and I think they're so far away from that. Like this team will never be better than V5, never be better than Top Esports, never be better than RNG, never be better than JDG, and that's 4 off the bat before I even move down to other teams like EDG, Weibo, anyone's Legend.
Yeah, though that Dan has the right gauge, and I think like realistically, you look at the rest of the league right now towards the top end. It's just a really tall ask to make it to top 4. I think with the way they're playing, and if you're asking for development time, I'm just not sure there is quite enough time. But playoffs is like the bare minimum. You look at the names on the roster, you're like, yeah, like any other league, this is almost guaranteed like world slot, but it's just not the case here, especially with the way they're playing. I hope for their sake, at the very least, they can like maybe make it competitive, right? Make it all the way up to like maybe 5th. But again, even Dan, just this is not the top 4, and then there's just more below it with like Weibo and EDG. So I'm not sure what we'll actually get to see from them, but I hope for their sake they can at the very least give us something special.
On that conversation then, do you think that there is a team that you think might surprise people? Anyone's Legend? I know Ox is going to say it in a second, but is there a team that you think could surprise then like push right the way up into a good playoff spot? Or is there any team that you're kind of looking at going, hey, there's been a lot of people talking about, like, for instance, JDG. I don't know how hot you guys are on them. Like, there seems to be a lot of teams that have a serious amount of conversation about them. Like, are these teams that you see going forward in the future, or do you think they're kind of overhyped at the moment?
Yeah, if anyone's Legend doing well as a surprise to you, you haven't been watching, man. I mean, I joke. I think, coming off the series today, really strong performance against V5. AL are a team who's like team fighting. Even in spring, they've had like, I've specific moments. The series against CDG would have this fantastic team fight from Even Gold where they just absolutely manhandled the backline of EDG. And I think they've always had this ability to come back into games because of the team fighting. The early game has been a bit rough, but I think the series against V5 has shown big improvements to that. It gives me more confidence, and I'm hoping that they make it into playoffs and have a decent run. But to answer, like, in terms of teams, I think, in fact, this one's a great one because tomorrow we have JDG against FPX, and I feel like those are on opposite ends of the spectrum. I think JDG haven't had too many challenges so far. Yes, they beat Top Esports at the start of the split, but game 3, honestly, Top Esports bot lane just ran out. Plus, it's Top Esports. Top Esports could lose to anyone. You're like, yeah, I could see it. I think JDG hasn't really been challenged so much. And even then, if you look at the series, like, they dropped a game against OMG. They 2-0'd TT, but it was pretty close. They dropped a game against Ultra Prime. Like, it hasn't been super convincing. And then on the other side of the coin, you have FBX who, other than that IG loss, which was a bit of a weird one, they went up against EDG, they took a game. They went up against RNG, they took a game. They went up against V5, and they didn't take a game, but at least they kept it relatively competitive. And then they went up against Top Esports and took a game. They've had a very hard schedule, and then they played RA earlier this week, and they just absolutely annihilated them into the ground. So, I don't necessarily think FPX is something like a top team overnight, but I think their scoreline and JDG's scoreline aren't completely, like, reflecting where they are. I think FPX... I'm going to call it now. I think FPX can upset tomorrow, can upset JDG. I actually think there's a decent chance of that happening. And I think JDG, like, I'm not saying JDG are bad. I'm not saying FPX are, like, fantastic, like, best team in the league. But JDG are ranked 2nd right now in the standings. I don't think they're the 2nd best team in the league. And there is no way in hell that FPX are the 16th best team in the league. So, that's my prediction. Upset tomorrow. I'm ready for it. And if it happens, you can come in the comments and say, wow, oh, so smart. If it doesn't happen... then just don't leave a comment.
Yeah, no, I actually really agree. And on a brief note, because FPX was probably my shout. I want to give a shout out to Care in particular. I feel like Care's been having a pretty decent time of things this split. I feel like I'm not gonna say he's been like elo held because, like we said, he's had a bit of a or FPX as a whole have had a bit of a tough schedule, and they've been taking games off of the teams that they've been losing to. But I think if it for me, it seems as Dan's taken my pick away, I would probably say. Maybe Ultra Prime. I like Ultra Prime. like coming into it from an outsider's perspective, I think they could maybe be like a dark horse to bottom end playoffs at the very least from what I've seen. But maybe my my ignorance to the rest of the strength of the league is a little bit too strong. But I've liked them anytime I've seen them. They've really been definitely kind of a surprise team to see. I think LNG is also a very interesting team to talk about right now in terms of league strength, because roster strength to how they're playing is not matching up at all.
Yeah, I mean, they're 7th in the league. I think you double that, honestly. That's a bit harsh, but like, I honestly feel like LNG, like, it's crazy. It's kind of similar to BLG in the sense that, like, this is a lie. Like, you have Tarzan and Doinby. That's enough. Do I even need to continue the conversation? Yes, I do, because what are they doing? What's going on? Tarzan's really struggling. Doinby's been okay. Corky Meta's been vibing for him. But, like, that game against TT, like, I expect this of TT. TT, I don't hold any slight towards you for that series. Maybe a little bit for that UCAL play. But LNG and the LNG TT series, the fact they made me watch that, oh my lord, man. Both teams just doing something. And LNG, like, they went 3-0 at the start of the split. And we always have, like, Spring, they went 7-0 and then collapsed. But then we had Summer before. They went 7-0, collapsed. They didn't even get there. They got to 3-0. And then they just completely fell apart. And I really, like... I look through the top 10 teams and I'm like, I even looked through to like, so I feel like LNG could lose to anyone at the moment, honestly. Maybe not WE. They couldn't lose to WE. That's about it. I feel like every other team in the league could capably beat LNG, and a sizable amount will beat LNG convincingly.
I find it hilarious that, like, we always looked at Doomby as like this roaming god that was just going to be everywhere on the map, and then you look at like his most successful champion, or at least his most played champion anyway for this split, and it's Corky. Like, you sit in the mid lane and farm up. You don't actually go and do anything. And that's basically what LNG have become, where it's like, I mean, every time I seem to watch this team, it's like Tarzan who will, like, solo maybe figure out a time where he can take a Rift Herald or a Dragon, but he isn't really getting help from anywhere. And it just feels like this whole team that, in theory, has, like, if you look at, like, when we saw this team on paper, like, this makes so much sense. Light does really well with resources. You got Ala, who likes to play these split pushers. You got Tarzan and Doomby, this really strong mid jungle that can go for roams and go for plays. And like, where is it? Like, I don't understand why there's just zero communication at all in this team. Nobody's going to do anything. It's so frustrating to watch. And I kind of agree with Ox. I don't know if they'll be 14th, but I really don't see this team doing well. Like, it's so bizarre. And everything just looks super messy. Even when you look at, like, down to simple stuff like how they try to approach fights and objectives, it's just an absolute mess. Like, the amount of times I've seen them start fights where they're like 4 versus 5 and like their straggler, like, Light is making his way to the fight and they're like, oh, well, time to engage. You're like, why? Like, why?
I don't understand, because, like, okay, meta shifts definitely affect teams, right? That is a given. But I just don't understand how LNG has regressed so far. It's like, I don't know. You look at the patch notes, just like, oh, they've nerfed Zeri's Q by like 5 damage. I guess we can't team fight anymore. Like, how does that even make sense? Like, I don't care how many patches come through. That doesn't justify the fact that fundamentally this team has just fallen apart. I can't wrap my head around it, especially since we saw them at Worlds, and in playoffs in summer last year, have a pretty good run. And now it's just like, I mean, even Tarzan, it feels so weird to me because Tarzan, I think last year was like so phenomenal. And even someone who I said in spring, it was rare to see Tarzan being the one underperforming, and he had some bad games. And now it's just like, I don't even know, man. I don't know who to look for. And I feel like also you get times where like someone will have a good series, like Doinby will have a good series, or maybe Arle will have a good series, or even Tarzan, Light, I want your Lumao. Everyone is capable of having a good series. They just can never do it at the same time. Someone always has to run it down, and it will cost them the series.
Yeah,
we've missed it. How did we miss this? It's the icon buff. Clearly, icon was the only thing that made this team good. That's what we're missing,
It's really true. And it's kind of just to continue the point. I feel like if we're looking at where LNG like are their most likely trajectory, I think the name power alone and just the fact that they do, like Dan said, everyone is very capable of carrying. It's just whether or not they do it at the exact same time. I think they should probably still make playoffs, right? In most worlds. But will they go far? I think that's like the big question. I just can't see it happening. Like they'll make bottom of the barrel playoffs and then they just go out in like round 2 or something, and that's that's kind
I mean,
of
that's what happened in spring. They got like 3-0 annihilated by top esports. It was
and
brutal.
the scary thing is they haven't even really played many of the top teams either yet, and they're still kind of struggling like this. So yeah,
They're stuck in the mud at the moment. Honestly,
Yeah.
they're like in the trenches, battling off the likes of AL and stuff. I don't think I've actually played it. Have they played AL yet?
I think they have.
Don't. Oh, they did. Yeah, AL beat them, didn't they?
Yeah.
I know
And,
they
like,
lost.
you know,
They beat AL. Sorry.
Yeah, they did.
yeah, they beat AL, which is a feat in of itself. But I feel like LNG are like stuck in the mud of all these games. But it's like next game is against LGD tomorrow. It would be so bad for LNG if they lost that. Then they play IG again. So bad if they lost that. Then they play JDG. They will lose that. Then they play FBX. I think
could
in
see them.
current form they lose that. Then they play RNG. They lose that. Next up is Ultra Prime. Maybe V5 lose it. EDG lose it. Like they are really going to struggle from here on out. Like it is not going to get easier. If anything, it's just going to get way harder.
Yeah, their last 5 games kind of look rough. Like with the exception of WE, like they get smashed by 3 out of 5 of those teams if they continue to play like this. So good luck, LNG.
And I think that's the thing when you're like talking about, say, FPX, who are on a little bit of a resurgence, BLG now, who are starting to get their stuff together. Like, there's a lot of teams that can look to start to overtake them. And if you end up losing out to like teams like Ultra Prime and that kind of stuff, you can very quickly see these guys coming out. Because honestly, like, I think we've had a bit of a conversation about this. The ceiling in the LPL is actually rising quite dramatically. And for teams that are falling, like, there's not much wriggle room anymore. Like, our bottom teams are actually, I'm going to take WE out of the contention because,
Yeah.
look, but the rest of our teams, they look fantastic. Like, they actually look so much better than they have previously.
Yeah, no, and I'll even say, like, all those years ago when I was a coach, like, we would case study LPL teams, and sometimes it wouldn't even be, like, the team that is the hot team of the month. Like, sometimes you would just be studying objective setup from, like, 8th, 9th placed LPL teams because they just know how to do it. And that is kind of the scary thing about, you know, especially if you're in that mixer in the middle of teams where you're not quite, you know, that top 4, 5, but you're also not, like, the worst in the LPL. Man, it is tough because it's just, like, you're just in a Royal Rumble and you're just dodging hits left, right, and center from every single match.
Yeah, I feel like the middle of the pack is so blurry. Like, top of the table is very clearly defined, but middle of the pack is just really blurry. And I feel like there's, like, for every team, you can have, like, big strengths, big weaknesses. Like, AL, really good at finding these team fights, even when from a deficit. Early game is a bit underwhelming, and sometimes can choke in later fights if they don't, like, ideally go for the setup. You know, Chocho goes too ham on an Amumu engage or something. But, like, you have these two aspects of them, and, like, teams will have different aspects, and it can really shape interactions with each other, and, like, it can result in, you know, maybe LNG beat out AL, but AL might beat out another team. But it just feels so muddy. Like, it feels so hard. I think top 4 is a lot easier to place at the moment than it is to go from, like, 6th onwards at the moment. And I feel like so many teams have had positive notes, and then they've had underwhelming notes. AL nearly beat V5, made it really close today. But then AL got beat by LNG and LGD, right? LGD had a really good series, but they've also had some bad... Like, it just feels so hard to pin down how good these teams are because it varies so much day on day.
And I think the really interesting thing as well, because you kind of hit on it there, is like how some of the changing meta is going to affect these teams as well. Because you look at like the Amumu starting to creep in because he got really strong in 12-12. Also, you look across at LEC and you see the most disgusting compositions with every bit of healing that you can fathom that exists in the game is in these teams. And you're like, it feels like there are moments where teams that just have a better grasp on what the meta is, or, you know, certain things that maybe they find are super strong or work for the team can actually catch these teams out. And I mean, realistically, we see every single year or every single split that it is just 1 to 2 games, and I'm not even talking series. I mean 1 to 2 games that separate so many of our teams. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see how well we see these teams adapt.
Yeah, adaptation is also like traditionally adaptation is like a very, very important thing. I think this is maybe in league history, as long as I'm not forgetting something super impactful, this is maybe going to be one of the most important splits to be super adaptable, right? Because we've just come off of this sort of like 3-4 year stint of everybody getting one shot if they like breathe incorrectly, to fights going effectively what feels like 20 to even 30 seconds longer in some instances, because everybody is just tankier. And since 12.10, there's already been like 2 big patches already. I don't think 12.12 is live anywhere on competitive yet, but even 12.12 is a fairly sizable patch. And 12.11 was basically as big as 12.10. And I'm not sure whether or not that's going to slow down. So ensuring that teams are keeping up with the meta is going to be super important to ensure that they can stay at the top. So yeah, I more look towards Riot on this, and I was like, hey guys, can we balance team? Can we slow down some of the changes a bit?
I feel like this is kind of like, because normally you have like a big change that completely reshapes the game. Like an example I used was the item rework they did when they brought in mythic items. They brought it in preseason. It was massive. It completely reshaped the game. And then they had patches to adjust. Because like, for example, Brand was so strong because you could build Leandri's Demonic Embrace. The dot was insane. He was one of the best champions in preseason. He got nerfed. He got balanced down. He never really showed up when we came into competitive. The problem is here is that we got this in the mid-season. So we got this. 12.10 came in. Teams didn't have much time to practice. Massive overarching changes that just change absolutely everything. Things like Kale are coming out of nowhere. We got all these bot lanes that are cropping up. Like we heard talk of Cog Lulu, but it never came to fruition. Callista Renata is like absolutely insane. Senna Tom is back in force. And then we have 12.11, which is like normally we'd have this in the preseason, so no competitive going on. A big patch to compensate for the big system changes. And it was a massive patch. They even had a hotfix included in it as well. And then even that wasn't enough. They still have 12.12 to readjust again. So as a result, we just keep getting these humongous changes coming in. And it's, as you said, Adrian, I completely agree. It's very hard to adapt onto this because you may have, like, for example, V5 are fantastic with Senna Tom. Senna and Tom are being nerfed in 12B. So how does that change how well V5 do? How does that change priority? We're seeing things get worked out. Amumu hasn't actually been buffed yet. On 12.12 he's buffed, and
LPL
yet
teams are
we
just
saw him
spamming
pick
it right
today.
now,
We saw it banned because what happens is they start playing it in solo queue because it's been buffed, and they're like, whoa, this actually feels really strong. Maybe I'll try it, you know, in our scrims. And they're like, oh, this was strong before. But the problem is because we got so many changes, it was so difficult for teams to solve the meta. And then it shifts again, and then it shifts again. So I feel like teams are just playing catch up at the moment. And hopefully we get things stabilizing by the time we get to playoffs. But it is very difficult to keep on top of like the picks. Like Lucian Nami is another great example. Super high presence, completely pick ban, and now the priority has dropped off a cliff because, you know, teams have thought we've solved this. We know how to beat this, know how to deal with this. It's not as much of an issue with the durability changes that initially people thought would make Lucian Nami suffer has actually now taken effect. And Lucian is nerfed in 12.12. Again, it's a patch that comes after the meta has kind of been developed because, you know, teams are trying to keep up. The patch notes are trying to keep up. It's just so rapid fire.
Yeah, patches like this just make me really glad that I'm a retired coach and I don't have to try and figure out how to teach teams this, to be honest. I actually can't even see it slowing down, and that's the scary thing.
I feel like the most mind-blowing one was 12.10. Tower dives being like, oh, okay, tower dives are super hard. You have to completely change your read on how you, when and where you can tower dive. And then 12.11 completely shifts that.
Yep.
Like teams are so practiced in understanding of how to do tower dives. Teams will have practiced this so many times so well. And then they just change it. And then they change it again the next patch. And like, I think the LPL approach was the best, where they just said, screw it, it's going to keep doing tower dives. Whereas other regions slowed down a bit. But I feel like that's helped us going on to 12.11.
Yeah, and I'll even say, and that's probably my last part on it. In the NLC, we actually started on 12.9. So we had the old version, like pre-durability patch. So that week 1, it was night and day, right? The games are super fast paced. People are getting like dove on 3rd or 4th wave on the bot lane. And then week 2 rolled around and 12.10, and legit on both of those days, it was like a 7-hour studio day because every single game was 45 minutes almost, because no one wanted to do anything in the early game. Like everyone was scared to death of tower diving, and it just meant we got these like stalemates entirely. And then, you know, 12.11 rolled around, basically week 4, and the tower diving basically resumed. So yeah, teams are like going through a loop at the moment, having to figure out what's actually the best thing to do, not even just like draft side, just game plan wise as well.
I think for me, the most underrated, well, maybe not underrated, because I think it's going to be talked about a lot, is the Grievous Wounds changes. I was playing a game in League last night against an Aatrox. I couldn't kill him. There were 5, he wasn't even fed. He was like 1 of 4, and he gets the Hex Drinker, or sorry, Maw Shield, and the healing off of that. He had Death Stance, his Gore Drinker, his World Ender, and we got him down to 80 HP. he gourd drinkered and landed a Q on a sweet spot, and he was like full health again. And I was like,
Yeah.
this is insane. And I feel like it's going to be such a big deal, because especially when you've already started to see it creep into LEC with things like the Soraka, Senna lanes, the Seraphine coming super popular as well. It just feels inevitable that these super long, drawn out fights with a ton of sustain are going to be coming.
Yeah, what I don't understand is because when we came into 12-10, they said, okay, people are going to be more durable, fights are going to be longer. So, like, if you think about if someone's not dying, you have more chance to heal them in a longer fight. The healing's going to have more time to come in. Like, shielding is better against bursting, whereas, like, Soraka, fantastic in these long, drawn-out fights, right? And then, so they're like, okay, durability is going to make that stronger, so we're going to nerf healing and shielding to make up for it. Great, fantastic. So that should balance out. But then, like, oh, we're actually also going to nerf Grievous Wounds. Okay. And then they've just nerfed Grievous Wounds again. So we're having longer fights, more scaling. People are tankier, dying less. Grievous Wounds is also nerfed. And then they did obviously nerf healing to compensate. But I just don't think it's enough. Like, Grievous Wounds was 40% base, 60% empowered. It's now 25% based, 40% empowered, and like that percentage makes a huge difference. So I feel like, you know, before, if someone had healing, you go like Chemtech Putrefier and it really hamstrings them. They're still effective, but a little less so. Now I feel like you have to go Grievous Wounds if you're against something like a Soraka. It's a no-brainer, but I just don't think it does enough. I just don't think it's really going to stop them, and they will just heal through it. And again, no one's going to die. Everyone's going to be super tanky. I feel like LPL is probably one of the regions I feel like are quite far away from like leaning into this. Obviously, you talked about, Rob, that we saw it in the LEC, some of these comps coming out, but I feel like there's so much potential. Like, if enemy team is picking, I don't know, Senna Tom, like, you can just pick Soraka. You can just match sustain for sustain, outscale like crazy. They won't really have too much pressure if you have a strong AD carry. And then in team fights, it's like, you know, it's so much harder to pick up the Soraka. If they don't kill you, you're just going to be able to heal up a Storm. And then even if they do kill you, they focus so many resources to kill on the Soraka, the AD carry can be in a comfortable position to then carry on the team fight. Like, I think it just makes sense with all the changes that come through. And I really think that maybe, like, the fact it's gone from 40% to 25 and 60 to 40 is so big.
As a Red Cane enjoyer, this does put a smile on my face. That's all I can really say. It's, yeah, healing's in a very weird spot, and I wonder if we're actually going to see more of that out in the LPL. Like you guys said, it's been relatively rare. Europe is just like a melting pot of really weird mad scientists that just. I think it's because of solo queue. There's just so many OTPs that kind of put things on the radar in particular. But yeah, they need to do something about it. It's not looking particularly good at the moment. How strong it has the potential to be, at least.
Yeah, I think we kind of get away with it a little bit in the LPL because I think, Ox, you said this before, where it feels like a ton of our supports kind of just met as a secret room in the back one time. We're just like, hey, look, we all agree not to play this. I'm pretty sure you brought this up before. Ox. Yeah. And it's just like, I feel like that is the case though, because like even when we start to see enchanters become strong, we're still seeing a ton of things like the Nautilus, and then people are like, oh, he picked Nautilus, that means I don't have to play an enchanter, that means I get to play like a Braum. Even I'll take Braum. I don't want to play an enchanter. Like, this seems to be the way that it goes, and I think it can work out like relatively well from an entertainment standpoint, where it's like, oh, well, you know, we are going to just keep playing these engaged tanks. We saw it last year at Worlds as well, where there was like a ton of people who were just playing these engaged tanks all the time in LPL, and then we got to Worlds and everyone was like, oh, but enchanters. And then Mako was like, oh crap, I got to figure out how to play these stupid things now.
Yeah, I feel like it's such a weird one, because like I feel like we've had some, but like it's basically been Renata and then the rest, you know. Like, we have the occasional Karma when it was Ezreal Karma, but Seraphine a bit when it's Senna Seraphine. But I feel like there's just windows that teams aren't leaning on. Like, they have the combos in mind. They're like, okay, this is a duo we can have. This is a strong duo. But like, there's definitely times where like teams pick stuff, and I'm like, you could easily pick, you know, an enchanter here. I think the greatest example that I loved was Hung in Spring. I think it was against AL where Rakan was picked. He went Lulu, and they just absolutely annihilated them in lane. Obviously, Rakan very bad at like punishing enchanters because he just doesn't have as much threat as like Leona and Nautilus. And then when it came to team fights, he was like interrupting all the Rakan Ws when he was ulted with his Lulu ultimate. So like, there's windows where if a player's proficient, they'll bring it out, but so many are just unwilling. And I feel like the problem is, right, like the way the balance goes is like, you look globally, and like there's more enchanters coming in. They're like, oh, you know, Leona's underperforming, let's buff Leona's damage. That's coming on 12 12-12B, I believe. Leona's getting a buff to a passive damage.
Yeah.
And then all the LPL sports will go, they're buffing Leona? Oh, great. Time to spam Leona. And I'm like, dude, it's, whatever. Do what you want. Play what you want. I think a lot of it as well is because we've had this meta for such a long time. The support you're going for are these ones who are like setting up the engage for the team, being the ones that are proactive. If you've been playing that way for 4 years, where like your support is the one who calls the shots and says, we go now, and is playing these picks, to switch to now, okay, we no longer have the support calling the shots. Like, we have teams like RNG who have kind of like managed it by saying, okay, Xiao, who's the one who calls the shots now? He's very vocal anyway. We'll stick him on Galio or Lissandra so he can make the engage happen. But I think a lot of these teams are like, it's a struggle. If you've been so reliant on this person making the plays happen, and that's been their role in the team, you will prioritize picking up players who fit that role, and then that will become like the meta for supports in the LPL for so long period. Very difficult just to like overnight say, okay, change how you play the game, change all the champions you play. You are now an enchanter. You're a good little kitten.
But no, you raise a really good point, because I think especially when you take a look at how like teams are normally set up competitively in terms of like their in-game infrastructure, like for comms, normally it's like jungler in the early game, sometimes to support it, like they share responsibility, but then in the mid game, it often a lot of the like macro decisions can fall on the support. And I think when you've got teams who've been playing this way, like this way of League of Legends of Nautilus, Leona, that's basically it for what, 4 years now, like I think. And then you say, hey, now you're losing all your playmaking tools. It's definitely like a weird shake-up for a lot of teams, because they're just not used to having the person who's normally, I'll just kind of dub it like the in-game leader in terms of making like snap decisions on things that all of a sudden don't really have like immediate agency.
Yeah.
And for some teams, it's just gonna take time to adapt, or you could just be like the LPL and just say, enchanters, they don't exist, and we can just keep playing how we're playing. But I think for teams that can still play, that can play the enchanters, I think it's going to be like a super big benefit, because I'm still very much of the belief that like enchanters currently, post durability patch, dumps the most engaged supports if like the matchup is played right.
Just Renata.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they're just so strong at the moment. I feel like going back to like the like calling the engage, when I was a player, I specifically remembered, we went through some scrims, and I said to my coach, I'm not playing Braum again, right? Because I was struggling. I was the one who was like calling the engages, and just on Braum, it felt like I was so useless. Like I had to rely on someone else to engage, and I feel like it's so hard if you're the one calling the shots to call for someone else to engage.
Yeah.
You can definitely do it. You can be like, okay, look for an engage now, but like there will be windows. There'll be like a moment where like the enemy AD carry steps up, and if you're the one who's making the calls, and you could say, okay, I go. Like you see the window. It's so much harder to convey that to your teammate and then express that window. Like obviously, like a good team, everyone's on the same page, and like there's teams like RNG where you definitely feel like that's the case, but it can really be a struggle. Like not everyone's going to see the game in the exact same way. Not everyone's going to see the 4-mana Mumu ult from Chocho. So when Chocho is like, I see that window, he's just like, I see it, I'm going, the team trust, they follow. It's very different if it's like, okay, this game, it's going to be Xiaohao, you're going to look for the engage, try and find this window. Oh, I think this is a good window. And it's like, oh, sorry, I wasn't in position. I was moving back mid or something like that. Like, it takes a lot of practice to get up to that level. And I also think it just makes it more difficult. So it's a lot of teething issues. And I think at the end of the day, the problem is the league is going on. This isn't just about practice. And I know a lot of people will be like, well, why don't you just practice and go, okay, we're going to play the style we think is best, and then we'll learn and get better. It's summer split, right? This is the big one. This is the one where you got to wield. You want to make playoffs. You don't have the time. Like if you, let's say you have like a 30% win rate with enchanters that will eventually grow to a 60% win rate, or you have a 55% win rate now playing those melee supports, you take the melee supports, right? Because at the end of the day, you need wins now to make it into playoffs. Like maybe it's a bit different for the top teams, but even then, like they still want to try and make sure they're winning these series, even if they are practice alternative strategies, and there's just not that much time. We're almost halfway through the split already. You need wins on the board if you're going to try and make it into a good spot.
And I think it's really interesting that you actually bring up RNG as like one of the teams that you think can adapt, because I actually think the opposite. I think RNG, if you get rid of like Lissandra or like engage mid laners like a TF or even a Galio slightly, and you then got enchanter supports, I feel like that team struggles so much. Like losing both Xiaohu and Ming as your main engage tools, I don't think Wei has it set up. I don't think Breathe has really shown. He used to play a bit of Ornn back when he was Curse and OMG, but that team was still very, very messy. Like I don't know. I think there's so many teams that like if you get rid of just engage supports and like a tiny shift comes through where maybe another big voice in your team isn't able to provide that, I feel like that we're going to start to see them crumble so much.
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like just in my mind, I'm thinking like Xiaohu can just mind control his teammates, just command them and make it happen. I feel like it's just, I feel like the team are on the same page at the moment is my view for RNG right now. And I think they will work and like developing strategies regardless of the meta. But I think you have a valid point. Like they definitely have looked best with either Xiaohu or Ming providing that primary, like I am the go-in person. So I'll be interested to see how, or if they do develop that, or if they just stick to what it is. Because I think the fact they've lent so heavily on Lissandra, irrespective of it being, like, we saw Lissandra as the Ari counter, great. But then Xiaohu's just been picking it regardless, just because of the fact it gives him agency. And the meta really hit right in spring playoffs because we had starter split. It was like Corki, Victor, kind of snoozer meta. And then as it shifted towards that more agency picks, like things like the Galio, the TF, the Ari, the LeBlanc, that's really where RNG thrived and shone. So yeah, maybe they just will struggle depending on how the meta pans out. And if teams start to adapt and show that, like, right, these enchanter picks are already strong.
So just on that then, because we're kind of touching on like a little bit of RNG and maybe how we see the meta going. Like at the moment, who do you actually think are our potential like top teams towards the end of the split? Because I think RNG, no doubt people have up there. I think V5 people have up there, top esports as well. I think JDG, a lot of people were saying for a while they were the best team in the LPL. I don't fully agree with that. I think JDG definitely has a ton of issues where we've only kind of lightly touched on it, where I think they make a ton of mistakes in the early game and then just kind of double down on, hey, we're going to just throw our head against the wall and hope if we can break through. Oftentimes it leads them to getting caught out. I think there's a lot of stuff there that can cause issues. So, yeah, I mean, I guess the question is like, who do you see as our top teams? And I mean, are they going to be able to adapt to such a shifty meta?
I mean, I guess I'll go first. I feel like at the moment, at least the way V5 are playing, well, anyone's legend, best team in the league, so, going toe-to-toe,
Respect on their name, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I think at the moment, the way that they're playing, like, just generally, I'm not going to get into specifics, I just feel like they're dismantling most of the teams that they're playing against pretty consistently and at a very high level. We still need to see them play against some of the other top, sort of 4 top 5 teams, because they haven't really like had a huge challenge yet, per se, or like huge challenges back to back, I think is probably the better way to phrase it. But anything like less than top 3 would definitely be like a surprise. Like me seeing V5 in finals right now, looking how they're playing, would probably be like my expectation of them. At the very least, I don't know how you guys feel about like some of the teams around them or who would maybe go against them, because I agree with your sentiment, Rob. I think JDG are a bit of a bait team at the moment. I think that they aren't as strong as they look on paper, just by like series wins alone. Because yeah, it has been like, even some of the games they win, some of them just look a little bit too dodgy for me to be like, yeah, this is top 1 material, like LPL.
Yeah, and it's not even just the fact that like they look dodgy. Like, they haven't exactly had a very hard split so far, right? Like, you look at the teams they've beaten. They start off against, top esports, who basically couldn't have thrown that game harder if they tried with that bot lane dive. Like, I mean, like the fact that I think anyone could have caught that game. Like, it was abysmal. And then beat LGD, EDG. I would give them their due. That was a good series. But then OMG, a struggling Ultra Prime, TT. Like, these aren't exactly teams that are absolutely far and away amazing, and they pretty much had like 1, if not 2 bad games every single one of them. So I don't know. I like, personally, I think they're like the Weibo of spring. I think we're going to see them. They start off like looking on a hot streak, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, they're great," and then they just shift right the way down. Because you look at like week 7 for these guys. IG, BLG, V5, RNG, Weibo, and then anyone's legend. Like, that is a super tough end to the split.
Road to the top.
Yeah. So realistically, I think they're gonna keep going for a little bit of time. Maybe we'll see how they do against FPX tomorrow, but then they got LNG, Rare Atom, WE. I think if they can get over the hurdle of FPX, this team's gonna look great, and then we're just gonna see them crash towards the end of the split.
I will say the thing I disagree with that. You said JDT might be the Weibo of spring. I think Weibo will be the Weibo of spring. I refuse to believe that this team will be in the top 4. I don't know. I cannot wrap my head around SOFM and how he approaches the game. Despite the fact I think the Shy is playing well, I can't piece together. I can't see it. I can't see it happening. So, remains to be seen. I think for me, we actually recorded this yesterday and had some technical issues, and then we've had to re-record. And yesterday I said V5. I actually think, and maybe it's partially because of the series we had today, but also thinking about it, I did go away and think about it a bit. I actually think I am going top esports first. I'm not sure RNG have adapted well to the meta yet. I'm not sure if they're going to. And as much as I think RNG will be good, I think top esports at their peak, I favor, right? I think top esports also, if they were a good matchup into V5 in spring, I don't know if it'll pan out the same, but I think they're just stacked. I think the top side of the map is solid. I think Jackie Love is Jackie Love. I am. Jackie Love, I think, is, he can be all over the place, but like, he can carry when it comes to it. Mark has probably the weak spot for me. I'm a bit unsure about Mark. And I'm hoping he gets a bit more consistency. That would really make it for me if Mark can have a consistent performance. But I think top esports I could comfortably put at the top. But regardless, I think they'll definitely make Worlds. V5 are another definite for me. RNG are another definite. Those three I feel like are locked in. I feel like it's just where you think they'll rank. At the moment, I'm kind of going top esports, V5, RNG. But, that could definitely change. I think the fourth spot is the really tricky one. Because I think there's solid arguments for JDG, EDG, or Anyone's Legend. Maybe a bit more time for Anyone's Legend. I guess some people will obviously argue Weibo. I don't see it. I think I'm honestly... Again, I said JDG yesterday. I thought JDG would be in the top 4.
You thinking about it?
And I thinking about it, I said, maybe we did disservice to them by not putting them there. But I actually think I could see EDG taking it. I think I said this at the start of the split. I said I think the meta suits EDG. I think Mako is someone who can play those attempts and makes it work. I think Viper still, I said this in spring, best AD carry in the world. He is so good. They do have issues. Like, don't get me wrong, EDG do have issues. They are not a perfect team. They're not even close at the moment. But I think they can bring it together, and I think the meta is good for them. And I think that will be enough. And maybe if they come in as like a 4th seed for Worlds, they could be like a dark horse. But they still need time. They still need work. But I think that's what I'm going for at the moment. Top esports, V5, RNG, EDG.
I want to be on the top esports hype train with you, but I just haven't believed. I haven't believed in Mark since LGD when they went to Worlds in like 2020.
Yeah.
Like, I have seen that man miss far too many easy Zenith blades to ever have trust that he can hit his abilities when it counts. Like, he's just been far too inconsistent. And then when you add in that inconsistency of Jackie Love, that's where I have the problems. And the thing is, I actually think, because this is a discussion I always have with Lyric, and I think, Ox, you are on the Lyric side. I'm gonna find out where Jamada lies with me, because Lyric believes in the mojo, believes in the higher ceiling will win, and that's always where Lyric sits. And he's like, if you have the higher ceiling, you will win a best of 5. And I'm like, no, I feel like over a best of 5, the consistency is what's going to win out, because yes, you can have that clutch factor in moments, but you still have to get to the game 5 for that to end up working out. And I just don't see how top esports, I think, will win the whole thing. I still think top esports will be top 2, I think. At least top 3, definitely anyway. But it is a very big question mark of, in those playoffs, how do they perform against? Because my other 2 top teams are V5 and RNG. And that's where I'm in a best of 5 scenario, do I see the consistency from top esports being there to, and the elevation to their higher seeding consistently there, so they can actually beat V5 RNG over a best of 5 series? And that's where I always struggle to put them ahead.
I feel like spring was pretty close. It wasn't too far away. And you can definitely argue the consistency. But I honestly, I feel like you take the consistency argument and you take it a step further. Because I feel like, with regards to consistency, it's RNG, I feel like, in my mind, are like a consistent team. You know what you're going to get from them. They're very good at the team play. They make it work. They won MSI. They won last MSI. But they didn't win Worlds. And I don't think they'll win Worlds this time round. Because I think the teams with the high ceiling are the FPXs who bomb out in groups, but also the EDG who just come in and win it all, right?
Yeah.
Top esports are a team I could see both getting knocked out in groups or winning Worlds. I think you could go either way, because you never know. If the meta hits right and Jackie Love has a tournament of his life and Knight decides he wants to win, I could see this team completely just going sicko mode and dominating. But that's the thing, you never know. And I feel like the LPL, the epitome of these LPL teams are these ones where the variance is so high, We drop a team in groups at Worlds. It always happens. And then one team is just the meta hits right. Everything hits right. All the players have a tournament of their life. EDG is a great example, right? EDG won Worlds. JJ, best jungler in the world. What happened since then? Where's he gone? Like, JJ's still fine, but like, we have the same roster in EDG in spring. I'm like, who is this team? Summer, I'm still like, where are they, right? And I feel like that is what I could see happening for top esports. And that is kind of the reason I feel like RNG hasn't managed to get a world title. Because when they go to MSI, there's less teams to go up against. They're good at preparing. They did a very good job against T1 and obviously a good job against Damwon. And they perform. They find the consistency. People will say, I think a lot of people agree, T1 underperformed at MSI compared to expectation. And RNG hit. They were like, yeah, this is what we expect. Maybe a bit higher, definitely for sure. But they came in and delivered on what they're good at. Whereas, like, I feel like top esports, I even said, like, if top esports had gone to MSI, I could see them just winning the whole thing or, like, coming 5th in the Rumble stage. You really never know. But that sort of variance is what wins you world championships. So that's my hopium copium mojo speech about top esports. Okay. I'm fully on the hype train in case it wasn't clear. I'm fully on the mojo with Lyric if that wasn't specifically clear.
Yeah, I kind of agree, and I'll be brief. I feel like the only time that consistency has ever, in my opinion, trumped ceiling was like that SKT dynasty from like 2015 to 17. Yeah. Because they were A, consistent, but B, at the same time, they were consistently a higher ceiling team than everybody else on the planet. So it's kind of a difficult argument to really strive, right? I think whenever you see a team win in a national tournament, more times than not, they probably weren't even the favorite, right? I think that's actually unironically kind of true. You will see just kind of a dark horse team who people were expecting to finish high just have a better day or have a stronger read on the tournament as a whole, or the team that they go up against in the finals compared to the teams that we expect to win consistently winning. I think the only time that was actually true was like 2014 Samsung White and then like the SKT dynasty that happened right after that. But since it's normally just a team that you don't quite always expect to be first place, always towards the top end for sure, that just happen to have a really, really high ceiling. And the consistency is normally what drags people away from saying that they would have finished first before, obviously, the result itself.
Yeah, I mean, even if you think to top esports in 2020, like everyone thought top esports would be the favorites, and then Damwon were the ones who ended up winning it. I feel like and then people for 2021 were thinking Damwon or FPX, and then it ended up being EDG. I feel like the thing as well is like the game was very different in like the SKT dynasty. It was like very controlled. There was a lot more vision to work with. It felt like there was a playbook that had been written by the top Korean teams, and the best team who could match that would end up winning. And SKT were just the best team at matching that, and they won a lot. Whereas I feel like the game now, the fact that there's less vision, the fact we had super bursty gameplay where like if you overstep in a pocket where you don't have vision, you get blown up, and you have like all these heavy engaged supports, that kind of led to like a more very fast-paced sporadic game where like it's about punishing these windows and finding these opportunities, not just like this clear-cut controlled. And I think that's where not only has the LPL thrived, but also these high ceiling teams have the ability to pop off. Because it isn't so much about control. You have to make the big plays that can backfire, but when they hit right, you end up succeeding. And that's something to mention as well. It's like I just mentioned, like this was like when the game was fast paced, things were very bursty. Maybe with this Worlds, the durability patch, we see the game slow down a bit, and that can lend more favor to teams who are more controlled. But I mean, it remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only part that has me like questioning how top esports is going to do is like if the meta shifts into Knight's favor, I think he's just going to pop off. Like if we see these like
dude, we have Silas at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If we see these like long drawn out fights where you get a ton of healing and things like Silas are back into the meta and that kind of stuff, like he's going to have a fantastic split, a fantastic tournaments if he does end up making it to Worlds and even just in playoffs in general. So I think that's the only caveat where I'm kind of looking to see like, are we shifting into that meta where Knight can kind of pop off? Because we've seen him before where like on things like Silas's, on things even when like Viego was in the mid lane, like these kind of melee damage dealers, he is so good at understanding his limits and like getting as much as possible from those champions. So I think it'd be super interesting to see if we can like see the shift back into that. I think maybe top esports could bring it out, but I don't know, because I think the biggest question mark again for me is like just bringing it back to V5. What the hell did they look like with Rookie? Like, I mean, do we see Rookie? Like at this stage, I mean, Dream
I
has
would
looked
say-
unbelievable. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Like at this stage, like I know we will see Rookie like realistically, but I mean, Dream's putting in a good argument.
Yeah, I think like the plus side is Dream has absolutely established that he is going to be a star in the LPL for his career going forwards, and hopefully on a top team. But I think the problem is, like, when you look at V5 top esports and probably RNG, those are the teams where, like, it doesn't matter how. I mean, actually, I would even take RNG out of that because they had that period where Shahu was top. I think V5 and top esports, I think no matter how good your submid does, you're still going to have Rookie as your starter. You're still going to have Knight as your starter. Those guys are just too good. And I think as a result, we'll get Rookie back and that'll be what they go with. I also think, like, kind of go into, you said about the melee meta with Knight. I feel like depending on what the meta could be, because like for RNG, Shahu's meta definitely feels like at the moment is like the active roaming mids. His map breeds are fantastic, so things like the Galio, the Twisted Fate, the Sandra at the moment, very good for him. As you said, things like Silas, if it was Viego mid again for Knight, are fantastic. For V5, I think Rookie is just such a good control mage player. Like, I remember it was last split when we had the V5 top esports matchup in the regular season, and Rookie just completely schooled Knight. Like, Knight looked like he was dominating every mid matchup until we had that best of 3, and it just looked like Rookie was just a step above. So it could be interesting to see, like, who ends up coming out ahead in terms of the meta, but I think no matter what the meta is, like, as much as we're saying, you know, this is where they have the edge, Rookie is just too good. And I think Dream, you know, it's kind of bittersweet, but I'm sure he'll have like a lengthy career that'll like really shine. But I just want to see V5 with Rookie, and I want to see them up against top esports because that'll be a banger.
Yeah, no, I think no matter how you like splice it, Rookie coming in is realistically almost always going to be an upgrade, right? I think, like you said, Dream has put on an absolute show for himself. So 2023, I expect it to be on a top roster, honestly, given how he's been performing. I was actually talking with Munch earlier, and I feel like at worst, from Rookie's point of view, they like share time. But I feel like shared time on most rosters doesn't really work in terms of like long-term development for the team, in my opinion, unless you've got like two mid laners with very defined styles. So it's like, you know, you might have your roaming mid laner against your sort of like very static, you know, Corky Azir like kind of player, and then if you're playing into teams that you feel like one is better than the other in terms of what you want to draft towards, then, you know, you field that player instead. I just don't feel like that's going to be the case for V5. I feel like Rookie's just going to come back. I know, Dan, you were saying yesterday, he's like 115, 113 games or something ridiculous over the last...
107 solo queue games in the last... In a week, because he's been in quarantine waiting to come back because he was over in Korea. 107 in a week. So he's not going to be rusty.
No,
right?
he's not coming in rusty. He's not coming in cold. He's coming in bloody flaming hot. Like, his hands are going to be ready. He's very clearly very, very motivated to get back into the starting roster and, you know, do his thing, like, just plain and simple. So
just very quickly on that, I did a quick maths there. If it is like an hour per game, let's say, that means he spent in the last 7 days about 4.5 days in solo queue. Just playing solo queue in a week. That's obscene.
I mean, you're in quarantine. What else are you gonna do? You know what I mean?
Some people's hell, man. 4.5 days in a week. But yeah, it just really goes to show Rookie is like rearing to go very clearly. And I feel like, like Dan said, it's going to be bittersweet for Dream, but at the end of the day, I think he set himself up to have a very, very successful, like, long-term career. Probably, assuming he gets onto a top roster, which, given the performance so far, it would be a pretty big surprise if he doesn't end up on, you know, a team that, you know, basically not top and not RNG, basically.
So we've got about 5 minutes left in this, lads. So I just wanted to ask you, after today's series against Anyone's Legend, like, has your opinion on V5 changed, or like, do you think that it was just a really good day for Anyone's Legend? Like, has that influenced you a lot?
Do you want to go with that?
Yeah, I feel like I had pretty high estimations of AL. Like, I think my main issue with them in spring was consistency, and I think the consistency has gone better. But like, I still like the fact they can lose to LGD. I feel like they're a team who I like when they challenge the likes of V5. I'm not hugely surprised. I can definitely see it. I do think V5 definitely, this was probably the game where they would, like, the series where they looked the most challenged, especially given that, like, the other series they're challenging was against RNG. I don't think my, like, it's definitely true, because I even said, like, yesterday I put V5 at the top and today I put top esports. I think my estimations definitely have shifted, but it's still so hard to read, because I think they will be stronger when Rookie comes in, given a bit of time to adjust. I still think they're really good. I still think this is a team where, like, if they get a lead, like we saw game 2 against AL today, if they get a convincing lead, they're so good at, like, establishing control. I just think there's still some question marks. And I think, like, for example, Carter can be quite volatile. Rich had, like, the Aatrox game, which was, like, completely nothing, but then he has other games where he's, like, very, very relevant. Photic and PP God is a big question mark. I think that's probably my biggest question mark on this roster, is because PP God, like, can just, like, make these in plays. Game 1 against AL was a great example. Photic as well, I think he's solid, but I also think there's, like, some champions where I think he's, like, world class. Senna is a great example. I think his Zeri was very good today. But then there's other champions where, like, if the meta shifts to a certain place, I don't feel as confident in him.
I think that's a fair criticism. I still feel like V5 are looking like our stronger teams. They definitely do have some of the inconsistencies, but again, I feel like generally they've just dismantled most of the teams super efficiently that they've played against. I think AO maybe playing towards, you know, your world champion level today in their series, but yeah, I don't see them not. I feel like the other one, at least the other obvious one to me, is just Top Esports again. I feel like they are continually just scaling into the split so far. Obviously kind of shaky start, both their first series and their second series, but I think just since then, even though yes, there's some question marks of Mark and even Jackie Love to a degree, I just feel like both these rosters, to me, they're both very capable of playing through all 3 lanes and even to a degree jungle as well, which I think is a super valuable thing to have. Even if we're maybe going into a slightly, like, lower economy jungle meta, we're still teams are still kind of deciding whether they want, like, hard farmers or like, you know, your Jarvans back in the meta basically. I just feel like those tools are just super valuable to have, like, roster side, and I don't really see them not being top 2, top 3 towards the end of the split. I feel like the other teams, like the other contenders, right, your likes of your RNG, still gonna be going to Worlds. My opinion, RNG. Not sold on JDG. That's basically, like, the only team right now in the top sort of, like, 4 or 5 where I'm like, will you be representing LPL at Worlds? Maybe as the 4th seed, like, at best. I don't know.
I'm just glad you guys have given me the hope I wanted for V5, because I'm not gonna lie, after spring, look, maybe this is why I don't believe in Mojo. Like, I've been hurt too many times before. I don't want to, like, give my love to someone and then just have it, like, slapped to my face, but, like, I was infatuated with V5 in spring. I thought this was our team. I thought this was the guys that were going to represent us for MSI. I think a lot of people were on that boat. But to see them, like, fail so spectacularly in playoffs with, like, Rich, I'm not gonna lie, inting his face off. He looked absolutely abysmal. And then seeing the inconsistency from Photic and PP God, I think Oxy kind of touched on it there as well. Like, I think that's where a lot of my worries come in. And I think this is definitely a team that when Rookie comes in, Rookie's definitely a bit of the dad of this team, where he's kind of like, look, come along now, children. You're not gonna do the silly thing. Don't do the silly thing. And very much has a good bit of control. So I think this is something that we'll probably see a lot more of from V5, where that consistency starts to come in when Rookie's back, and especially after taking such a long break. And if he is playing that much solo queue, definitely feels like he's coming in with a lot of filled with determination and wants to make sure that he's able to hit those super high highs ahead of the World Championship as well. But I think there's going to be this is a topic I feel like we're going to hit a lot over the next coming weeks on the podcast, especially as we see how the meta starts to shift out, like which teams are getting a better grasp of it, which teams it starts to suit. And I think it's kind of part of the reason why I wanted to bring up the discussion now, because it feels like as we start to kind of get the ins and outs of what these new patches are going to look like, how the teams are going to fluctuate within the LPL as a result. But guys, we have just hit our hour mark. So do you have any last remarks or anything that you want to say before we close things out?
I'll go first, I guess.
Go ahead.
I'll restate it. I said it earlier today. I think FPX got upset JDG tomorrow. If you're watching this from the future and this has happened, then please praise me as the prophet I am. And if it hasn't happened, please forget this message.
You know what? I'm going to get behind that message, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if FPX beat JDG, but if they lose 2-0 in like 25-minute games, then yeah, forget that also came out of my mouth. Yeah, no, I mean, generally, just thank you for having me. I think away from the probable other thing I was gonna say, it's been super fun, and the LPL is full of very stacked teams.
Well, thanks for
Yeah.
joining us, Joanna. Honestly,
Yeah.
you absolutely smurfed it. And look, I don't get to make these decisions, so I'm gonna say this out loud. You're welcome anytime, because there's no backlash. Because I don't get in trouble for this if I'm wrong. I don't get to make these
look,
choices.
it's a double whammy. Not only do we get Jamada here, but we also don't have Lyric here. Like, can it get better? It's the bonus.
Well, yeah, thank you very much for joining us, folks. That is going to be our episode of The Last Hit. Make sure you are joining us next week. We'll be tuning in to find out if we get to abuse Ox for all of his wrong predictions, or if it will be correct. But thank you very much. I hope you have a great night, and we'll catch you then in solo queue.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are here for the end of week 4. We are actually almost at the halfway point of the split. It is flying by. I am just Ushin. I am joined by the absolutely fantastic Dagda. And yeah, it's been a while since we've last catched it. You were on LEC. You know, you're back now from a little excursion, back to the real winning region.
Sorry, I am very distracted because I know your name is Ushin, but you do look like Alfalfa right now. You do have a little bit of a spike in the hair.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't look at my camera. Thanks for letting me know. Not embarrassed. Not embarrassed. I don't have a makeup and stylist here, all right?
Look, as you go and chase your Darla, I am good. It's been absolutely spectacular. Yeah, it's good to be back. Good to be back in the LPL. It's been a hot minute since we got to cast together. Glad I get to roast you the second I come back into the cast.
Honestly,
Just to
immediate.
just to confirm your suspicions that all the or that all the color casters are bullying you. I just wanted to give you absolutely
Yeah.
no doubts.
Just want to make sure that trend stays the same.
Yeah,
Well, it's good to have you regardless. Before we can jump into what's happening today, and before we get into today's matches, let's have a quick look at what happened yesterday, because again, another Super Saturday, another 9-game day. You and I were both a part of it. You started it off, I finished it. It was a long one, to say the least.
Yeah, and I'm glad that it progressively got better over the day, because LNG versus LGT, I'm not gonna lie, not exactly the most spectacular of series, let's put it that way. But then we did have a phenomenal series in FPX versus JDG, because that was an absolute banger. Like, JDG taking the first game, then you get Summit being subbed in, FPX fight back. Oh, it was absolutely incredible. Well worth watching that series. And then to finish things off, Top Esports just getting a little bit of a jab in against Weibo.
Yeah, honestly, it was a great series to watch. It was very back and forth. Knight in game 1 on the Talia was a god, and that honestly was a huge day for Top Esports and JDG. JDG getting their first loss brings them down to 6-1, but despite Top Esports losing the head-to-head against that particular team, they're actually ahead because of game difference.
Yeah, and this is kind of the big talking point we've had about JDG, is that they haven't been consistent in their wins, so you can see slipping right the way down to 3rd place. Now, it's not exactly a bad spot to be, let's be realistic, but we'll have to see how JDG will kind of bounce back over the days to come. But we will have to look at our series today, because we're not looking at the top of the table for our first series. We're going to be looking right the way down at Rare Atom at 1-4, WE, last place. This is where we're going for our day today.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a bottom of the table kind of clash as such. RA and WE very much not having a good time at the moment. But then Ultra Prime, who've honestly, their scoreline doesn't really reflect how much potential's in this roster against an RNG who are sort of not struggling, but definitely having some teething issues with their new top laner Breathe.
Yeah, I mean, they're only just back off of MSI, new patch, massive updates coming across the board, and I think just trying to figure out what their identity is in the new meta, especially because we don't tend to see these like big patch changes happen quite as frequently during the competitive split, but getting 2 or 3 big patches now, it'll be interesting to see how RNG kind of land on their feet.
Yeah, absolutely. We will talk about RNG versus Ultra Prime a little bit later, but Dagda, I have a quiz for you. I have a quiz for you right now. So we're going to be bringing up a couple of different options available to you. But the first question, it's actually going to be 2 parts. We're going to make it for 2 different things as we come into RA versus WE. The question is, who out of RA and WE is the first part, has the highest KDA out of all these players? This is the first one. And then the second part we'll get to when you finish this bit.
So I'm going to take a wild guess and say that WE's KDAs aren't that high. So I'm going to look at Rare Atom.
In fairness, Rare Atoms aren't either, I'll be honest with you.
I'm going to go with Strive. I think Strive has been doing pretty well for Rare Atom. I think he's been getting some good roams off, so I'll go with Strive.
You are absolutely correct. Strife is
Let's
our
go!
first. Yes, he's got a little bit higher than everybody else. He's doing pretty damn well for himself. And again, one of the guys we always kind of look towards when we kind of think about these guys. But I'm going to add a little caveat to that as well. Who do you think has the highest KDA in the league?
See, I feel like I cheated a little bit with this question because I was actually looking at this with Ox the other day and I was like, this is absolutely ridiculous because you've got Xiaolong Bao with a 52 KDA and then Ox kindly reminded me that he actually played against WE in that series. So Xiaolong Bao was able to get out. I didn't mean to just roast actually WE on both of these. I'm real sorry. I feel like I'm just taking swings.
I'm going to be honest, when you're 0-4, there's not a lot of positives to bring forward. I'm going to be real with you right now, okay? There's not a lot we can talk about.
Apparently been taking digs at yourself and taking digs at WE. I just chose violence today. I had no idea that I had, but apparently we're here.
Well, nevertheless, you got yourself 2 out of 2. We'll move ourselves forward into the next particular question, which is, who has the most unique champions? Now, I'll be honest with you, I didn't quite have time to check this one for WE and RA, but I do have the answer for the league. If you can give me that one, I can give you the answer for that.
See, there's like 2 ways you can kind of look at this, right? Because it's like, if you have played more games, then you have had more opportunities to play more different champions.
It's tough. It's tough. I'm
just gonna guess. I'm gonna guess.
Okay,
I'm gonna go with Uakai for IG because he's played like Ornn, Set, a bunch of the regular things in the like your standard meta picks, and then he's brought out like Renekton's and everything like that. So I'm gonna go with him. I feel like he's played so many weird picks at the moment.
He has played a lot of picks, but it's not the most. The actual most is... Oh, my camera decides to get Dagatron right there. The actual most, funny enough, at the moment is Huanfeng. Huanfeng sitting up there. Yes, he's got himself, I think it's 9, I believe, independent champions in that bot side, which doesn't sound like a lot, but again, we're only halfway through the split, so definitely doing himself some decent favors. I think when the meta kind of settled in, we did see a lot more standard and stock coming out from a lot of different positions. So, you know, Huanfeng, they're coming out with it. So, yeah, there you go.
Damn. Fair play, Huanfeng.
Go on, Huanfeng. You know, we always like to see it. We always love to kind of like come out with it. And then the final question, and I'm going to ask you for a little bit of extra time on this one because we do have a little kind of moment for it. But who has had the most solo kills this split? And again, didn't quite have time to check the independence on Rare Adam and WE, but I'm going to be honest, it's probably not very high.
All right. So my usual suspect of Rookie is off the table. So this is where I'm going to have to go because I'm pretty sure he's at 0. So I'm going to have to go and dig deeper into this. So, because I feel like then you end up, like, obviously, I feel like it's going to be a top laner. Because a top laner, like, they end up in their 1v1s.
Mm-hmm.
I would go for the Shy, but he's been playing Kale all the time.
It's true.
God.
I have to press you for an answer.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to go away from the top. I'm going to go for Knight. I think Knight's had some pop-offs. I'm going to go for Knight.
You know what? Your logic was almost perfect. Almost perfect. Knight is 3rd. Xiao Hu is 2nd. Gala is 1st with 7 solo kills. So yeah, congratulations to him. Yeah,
what
he's
is
doing
what?
I know, right? 7, 6, and 6 for Knight and Xiao Hu. So they're actually joint 2nd there. So according to the stats as per pro.score.gg. So, you know, congrats to them. But yes, that is the end of our segment. You almost got it there. You were doing pretty well. I love the logic that you came out with a lot of different stuff, but we're going to move away from the fun little questions. We're going to move forward to what you have looked at in terms of the meta. We're going to call this Dagda's tops, flops, and props, because this is the moment where you're going to say what's been doing well, what's a bit of a bait, and honestly, what could be a bit of a problem for teams going forward.
Yeah, I wanted to take a look at some of the champions that have been doing really well, especially as we are going to be looking to transition over to patch 12.12 on the 6th. Take a look at what's been hitting hard and what hasn't been hitting at all. So obviously we can see on our tops on the left-hand side, there's very few picks here that are particularly surprising, right? The Wukong still incredibly strong in that jungle. It's why we see him banned almost all the time. Zeri, Renata doing phenomenally in that bot lane. I think the Gangplank, people will probably be surprised at how high his win rate is, especially since he's been blind picked a lot of the times, but this champion's just incredibly versatile, both being able to help with engages in certain situations, but the late game scaling's absolutely insane. And same when you look across the Ahri, I think Ahri has been really undervalued by teams, maybe slightly overvalued by RNG in particular, but she's been absolutely incredible. She's been amazing. I think the ability to shove lanes, look for roams, you've got charms and Everfrost to start off fights. I think she's just in a really good spot, and people are kind of or at least forgetting about Ahri because we've transitioned over to the new patch.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to kind of put it, is that like people have kind of forgotten just how powerful, how versatile. And also I think there's a lot of kind of that remnants from MSI where you saw the Lissandra do so damn well into that particular pick that people have sort of said, yes, it is a good counter into it, but the Ahri just opens up so many different options. And honestly, looking at the flops, the people I'm looking at, the kind of, you know, big moments there, the, you know, the kind of bans as such, is the Lucian-Nami combination not really having an exceptional time of it, despite having such a high presence.
Yeah, we saw a lot of answers coming through with things like Kalista, Renata, these kind of lanes that could actually bully out the Lucian Nami, and just never really got to the point where it's incredibly strong, especially when you look at like the ability for Lucian to be that carry in team fights. Can struggle to a certain extent, especially when they end up set behind early. So I just felt like you never really got to see the power of this combination. I think the Azir as well has been a little bit over touted, especially when you look at the win rate there. Like a lot of teams bringing it out to try and play for that late game, but because you're not able to link up with your jungle very well, you're not able to kind of play for early objectives. A lot of the times it struggles then when you get to the late game, because you've kind of fallen behind in the mid game 3-4k gold, and then the Azir's late game scaling just never really gets a chance to come online. I think this is a similar story with Viego. Viego, I think we've seen a lot of, but I haven't been massively impressed with this champion. I feel like it's getting played because it's got a really good clear time, has some good early skirmishes, but the biggest problem that I see is that if the Viego doesn't get off the ground early, it then struggles to have that impact in team fights where it's not getting resets because the team isn't able to play through the strength of the Viego when he actually starts to pick up a couple champions. And especially with answers like the Lee Sin, the Xin Zhao, a ton of these early game junglers that are able to match the Viego at the early stages. It just has become very hard for Viego to pop off. And I feel like that's kind of reflected a little bit in the win rate there as well. And then the last one to talk about for the flops is Sejuani. I think Sejuani has done reasonably well on the top side, but oftentimes she just means that you don't have a real lane to play around in that top lane because she ends up running an Ignite TP a lot of the times as well. These are quite vulnerable to ganks, and she just hasn't been able to have that big impact that we were expecting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how the kind of, meta develops now. We are moving over to 12.12 on Wednesday. That will be the July 6th. So we'll be moving to there. But again, this is kind of more looking at the problems as such that could come up from other teams. The Amumu's a big one that's kind of becoming a little bit more meta as we go along. He's not even as strong as he could be.
Yeah, this though is the Sylas clip. I just wanted to highlight that I think with healing and grievous wounds being nerfed, Sylas gonna have a really good time in the meta where he can become a lot stronger. These drawn out fights really work out for him, especially when he can get multiple Kingslayers off. Same with things like the Seraphine. Chocho already bringing this to the table, but I think again we're going to see that this is going to become a much more standard pick, especially like Senna, Seraphine lanes. So Raka probably going to be in that mix as well as we start to come through. And then the final one, as he said, is that Amumu. This is Amumu, not even in his final form, and we're seeing him pop off a lot with things like the Callista. The ability to have several forms and engage with double bandage tosses, then you've got the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and if you got the Callista filling you in with the Fate's Call, he just has so many tools to get into the right place for those big ultimates. And the last thing as well with them as well, he's getting buffed on 12-12. So it feels like a lot of pros have kind of played him on 12-12 going, holy crap, this thing's strong, let's give him a shot in scrims, and found out that he was always strong. So definitely starting to see Mumu creep back in. I think we'll see a lot more of him in the days to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's going to be a very interesting kind of development to come in. I'm very excited for the new patch, and we'll obviously always already see it for a couple of the different regions so far. But again, coming now back into more centralized into our particular matchup, it is, of course, RA versus Team WE. And we got to talk about the most historic bot lane probably in the entire league in terms of today, because it is SMLZ versus iBoy. Two guys. SMLZ's in his 10th year. 10th year of League of Legends. He started on Vici in September 2012. He's now on Team WE in May 2022.
Yeah, nearly a decade of play in the Chinese leagues, and it's going to be it's really interesting to see kind of the trajectory of both these guys. I think SMLZ started off incredibly well, kind of made his name for himself on teams like OMG in 2015, returning to them back in 2019 after having a stint on Rogue Warriors and Suning, but hasn't quite been able to find that old success that he found on 2015 in OMG, when OMG were hitting that main stage of going towards some of our international competitions. And speaking of a similar kind of story for iBoy, he was the face of EDG, and when he moved from Vici, very big talk in the community about, oh my god, like this is iBoy leaving Edward Gaming, moving across to a different squad, and people were kind of hyped to see what Vici Gaming could do, but unfortunately Vici just wasn't really the spot for him. Then Rare Adam kind of taking over the mantle of Vici. It just feels like we haven't got to see iBoy really go back to his full form that we'd previously seen.
No, we have not. We'll see if he's able to get some form on this Zeri, though. Already we talked about how the bot lanes are going to be pivotal a little bit in terms of the historical setup. They have already got their champions locked in. The Zeri for iBoy, there's Callista for SMLZ, and now Rare Adam. They're going to try and counteract this Lee Sin. So already we're starting to see these picks and bans thick and fast.
Wow.
The Jax blind, that is interesting.
I'm really surprised to see the blind Jax, because especially with things like the Fiora still kind of open and up and available, or answers to it in the top lane, you should be okay. Here's BBU to go for an answer, but I'm curious to see what the plan is here on both sides, because with we're kind of seeing a deviation between what both squads want to do. Rare Adam are looking to go for a bit of late game scaling with the Jax. The Zeri as well going to be able to provide that in the later stages. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and angle for something like a Corki as well if they want to go for this kind of poke style, but actually the Corki banned away by WE, so maybe we see something else if they want to try and fully utilize that poke. Whereas on the opposite side for WE, very much going in on the early to mid game skirmishing with Callista spiking off of one item. Same with this Lee Sin. Renata just kind of strong across the board. It doesn't matter too much what point of the game that is. So it feels like WE certainly going for these early game skirmishes and will need some sort of engage now to set themselves up to try and play through that strength.
Right now, WE saying, look, we got the Renata. We have the very powerful anti-dive bot lane available to us that has got some serious kill potential. But we got to start banning away things that can deal with it. The Rakan, the Yuumi, things that combo very, very well with something like the Zeri all being taken off the board. And Rare Adam, they're not focusing the top lane at the moment. They're taking away the Silas. They're trying to say, look, we just don't want you to have access to a multitude of different things that we maybe want to have ourselves.
Yeah, I think what they're saying is, look, chances are WE are going to go for some sort of blind pick here in the mid lane. And then, they'll go for the top lane pick here and then keep their blind pick for final rotation. So Rare Adam, at least looking from it, are trying to set themselves up for some kind of easy blind pick in the mid lane. But, you know, Silas gone, Azir gone, Ari, Corki as well. A lot of these top picks have already been taken away. So I was about to say maybe they're setting up for something like a Lissandra, but looks like Shanks might take that away.
Yep, Shanks takes that one there. Lissandra does incredibly well so far. We obviously see it quite a lot as a counter to things, but still a very solid blind pick as well. As Rare Adam now got to figure out where they want to go and what they want to combo with this Zeri. I'm curious as well to see what Bew on the top side, what he's able to take into Cube, because Cube on this Jax has, again, kind of just put down the gauntlet and said, I'm going to blind this. I don't believe there's anything that you can bring out that I'm not going to be able to deal with.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, that they are going so heavily in towards the Jax pick, just randomly going for it, because oftentimes it seems to come out more as a counter pick into towards things like that Camille in the top side, where you can have a reasonably good time. But yeah, I mean, it means that you are kind of all in on this side lane play with Rare Adam, right? You've got the TF here, you got the Jax, going to be able to play up towards Cube in the early stages, and then you've still got reasonably good wave clear with the Zeri and the ability to play pick comp as well with this Nautilus now locked in with the TF as well. So I think you've got options here as Rare Adam to try and play the map a lot stronger than WE realistically can right now.
Well, Nautilus locked and loaded, so that's going to be some decent engage to follow up with the Viego if Rare Adam do find themselves in a bit of a pick competition. The single target CC available to them right now is kind of absurd as WE, maybe they're going towards that flop. They're going to get themselves the Sejuani into the Jax, so they're kind of just looking to nullify that top side rather than actually attack it.
I think the problem for WE is that they needed another engage tool. Like, yes, the Lissandra can provide some of this, but against something like a Twisted Face where he's able to find these quick picks, having more CC is actually going to be pretty crucial to WE to make sure they can very quickly pick off Rare Adam, because you're heavily in on the early stage of this game for WE. If the scaling on Rare Adam comes through with the Zeri, Viego, Jax, like, game's done. So for WE, having multiple ways to start fights, I think is a good call. But now Beishang needs to make sure that he is actually getting this game rolling, especially on this bottom side of the map. Otherwise, you just run the risk of hitting a mid game where this TF is roaming everywhere, the Jax is taking over on the top side, and there's very little that you can do.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a bit of a snowball that you can't really deal with right now if you're going to be on the side of WE. You need to make sure you're mitigating that, and like you said, having that extra little bit of engage. And honestly, it's kind of like a primary engage, to be perfectly honest, because if yes, the Lissandra can go in from a flank, but if that doesn't work, you need something to be able to follow up with. You need something to be able to pick out the Zeri, pick out something like the Twisted Fate, or maybe obviously even the Jax, and just delete them from the map. And like you mentioned, the longer this game goes on, the harder it will become for the side of Team WE. For Rare Adam, they're kind of sitting pretty. Honestly, I really like the fact that Stripe's going for this Twisted Fate pick, saying to himself, look, I don't really care what my lane's going to be like. I'm here to try and make sure that Cube and iBoy get themselves a good laning phase.
I think Strive is becoming better and better at that as well. Like, if you look back to last split, he wasn't particularly good at getting out his lanes and, like, interacting on the map. But his roams have actually been pretty crucial to Rare Adam's success, particularly down towards this bottom side of the map, where oftentimes he will be seen working with Leon to try and get some plays, or even in lieu of Leon, who may not always be the most active in the early stages. So I certainly like that Strive is going for this. I'm going to be curious to see now how much control he can try and operate with, since you can now play to both side lanes pretty easily.
Well, we're going to jump onto the Rift. It is going to be game one of this best of three. Both teams very much desperate for a win in this particular one. WE even more so. You do not want to be going 0-5. Well, I suppose you could be like FBX and end up bouncing back and beating JDG. So it all depends on your perspective, I suppose. But before we jump into it, I do have a little question. It's been curious. So you're a very traveled man between the leagues. You know, you've done LEC most recently in LPL. I wanted to know, what's the biggest difference you've noticed between casting the LEC and the LPL gameplay wise? Obviously, one's in a studio and one's beside your bed, so that's a big difference.
Yeah, I think. Besides that, I get access to cups of tea on demand. You know, but yeah, I
Your
think
Mappy's very good.
yeah, from a gameplay perspective, it's the fact that LEC isn't willing to continue to go for dives. We saw that in the LPL, even with the durability patch coming in and terror damage ramping up, that LPL was still like, oh no, we will still go for these. And then there was a very big divide between teams that were successful in dives and teams that weren't. Whereas it felt like in LEC, everyone just kind of went, oh, okay, yeah, well, late game scaling is here. So we are just not going to touch Nautilus. We're not going to go towards any sort of engaged champions. We're just going to go full enchanters like Yumi's pick or ban. We're going to go for things that can have like super late game scaling with like Ornn in team fights and, you know, Yone and this kind of stuff that can all go to late game. And I think the thing that we're seeing in the LPL is that we're still willing to play for a lot of these mid-game compositions, like what we're kind of seeing with WE here. Because there are still ways to snowball this game effectively through Rift Heralds early, through the ability to stack dragons. And I think teams in LEC just aren't as willing to go for those faster pace games, which means that by default, you kind of end up in this scenario where you have a slower meta and later picks come through.
It's almost like a... I can't remember the word for it. It's like, but you
It's a
assume it is
self-fulfilling
this way.
prophecy. Yeah, that's
Yes,
the word. I was also
yes.
racking my brains for it. Yeah.
Couldn't think of it myself either. I was just kind of like, what is this? What is this word? But if there is a term for it, but yes, thank you. But yeah, it does feel like that, you know, kind of setup right now. And honestly, it's why I love the LPL, because no matter if it is two teams like this with RA and WE, they are willing to go for it. It's like you mentioned. It's like, yeah, RA have gone for the late game scaling with the Jax and the Zeri as well, but WE have said, cool, we don't want to just have to, you know, flip it at a, you know, 5-man a Baron at 30 minutes. We want to see if we can get an advantage, because if we can snowball, and that advantage in itself becomes your win condition. So curious to see how all teams kind of work for it. I just want Worlds, man. I'll be totally honest. I just want to go to Worlds to see the metas clash. That's always what I want.
I'm so excited for it. Like, it's actually going to be sick, especially you see how close the top teams were, like with G2 being able to take down LCK's top and beating RNG. They made RNG obviously taking the whole thing. It feels like when you get more teams in, it's only going to look better as Beishong will move down here. But
yeah, very difficult for him to be able to kind of go for it, but I agree. I think it's just when you get the best of the best, it's just always a good time.
yeah, I just on the gank there for Beishong, I like that he's going for this aggressive play on bot side, but I always get a bit nervous whenever I see Beishong making plays now. Because look, I think Beishong has been a fantastic jungler. He's had great splits when we look at him on WE, but most recently in their series, it kind of feels like a lot of the plays he goes for ends up hurting WE more than actually helping them, where I've seen Terror Dives go completely astray. It kind of feels like you're looking at them going, stop hitting yourself. So I'm glad that he did follow up on the Q there, because I have been getting a little nervous now when I see WE going for early plays.
Yeah, it hasn't been the most fruitful of endeavors, shall we say, for Team WE, but again, good to see them trying to at least see if something could happen. We'll say Bubu is taking a hell of a lot of punishment in this top side. You can see he's using that Q just for disengage, a W just to try and farm, and it's very much becoming a thing where with the Grasp of the Undying, Cube is having an honestly free time. And again, this is a Sejuani into the Jax, and you got to be so careful here if you're Bubu.
Cube is completely out of mana though, so he will not be able to go and look for the kill underneath the tower. We'll just look for the reset. WE trying to stack the dragons though, and Rare Adam have a lot of movement here for us. But
Got a lot
should
of
be okay.
movement, but 4 people here. Beishong does have Smite and a Rend. They'll secure it. They go in for the fight. There's a Glacial Path going in. They don't have the Ring of Frost just yet, but it's First Blood going over to Kalista. Eyeboy trying to run away, but the Ice Effigy forces the flash out of him. So that's going to be a lot of summoners burned for RA. Honestly, I don't feel like they needed to contest that.
No, nice job by WE. Beishong went incredibly low, but doesn't actually end up falling in the pit, because by the time Rare Adam commit, he'd already smited, got that health back, and from that point forward, you just have more favorable tools on WE right now. So you see it here, Beishong does get taken incredibly low, but because he gets the smite off, he actually manages to heal a good amount. Shanks is in a much better position here than Strive is, and as well, honestly, like, Shanks just has more tools available than Strive right now. Strive doesn't really have the big kill. Oh, I just spotted on the back as well. The bailout comes through right as the kill goes over onto WE side as well. So Beishong doesn't fall on the backside. Ends up getting the revamped health bar thanks to that bailout. So perfect timing there from heal on that ability.
Very nicely done. Good positive start here for WE. This is the snowball that we were kind of talking about right there, because yes, Cube will have priority in this top side, but when you are picking up the likes of the dragons, you're getting kills onto your bot lane, that's where this game gets a little bit more tentative for the likes of RA, where you're kind of saying, look, you can't just sit and wait because this Kalista will become a monster, and with the extra engage that Shanks provides alongside Bew, there are ways for these carries to be caught out.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is that you're giving this composition from BE that wants to snowball the ability to, right? Like, Strive would have loved if, instead of contesting for that, you push in mid, Strive hit 6, let's go and dive top when you saw how low Bew was, right? Like, you could have gone for these sorts of plays or tried to facilitate an advantage for Cube in that scenario after Bew would TP back in. So there were other plays available, and this is kind of why we're looking at these teams going, they aren't exactly the at the front of our mind when we're talking about teams that are going towards playoffs.
Not the first people I definitely say when they say who's in our top 10.
Hey, look, I'm trying to like rein in the violence today, right? I've already insulted enough different things.
Oh, don't worry, I know. I'm well aware of how you started this broadcast, berating me and my alfalfa, my little head faux pas. But we'll wait to see now where WE want to try and maybe take this advantage. I will say it's not really equaling into huge amounts for them. Of course, the gold lead is a little bit skewed because Strive will get some passive gold himself. Bew has a feeling, though, with the wave and the position it is, he's not really sure where Leyen is and wants to make sure that he's not getting ganked, and also recognizes there's a Rift Herald being taken. So good heads-up play from Bew, kind of stopping a lot of what's going on.
Yeah, the 8-minute mark is definitely when top laners get a little bit nervous because they're like, look, there's definitely people coming up here and I just have to be careful of that. A lot of movement down for WE to that bot side, though. It looks like they're going to try and look for some sort of dive, but iBoy and Yuyanja is suspecting that and are actually just going to back away.
Yeah, the Destiny Gate has been used as well, so they're trying to maybe just dissuade a dive. There are 4 people here for the side of WE, and yes, you get the Rift Herald, but you're losing a lot of golden experience here on the RA bot side, and the plates going over is big for WE.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to basically answer what would be a turret, or the turret taking power of the Rift Herald, and actually may even get even more. It will be shared between 3 people, though, so not going to be as impactful for someone like SMLZ. But the ultimate being used by Strive there was really curious because you're not really going to get anything off it, right? And that was one of your tools to try and help out here and maybe dissuade any sort of plays, and that's just gone now.
I mean, yes, you're sharing the plate gold, and obviously that feels bad because you want to try and give it onto a singular carry, but iBoy and Yuyanja can't get near this wave. This is the third wave that they're going to lose.
Oh, I mean, WE are destroying Rare Adam on these map movements right now. This is really, really good from WE, and you're not getting anything back like Strive. Strive is pushing mid, sure, but I mean, Shanks has already pushed in that wave, so he's totally fine. He's going to move back. Full turret goes down for WE, and yeah, I mean, a complete disaster for Rare Adam on that play. Strive needed to move down with that Destiny to actually help iBoy and Yuyanja keep the terror, but instead, he just pops the Destiny and does nothing. And the thing is, he's also running Merc threads. So he doesn't even have the reduced cooldown because of the Ionian Boots of Acidity. He doesn't have ability haste. So it's going to be even longer before Strive gets that ultimate back up. So, yeah, I don't know. Not exactly the best starts here for Rare Adam. Like, 1 kill going over to WE, but look at that gold lead already starting to creep up for Team WE.
Yeah, and you're 20 CS up in the bot lane. You're going to be able to do a full lane swap now because, let's be real, you got 1 dragon, so you don't really care about the rest of them. Leyen trying to go for a little bit of an invade here towards the mid lane, so already Beishang moving himself back here. But this kind of goes back to what you were talking about, the proactive nature. And speaking of which, I'm going to have to stop myself as Leyen might be in a lot of trouble. Never mind that, Leyen is in a lot of trouble. He heartbreakers, but Keel picks up a kill. Yuyanja now trying to run away. He will have a dredge line available to him very shortly, but not before he has to flash away from the frozen prison.
I mean, this is really well played by WE, and honestly, not what I expected coming into today. I saw WE, and I've watched a couple of their series, and was thoroughly unimpressed with the early game. It really felt like they didn't really know how they wanted to achieve their goals, but WE kind of styling on Rare Adam right now.
I mean, they're just completely running them ragged around the map. And again, Beishang is just saying, look, you can't go near this Kalista. You just can't. It's not possible. So you have to just back away. They're losing gold. They're losing experience. Turret plates are going over for Galore. And you can't even dive the Sejuani. That's just not possible for you right now because she's so tanky.
Yeah, especially with Shanks moving down here as well. He knows that the ultimate's going to be back up from Strive. It's just hit over. So Shanks was roaming down to cover that play. So yes, you will get the Rift Herald charge, but I mean, you're only equaling it now for turret plates on this top side, and you're already a tower behind. This should never be the type of trade that you take when you've got Rift Herald.
And again, it's the proactive play that we were talking about. You said the difference between, the late game scaling that, the meta as such from LEC compared to the LPL. LPL teams know that if they can get this momentum and they can get the gears chugging up and up and up, you just fall behind. There's not really an answer available to you. And even right now, we might see Pew Pew feeling confident because, again, no one's going to take him down just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel sorry for Rare Adam in this one because we're about to watch this Kalista go back, pick up her first mythic, and just basically take over this game. Like, this is huge advantages for WE. And yes, you managed to get one dragon. It'll stop the stacking for a little bit, but it's things like next Rift Herald that's going to be coming up in just a moment, in about 3-4 minutes time, that are then going to be able to be used mid and crack up with that structure. The ability for Strive to actually make plays with this Twisted Fate as well is going to be massively neutralized because you just won't have control of the map. And as well, Strive hasn't got one good ultimate off yet. Like, he used that first one just to spot out that WE were about to take the bot lane turret, and that was it. So from Rare Adam's point of view, how do you actually try and control this game again?
I don't know. That's what I was hoping that you would be able to tell me because WE running around. And yes, it's only about 2,500 gold lead, and Cube will get himself a free plate on top side. But again, the map pressure, the presence to be able to say, cool, you don't have a tier 1 in bot or top. You haven't taken any tier 1s yourself, so we have full priority around this mid lane, and we have full priority around the next Herald in a minute and 20 seconds, and subsequently the next Dragon in 3:30. This is the pressure you're able to gain up as WE because of just very good proactive play.
Yeah. And again, it's just going to be a case of trying to control the map now for WE, and they should be able to bring this one home. With vision control in river, they can eke that into the jungle, try and spot out where Strive is, and as long as Shanks is keeping this wave of bot pushed in, Strive can't really leave that lane to actually go and make plays mid. So now WE get to poke away at this mid turret, and they are rotating over just as Rift Herald's about to spawn to get some the vision on top side. So overall, WE just playing this out nice and smoothly.
Yeah, really is. And I know we mentioned that, yes, SMLZ was sharing plates with the likes of Heal and, of course, Beishong, but he's been involved in 11 turret plates being taken, so he's been doing exceptionally well for himself. And, of course, the local gold coming in from the turret being taken down as well. Level 11 has been just hit by Strive there, so having an extra little bit of cooldown on his ultimate definitely welcomed, but he hasn't really, as you mentioned, done a lot with it. So with the Rift Herald spawning in 15 seconds, WE, they're weighing up their options. RA, though, they're starting to get a bit antsy. You can see now with a couple of mythics being picked up for themselves, they're feeling confidently. Endo's been caught out, and he might be forced to use his ultimate to get away from the hostile takeover, and that's just, again, more resources being used defensively by RA.
Yeah, now you get the pressure that you wanted in this mid lane, and because turret plates are now down, it means that if you can get the Rift Herald coming through here for WE, they can actually make some advances in this mid, but TP boss, I mean, Shanks would be able to just walk away from this. I really don't think you needed to invest a TP there. I mean, Rare Adam could have just moved down with the extra, like, jungler that Leon, as you can see, had.
Yeah, he tried. You can see a Cube is getting frustrated right now. RA are kind of recognizing that they're very much behind the curve. Yes, they've got themselves a tower, but they wasted a TP. They weren't quite able to get any kill off it. That's going to be the Rift Herald secured. And this is where the game needs to be a little bit more, I say, fluid from WE. You have advantages. Now how do you use them?
I mean, at least from WE, I think they're doing all the right things. Having that deep vision control means that Strive is not going to be able to try and TP on them randomly. Cube decided that that bot tower really needed to die, so he has no teleport to try and get involved. And now you just move mid. I mean, you can see Kalista's going to reset, but she resets, you go mid, you use Rift Herald, you have advantages then after you push in your side lanes, so it's not like Rare Adam can kind of defend this turret off of the play. And then you've now got all three outer turrets down. The entirety of Rare Adam are kind of stuck in towards their own side of the map, and you just never really get to contest these objectives, even with the dragon come up in 45 seconds. I mean, Strive is pushed in top, sure, but you've still got Pew Pew who can collect that TP down, and you still got WE in a really good spot.
Very good spot right now. Shanks thinking about maybe going for something here. They do have a TP available onto Bubu if they decide to fully commit, but the Ward will catch out all of the information. They'll be able to back themselves away. 25 seconds till the next dragon spawns. Neither team really hunting for that soul point win condition as of yet, but a nice second one would definitely do you nicely, especially at Mountain Soul. Having that extra little bit of shielding for Azeri or against Azeri can do very, very nicely as WE. They're just seeing what their options are, and Cube has to be very respectful. And you can see he can't just walk up to this because he doesn't know where Beishong is.
Oh, this is actually really interesting. I thought that WE would use this Rift Tower to try and crack up a mid, so it's easier to get vision control and like keep Rare Adam back, but actually going to use it on the bottom side, which means... Oh, wait, the interrupt! The interrupt came through on top side. Bubu stopped it. Yes,
Yeah.
and Bubu got the stop on the TP, and now you're going to get a second charge here onto the bot lane inhibitor turret, and...
No
I
one's
mean,
coming.
this tower will go down unless Rare Adam respond as they're starting to move down. But you don't really have to wait for WE to take advantage of Rare Adam leaving mid to try and take this mid turret either. So WE, I like the idea of trying to use the bot lane pressure to draw Rare Adam away from the tower, but unfortunately the wave stage wasn't quite there. It still means WE can back away and get Dragon, but that mid lane turret will live for another day.
It will live for another day. Not for much longer, though. You got to imagine. You can see how far they are pushed up. Leandro and Strife thinking about maybe getting Bubu back for his position at the top side. He's going to see an ultimate used. He's going to be able to slow down Strife, who's got a gold card locked and loaded. He actually flashes forward because they really want to try and take him out. Again, it's a Sejuani. He's very tanky, but he will eventually fall down. That will be the first kill of the game going over to Rare Adam as Leanne finally picks that one up. Shanks is in position, but Shanks has been spotted by a ward.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, you commit 2 on top side for Rare Adam. Boy will have to hop away, and this mid lane tower goes down. And for WE, you like that trade. I mean, a tower for a kill is going to be far more valuable. And again, it's about trying to control Rare Adam's access to the map and continue this snowball. And honestly, I was kind of surprised to see that WE were going to go for this mid-game composition because I didn't think they'd be able to snowball this effectively, but their control on the map right now is spectacular. Even if the gold isn't massively far ahead, the fact that you're now coming in off of a lot of their big item spikes means that compositionally they are in a fantastic spot to now step this up even another notch. But yeah, just unfortunate for Bubu. I mean, the fact that you commit 2 members from Rare Adam up here is actually kind of surprising, so I don't really blame Bubu for getting caught, and the fact that he does actually means that he ends up winning the other part of the map for WE.
Yeah, heal died. Sorry, just it saw in the corner of my eye the heal died, and that's a bit unfortunate there. Feels like he probably just got caught out by an Nautilus Hook, didn't even flash away. So now Beishong forced off his own camps as the top side is basically owned by RA. It's the top laners who are actually in the bot lane, Bubu and Cube, trying to just push themselves back forward and keep that bot lane going in whichever favor they can possibly find. As we have a look at the little picture-in-picture replay, and yep, this flash is over. Nothing you can do there, is Renata.
Yeah, I feel like the problem for Heal is that he's trying to be, you know, he's responding to the problem, right? Because when you heal someone, the damage has already been done, right? But what you need to do is prevent that damage from coming through in the first place, because then you never have to heal them, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like he needs to be more... Now, I think he's making improvements because he was re-healed, right? Which means he's had to heal the bloody lad twice now already to have the re-heal. So he is making improvements that he's gone to heal. But I think it really needs to become like shield or armor or like something along these lines, and then maybe he won't have to heal it.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's not even like... I think the reason why he also died there was because it's not I heal, it's we heal. So he has to be with his team. So, you know, it's little things like that you just kind of have to keep your eye on as it's all right, heal. We'll get there. Eventually we'll get the right name change as we bring ourselves back down to reality. As only about a 500 gold lead here for WE. We actually have 2.5 items here for the Kalista. SMLZ already got the Gwynzoos, and they've actually caught out iBoy. Not going to let him near the wall. Never mind. Gets himself there and gets himself away. They do burn the cleanse, though. That's a good summoner to have with 2 minutes left until the dragon spawns.
Yeah, and WE now just trying to make sure they can get positioning here on top side. They are looking at Baron, but honestly, their composition isn't great at taking Baron. I'm sure you've got Kalista, but Lissandra's damage is pretty negligible, so I don't see them trying to rush this anytime soon, which is why you're seeing Rare Adam pretty much okay with just absorbing the waves as they crash in. Seeing if they can use Cube on a side lane, because Cube, because he had that early advantage, actually will do well in the 1v1 against Bubu, and maybe that's the one win condition you have.
Oh, insta-cleanse there from SMLZ, and we're already going to see the Fates call to try and help out heal as they end up getting a TP out here. Destiny Gate on the backside of this one here. Strive needs to be a little bit careful. There's a great disengaging ultimate, though. The hostile takeover means that Strive is nowhere near this fight. It's a 5v4 already to try and keep iBoy safe, but he gets jumped on without a cleanse. He has to flash, but he's getting slowed down and pushed back. Eventually goes down to the Rend as Cube flashes away. Leyen has to use his ultimate defensively as the Ring of Frost just tries to keep everyone going. There's just so much CC on this WE team as they keep pushing and binding people. Eventually Strive joins the fight, but it's only to die, and that could be the Baron.
I mean, you've got the 2 carries on Rare Adam dead. Cube is the only one who actually has any real damage right now, and WE, they're full damage, or they're fully stocked, so moving over towards the Baron. 30 seconds until the next dragon means that it probably will be Rare Adam who get this, but I mean, you're going to be very happy taking this Baron now as Rare Adam.
This is a good game from WE. It's been slow for sure, but it's been absolutely positive for them. Yes, there's been 1 or 2 little moments, but again, not exactly super egregious mistakes, just RA being proactive. And this is the start of this fight where they throw everything to try and catch someone out. But look at the Destiny Gate. How are you supposed to join this fight?
Yeah, I mean, it was incredibly deep, but wasn't expecting the ward there. So when Strive TP's in, Bubu's literally on his way, so Strive knows they can all just turn him, so he has to go and take the big wraparound. But even then, like, as he said, Rare Adam want to scale into this game, and they don't have a superior team fighting comp regardless because you're running the Twisted Fate.
Oh, here we go. We're going to see a full engage. It's going to be the Dragon secured by RA, but with the Baron there and the extra little bit of stats it provides, the handshake is good to catch out Yuyanja and Strive. But they are turning this one around because iBoy's kind of having a bit of a free time right now. They will trade back to junglers. It's a 1-for-1 trade. It's another gold card. He's going to be locked in. There's the hostile takeover finally coming into play as Cube on this backside gets a 3-man counter-strike. They take him down, but the Kalista has to follow a Destiny Gate to try and stop Shanks from walking away as iBoy just burns down heal. He will get a bailout, but it's not going to mean much at the end of it all. And I don't know what just happened, but WE kind of threw it away.
I mean, it feels like WE didn't need to try and contest the dragon. They should have just gone for waves, and I'm not sure exactly either what happened, but it looks like just people late coming out of the base couldn't quite get themselves set up from the front to back, and Rare Adam able to get a ton of work done. So we'll have to see as the replay comes through. But yeah, so we start off, yeah, it looks like, I mean, no, most members of WE are here already, but don't get the steal, and I think it's just super spread out. Like, half your front line is in the pit, the other half is now facing off on the top side, and means that WE just never really get themselves situated. Like, look at SMLZ. He just doesn't get any damage off the start of this fight until Cube ends up completely on top of him. And Cube, we talked about him being strong. Like, he's the one member of Rare Adam that wasn't put that far behind, and he's just able to carry this fight, being able to get on towards SMLZ, who is the big carry on WE.
All the good from WE, sadly, is not going to mean a lot. The Baron will mean literally nothing because they have lost it on basically everybody. It's unfortunate, and this has kind of been the story so far of the split for WE. We've seen moments of good, we've seen, you know, little flickers of light, but it hasn't really been enough to stoke a fire, to start anything, exceptional from them. And as much as it pains me to say it, a 0-4 scoreline is kind of justified for this team. They don't really show enough to be able to kind of say anything else about it.
I think it's a bit unfortunate for them just in this game as well, where they have put a ton of resources into SMLZ, but because he ended up taking the heal, like 1,300 gold of that has just gone into a QSS, because he didn't take the cleanse, which I think was a little bit of a mistake here. And it means that you're just kind of putting a lot of that gold into, oh, well, a stat that I will eventually get use out of, but I could have actually just taken a summoner spell to keep that gold towards picking up this runes nice and early. So he's hitting on to multiple people rather than just the one person throughout these fights. And same when you look across at Cube. Cube has just been able to put his gold into, well, anti-SMLZ stats. He knows exactly that the Kalista is the one that's going to carry these fights. I mean, Shanks isn't really, Base Shang isn't either, so going for the early Frozen Heart means that when he gets on towards SMLZ, he's slowing the attack speed, but that automatically slows her ability to get away from Cube as well. It's such a smart pickup from the Rare Adam top lane.
Yeah, and I'm also going to call out Shanks. Like, Crown of the Shattered Queen is nice, but I feel like your job in these fights is to consistently CC. And we'll see Leyen getting caught out here. The handshake will bring him right back as he flashes himself away. They've got the Fate's call to try and catch him out. The TP committed as well, and SMLZ will pick himself up another kill. So WE being a bit proactive and trying to catch someone out, but there's not really a lot for them to take afterwards.
I mean, they should be able to move over towards this top turret, but Shanks has to reset, so it's not answered for by Cube on this bot lane. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, they should be able to get one of these towers, just depending on how Rare Adam try and set themselves up. Yeah, they'll move over now and try and contest onto this top side.
Yeah, they don't really have the minion wave, though. I actually don't think they can take it, so... yeah, this is a good pick, but not exactly going to lead to much else out of this one here. We'll have the Viego back up the map very, very soon. Oh, never mind. Strive. Ooh, he had the cleanse ready to go. There's hostile takeover, but that just actually helps out, you know, the Twisted Fate with his auto attacks. And despite all the good work, it's not going to lead to much more than just the kill that it was. It is still a 2,000 gold lead. So WE still in control when a minute till Dragon spawns, but like we talked about, that scaling is starting to come into fruition. 3 items just picked up for iBoy. He is a monster. You need to kill him in a fight, and if you don't, it's not going to go well.
And that's why that last fight was so big for Rare Adam. The fact that iBoy got 2 of those kills and a bunch of assists actually gave him the goal that he needed to really be a factor in these fights now. And iBoy is going to be monstrous. Alongside Cube as well, he just finished them all. Mortius, like, these two are kind of terrifying right now. And honestly, even despite the fact that you are running the TF, with the fact that the TF has gone for the Lich Bane and has that rapid fire cannon already, means that you can actually do a lot of damage as Strive in these fights as well.
See what they're going to go for. You can already see that poke coming out onto the squishier members. It is very difficult to try and sustain from it. WE, though, kind of forcing themselves there into the pit. So, and again, it's not sold for either team. It would just be 3rd dragon for both of them. A dragon apiece, but they may have caught somebody out. Yes, they have. Yuyanja cannot get his ultimate off and cannot dredge line away. They will pick off one, and WE will turn back onto the dragon. This is good play from WE. As RA don't really have an opportunity to get in here, but they will trade it for the mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, and it looks like they'll get the top tier 1 as well. Strive can move up there. Looks like he might just Destiny up there, I imagine. No?
Oh, they're thinking about it, but they're thinking about the fight instead. As we can see, big damage there going on to heal as they're going to Fate's Call. Shanks now in a lot of trouble. There's the hostile takeover coming in, but cleansed straight away by iBoys. He's now starting to tread through these health bars, and this is the late game. This is where Zeri thrives, and the chaos that WE just cannot deal with. Double kill coming in for Viego. Lien getting himself 2, looking for a 3rd, and he'll get it. They're going to try and get those resets because maybe he wants a 4th. Strive thinking about where he wants to go. The flash in, the gold card is good, and the wild cards will hit their mark. W were doing oh so well until they just weren't doing well at all.
And now the Baron is there as well. That was a gorgeous play from Rare Adam, but specifically iBoy. iBoy carried this fight so incredibly well, and that could honestly just seal the deal now for WE as Rare Adam are scaling to the moon.
Scaling to the moon, and right now we see iBoy going for a bit more of a prize. This is LZ trying to steal it back, but sadly he cannot rend in time, and iBoy, I don't even know what he's trying to get there. I don't even think he gets any gold from that, but let's have a look at the replay here, because again, this is 5v4 in favor of WE.
Yeah, so watch how much damage iBoy gets off initially with the laser there. Takes half a heal's health bar. In a perfect position now to get a ton of firing off. And then another laser right as he comes out here. Gets another round of damage onto Beishang. And again, like, consistently hitting in this fight. Making sure he's getting as much damage off as possible. And the amount of AoE damage that's coming out from the ultimate as well. iBoy played this fight spectacularly.
Go back to our start of our segment where we talked about, you know, the tops and the flops. The Sejuani was on the flops and the Zeri was on the tops because the Zeri is just this good. And yeah, you now have a QSS available for iBoy, so even without his cleanse, he's going to have one on alternating cooldowns, so there's no real way you're going to be able to get the hostile takeover to do much to him. I will say they're going to have to try and commit to this. And,
Oh, the flop! Oh, I see the flop!
oh, the flop. The flop. It's like, you know, when you see someone belly flop into a pool and you just hear they're like, BAM! And it's just like, ooh, that didn't feel good.
I love the way a belly flop is not just defined by a single noise. It's the flop and then the ooh from everyone that witnessed it afterwards.
Pretty much. Destiny Gate comes out from Strive just to get himself in position to help out with this wave push. But yeah, this game, yeah, again, it's WE were proactive, but they let it go a little bit too long. And again, I kind of have to call out just, you know, certain itemizations, certain summoner cell picks. You talked about SMLZ not having that cleanse and having to go for a QSS, so that's 1,300 gold. Shanks, I tried to mention going for the Crown of the Shattered Queen instead of an Everfrost. Again, your job is not to survive, your job is to CC. It just feels like it's a little bit of a diff there in that regard, and it didn't really do them any favors despite all the proactive play they were looking to do.
Yeah, and now WE taking a step back. Not really in a position to try and contest Rare Adam. Baron is going to keep chipping away at these turrets. And honestly, I think the only thing I could say for Rare Adam is you could actually leave Strive in this bot side to try and threaten another lane here, because Strive does have the opportunity to move across. But it looks like they're just going to try and play him off of the 2-lane states instead of trying to spread themselves too thin around the map. And maybe look at WE finding that quick engage where they can get on to someone like I.
Well, WE, if they can get Soul, definitely not a perfect win condition, but it is definitely a stat that will help you out a lot, especially something like a Sejuani will benefit greatly from those to try and maybe just frontline a bit longer than you anticipate. But yeah, we're starting to see a death cap now coming out for Strive on this Twisted Fate. We normally say how Strive, or specifically Twisted Fate, doesn't have a lot of AP damage. This Twisted Fate does. He is not just a stun bot, he is going to do significant damage regardless of who he hits.
Yeah, and this build, specifically with the Lich Bane as well, is going to do a ton of hurt. So single target damage, pretty sky high to be honest. If Strive can find the right target. Once it's not Bubu, you should be pretty much able to half, if not slightly more health, someone off of a full combo.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here for WE. RA already set up around this dragon. And remember, the gold card is on a rapid fire cannon. So it's going to have that little bit of extra range. They're going to throw out the ultimate and it misses again. Not exactly ideal here for WE. You've already lost one of those big lockdown tools. And iBoy's got 2 cleanses effectively. He's got QSS and the Summoner cleanse. As we can see, Cube, he's unafraid because he knows he's got the backup of his team. They're going to commit to it right now, and there's just nothing you can do. The hostile taker comes out, but it's not going to do anything at all. Shanks trying to back away, but he gets jumped on straight off the bat. iBoy still hasn't even popped his ult. That's how ridiculously far ahead he is in this fight. He does not care. Double kill for Strive. Triple kill for Strive. And this game is all but done. WE, I appreciate the effort, but at the end of it all, you just couldn't stick the landing.
Look, this game is all done. Rare Adam going to go collect that wave from the top side. You got the push in mid. I mean, you've got 35-second death timers coming through on several members of WE. They just get to push in for the end here. They got the minion lines.
Yep, 2 inhibitors down. Death timer still at the 20-second mark. And that's going to be RA going 1-0 up against WE. And it's comp that scales. At 34 minutes, you're going to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice attempt from WE, but unfortunately when we got to the mid game, they just weren't able to keep that ball rolling, taking some really curious fights. We saw them like struggle to get map control because that mid turret stayed alive for a little bit longer than they expected, and from that point forward, having no real attention towards the dragons and the neutral objectives, that weird fight that they took at that dragon as well, just after they got Baron, meant that they'd all kind of started to fall apart because you don't get the buff out of the Baron, you end up losing the dragon. The whole game just got out of their control.
Yeah, it just felt like what was good proactive play, and then little small mistakes just kind of slowed down the game. It gave them, the side of RA, just those little windows of 1 or 2 minutes where they could pick up an item where arguably you would have been ahead. You would have been an item ahead of, of certain carries. You could have had the advantage to maybe force something. It just didn't pan out that way. And again, it's kind of the story of WE this split. We do see good moments from them, but they're just not able to stick the execution, stick the landing on a lot of them. And I honestly feel like we're going to need to see drastic change for them if they want to pick up any win. Because again, this is a team that's 1-4. This is an RA. This isn't even like it's a Weibo or an EDG or even, hell, like a top esports or such. This is one of the teams that arguably you have the best chance to beat.
And that's the problem that we're seeing for WE, is that either the early game doesn't really go their way because they go for a dive, the communication and coordination isn't quite there, or they actually do have reasonably good starts to the game, but unfortunately not able to land this on their feet in the mid game means that it all starts to crumble again. And Rare Adam, we talked about how they had the late game scaling there with the Zeri and with Cube on that top side as well. And just with the ability for Cube to take over that top side, still be a massive threat in these fights. iBoy as well, at least been able to find some success off the back of Cube in fights as well. Rare Adam were able to take the game.
Yeah, and it was just RA kind of just, again, like you mentioned it many times during the game, just scaling. Just saying we don't really care and we're going to continue forward. Honestly, looking at the kill participation, it came from Strife as well. The guy was everywhere he needed to be to just stop any kind of proactive play from WE.
Yeah, I will also say for SMLZ, the fact that he got so much early gold and is less than 22% of the team's damage is kind of absurd. Like, this guy, I can understand in certain situations that WE weren't really giving him position to try and set up. But if you're going to play this Kalista, you have to be willing to put yourself in harm's way and trust yourself to be able to play around that. But as you said, it didn't really have things like the cleanse available early enough because he had to go and buy the QSS. So in a lot of these early fights, he wasn't really getting the damage off. Struggled as well because the team let Cube get access to him pretty consistently in fights. So when you've got the Counter-Strike running, SMLZ can't deal any damage. So it just felt like WE never really understood how to play around their win condition in fights, and the whole thing fell apart.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an unfortunate one there for Team WE, but for RA, great start for them in this game. Again, they went with the scaling, they blinded the Jacks, and honestly, it just felt like, even with the Sejuani, it was getting pummeled, to be perfectly honest. There was some great map movements from WE to try and mitigate that advantage, but the Jacks was uncontested, and that's kind of how the game ended up ending as well. We are going to, though, send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans for Game 2.
Speaking of people that are making a kind of headway and superstars coming into the lineup, I wanted to take a quick glance over at BLG, because we've had Icon, who's come into the BLG roster, and I'm not going to lie, the conversations that we had Ox last week on the podcast was, hey, you know, one guy isn't going to make a big difference. BLG, they need way more communication. There's so much else that's gone on, but I'm not going to lie, Icon's made a pretty good start on things.
Yeah, I actually think it's been. I thought, I was like, okay, maybe they need some like Rookie or Xiaohu, right? Maybe that's what they need, like in the mid lane to make this roster work. No, they just needed someone who's willing to take the L. And Icon has come in and he's like, look, I don't care about these CSD numbers and goal difference. I'm like, I'm gonna leave lane, I'm gonna roam, I'm gonna win. That's how it's gonna work. And I feel like the problem with BLG is we had all these players who on the previous rosters were absolute stars who were like, I'm the carry, give me your waves, give me these jungle camps. And they just don't interact well together. You know, they're slow to move on the map because they're like, oh, I'm going to stay for 2 more waves so I can get my item. And Icon's just like, no, I will play for the team. He was finding some fantastic roam timings. The one I remember was he was playing Silas into Ryze, and yet he was out roaming the Ryze consistently. So a big positive. And kind of a polar opposite from Fofo. Fofo was very much like, I am in my lane. That is my kingdom. I'm not leaving.
Yeah,
that was something I noticed a lot with Fofo. You kind of hit the nail on the head with the, you know, waiting around to get his item pairs back, because there's so many times where I'd be like screaming at my screen, being like, why is Fofo in the side lane? You're about to fight for Dragon, you've got like 50 seconds until it resets, and then you look and Fofo's just there in his ear like poking, and I'm just like, just reset, just get back. It doesn't matter about the item. Like, it doesn't matter how many items you have if you're not going to be there for the fight. And it felt like that was such a compounding problem that they had. And as you said, I think the fact that we're getting to see them roam more often, that Icon is actually as willing to give up waves. Now, I will say, I don't know if he's willing to give up waves. I will say some of the fights that they've had have kind of forced him, I will say, to give up waves, because you can't really collect waves if you're dead. But in the grand scheme of things, I think he's like actually a very positive change for BLG with just, as you say, finding someone that can actually start off skirmishes and make sure that they're going to be able to find at least some sort of early game control, because it's just been so lacking for BLG.
Yeah, and I also think, like, kind of just to add to both of your guys' points too, traditionally when we see teams put together rosters with like 3 sort of like star laners, or you know, what you'd basically just call like the guys that want all the resources, it's really hard to, you know, facilitate that for most teams, and there typically almost always has to be that one guy who just says, okay, fine, I won't get any waves, and I will just, you know, kind of in a way maybe put myself behind, but as long as I'm propping the others up, you know, we'll get to see the other side laners in this instance, obviously, with Icon come in and carry. You know, we've seen it, I feel like, with the Vitality roster most recently, and even like if you look back, I think, what was it, like the TSM super roster years and years ago, where it was like double lift Bjergsen and another like hyper carry in the top side. I can't recall who it was.
2014. Like,
yeah, Alliance 2014. Yeah, like you could just name list after list. I think super rosters, it's just really hard. Even from a coaching perspective, I feel like it's super hard to try and get all 3 lanes to have super high resource. So yeah, I think Icon doing the right thing, and it's definitely showing a little bit for BLG on the Rift.
I don't need fast cars, limousines, hanging in the VIP. It's never really been my style. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey. I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. All right. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Woo. There's nothing I can do, baby. My hands are tied.
下一场对战 WE 的话，悲伤也是我的老朋友了嘛，我觉得他也是非常厉害的，但我觉得我也不差吧，对阵他也没有什么特别需要注重的。对战 WE 的黑尔选手的话，我也比较了解他嘛，因为之前跟他当过队友，我觉得我很知道他的玩法吧。
I love that interview. It's just like, Bei Strong is my friend. He is very strong. So am I. And it's like almost like a twist. It's just like, it's like, he better watch himself. Welcome
this
back.
is where you get the anime side profile shot, and like as the sun peeks behind his head, I'm like, I can see this. This is already in the making. Let's be realistic.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We have just seen RA take a slow, methodical win over WE, despite WE taking some very good early macro moves. We do have our MVP from game 1. I'm going to be totally real with you. I've completely forgotten who it was. It was Cube. Cube is our MVP on the Jackson. Honestly, makes sense. The man was just a unstoppable force in those side lanes and really wasn't contested at any point.
Yeah, as we said, it was kind of the one part of the map that was still functioning for Rare Adam when they got to the mid game. And the fact that he was able to build so efficiently against this Callista gave him a really good spot in these team fights to actually try and carry it through. I love the fact that we got that Frozen Heart, and I think that he well deserves this MVP, because honestly, I think without his performance in a few of these fights, this could have been a very different look, especially this fight here. But the fact that he kind of gets left to his own devices to jump directly onto SMLZ here just sets up so well for Rare Adam, because you can see this fight is going terribly, but now iBoy gets space to go up against just the tank front line of Cube is still alive, even setting up that last stun, force drive to then flash in on top of. So absorbing a ton of damage at the back of this fight and making it so it's possible for iBoy and Strive to actually try and carry through in this.
And that's the big thing. I think if you look at the consistent theme of this is a Cube isn't going down. He's just constantly jumping on SMLZ and saying, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. And eventually he does. And that's just nothing else you can do. He's just constantly hopping forward, constantly looking for more. And that's just how RA ended up winning the game. Unfortunate for WE. Again, we saw a lot of positive macro play from them. They made it interesting for sure, but it just wasn't enough. And again, this is going to be one of those recurring themes, you got to feel like, where WE, they need to find something that works. And right now, coming into their 5th series of the split out of 16, they haven't found that formula yet.
Yeah, it's just been really unfortunate for WE not being able to get back to what was kind of the promised land for them. Like, even having Shie come back, they've been trying to, like, regain some of that old glory, but it just really hasn't worked out. Especially when we look at, like, the team that we had in 2020, where it was, like, as Munch was like to put it, the Star Guardians, the team of friendship and magic, where you had, like, Teacher Ma in the mid lane, you had, like, Breathe and Beishong, and, like, this was a team that you kind of looked at and went, well, they're not exactly going to be absolutely insane, but they did end up 5th. They ended up, like, pushing up towards the top spots because they had a very deliberate style that they wanted to play. And even though you have a team here that, in theory, you feel like could work out, they just haven't been able to find that same identity or same magic that they had before.
Yeah, I'll always remember 2021 summer playing literally the most best of 5s they could possibly play.
Yeah.
And they did not make it to Worlds. That was heartbreaking for this team. And honestly, it ended up seeing the roster blown up as well. A lot of the players went off to different pastures to try and make something work. And Team WE have, sadly, with the likes of Beishong and Shanks, have had to kind of, maintain the pieces that they have or try and build upon other ones. So we'll see if this team can eventually make it work. But right now, Rare Adam going to be banning away the Ahri, the Gangplank, the Lucian. We see the Nidalee, the Wukong, and the Corki banned away by Team WE. Strive, honestly, I always remember that instant triple kill he was able to get. And again, with these bans, you're going to leave open the Zeri.
I'm so shocked that Zeri's been let through so consistently. She's so strong at the moment. SMLZ going to try and answer with the Jinx, which I think has had some good points against Zeri, where you're able to control the lane to a certain extent because the range advantage and, like, your ability to push. But honestly, it just doesn't have the same impact, especially if you want to try and play it like the longer range. I think Jinx just takes so much longer to ramp up in comparison to the Zeri.
And again, Lee Sin for Beishong, despite how much kind of more teamfight presence Liam had with that Viego. So Beishong saying, look, I just prefer this pick right now. I want to try and make this one work for our team. Rare Adam, honestly, if they're thinking about kind of going for something like this, I was just about to say, it's like if they can get more things that can jump onto Jinx, that will be basically how you want to try and go with this one here. And if Cube wants to go back to the Jax, again, just call them out. You don't have a counter.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't look comfortable at all. Bubu going towards the Sejuani because it's what WE needed. But I'm curious to see now if Bubu is willing to fight fire with fire. Now that you've got the Jinx in the bot lane, you can actually play for that late game scaling. But we'll have to see what the plan is going to be. Shank's going to grab the Silas real quick there. So imagine with the Ahri gone, you got the Corki gone, we'll probably see some of these picks that can do relatively well into him, like the Lysandra and these things that can lock him up in team fights, should be gone as well. Azir taken off the board isn't the worst of matchups for the Silas, but definitely makes it hard for him to have priority in that mid lane.
Yeah, and Silas was kind of one of the 3 champions that we remember Shanks being able to play last split, or even last year, I should say, in 2021 summer. This is one of the big moments or big picks for him that he showed consistently that he was very, very proficient on. I think the Rise was the other one. I can't quite remember the third. But coming back into this one here, we can see that Rare Adam are kind of maybe just saying to the side of WE, it's like, cool, you've got the Silas. We're going to make sure you have to pick the Sejuani back into us because we're just not afraid of it whatsoever. So taking away the safer tanks like the Ornn, honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised to see something like maybe even the, sorry, not the Ornn, the Gragas. I was going to say the Ornn maybe even banned away as well. Just going to say Bubu, you have no other choice.
Yeah, just on the Shanks pick of the Silas though, I'm kind of surprised to see when you look at like the lack of ultimates on the opposite side. Like the Grandmaster's ultimate stolen from Jax is nice enough because it gives you some tankiness, but like the Heartbreaker, okay, the Zap from Zeri, not phenomenal. Like it's not like you have one big ultimate you're looking at going, oh yeah, this is the one that you want to steal. And now it kind of gives Rare Adam the opportunity to try and avoid some of these picks that can give you a lot. Like, you could already see that they're kind of hovering the Renata, but it's like, do we want to give that across to Shanks? Maybe you just go for the Rakan in this situation instead, because the quickness isn't as strong. And you'd like to go for the Alistair, but I really don't think you want to give him break across the Shanks. And you can see, like, it's easier for Rare Adam to try and curate their draft around this Silas pick. Even the Zoe here doesn't give a huge amount. That would give a lot. I would definitely not go towards the Rise.
I was going to say, the Rise or the Orianna gives you a hell of a lot. And honestly, the Rise is what they're thinking about, but I think it's going to be the Zoe. Never mind.
Yeah, I think Zoe. I think the Zoe is the best bet. You play for poke, you play for range, and you've got good, a really good mid game with this competition, and still have the ability to try and play through sides. But okay, it is actually going to be the Rise. So we'll have to see. In general, Rise is pretty good, where you can actually like push in against the Silas and then look for roams, but you do have to be pretty careful, just because obviously Shanks can steal that realm warp as well and actually play off towards the side lanes. But BBU gonna go back towards the Sejuani again. Not the biggest fan of this one. I mean, we saw it in the last game. At least it'll give an extra engage tool to WE, but it's gonna struggle in the lane phase massively.
Yeah, I think honestly, Rare Adam back on the scaling game, and I think the fact that WE have got into it as well to kind of say, look, we got the Jinx, the Silas is very well laid, of course the super tank that is the Sejuani, but I still favor Rare Adam's draft coming out of this. The Rise and the Jax will have a great split push presence. You have such safety in a 1-3-1 as well, and even just in terms of early game fighting, once you hit that level 6, like you just mentioned, there's not really massive impact ultimates for this Silas. It's not as if he's going to get a Gnar ultimate and be able to kind of, you know, purposely put wherever hell it wants with 100% AP scaling. He doesn't really have great options. The Realm Warp is nice, but that's very much a kind of a Destiny Gate kind of situation where it's like, it's to put you in a situation where you can maybe turn a fight, not necessarily, you know, a big impact that's going to change it altogether.
Yeah, and the thing is as well that we are actually seeing buffs to the Rise in this patch as well. We're on 12-11, so his damage on his E is increased, the AP ratio on his E is increased, also Q cooldown is down, although that doesn't matter too much from 6 to 5, just because, you know, it ends up resetting off your regular base spells. That gives a lot of push power here against the Silas, and should open up the movement on the map for the Rise, especially if you're going to be able to try and play through the 2v2 in the jungle, where you have opted in towards the Viego, and see if you can actually like play through this mid, use the fact that you have the stronger mid lane to start getting these early advantages. This music is very dramatic. Sorry, I got distracted at the end of my sentence. Like, Jesus,
going ham.
Yeah.
Wow, it's still going. Okay,
God
sorry,
damn.
the violinist was just giving it its all. It's like, oh, we need something for the intro to the game. It's just like, I got you, and it's just like, oh my god, pure fire, like,
Yeah, like old school Disney Fantasia vibes, you know?
Yeah. It was actually very much old school. Did you watch that? Did you end up watching that as a kid? I think it was like it was Mickey Mouse, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it was like there was like parts where there was like the demon fighting and stuff like that. And I was just like,
yes.
Yeah.
It was
I mean, I'm not gonna lie,
weird.
old school Disney, like, it had some real
The Black
creepy
Cauldron.
vibes in there.
Do you remember the
Yeah.
Black Cauldron?
Oh,
that
yeah.
nearly killed Disney animation, funny enough. There's a great
really?
documentary on it on YouTube. Yeah, so long story short, Disney wasn't doing so great. The Black Cauldron was kind of used because at the time another animation studio was doing like kind of like more, not scary, but definitely a lot more kind of like, oh god, not as nicety kind of movies that were doing a lot better. It cost like it was like $100 million to make it. It only made like $20 million or something like that. So like it nearly like Disney nearly like killed all animation after that. They nearly said, because live action was doing so much better and was so much cheaper to make, so they were like, let's just kill it. But it didn't. Obviously we now have all the Disney movies at all times, but
It's similar to Kingdoms of Amalur. Have you heard of that game? So
Ooh,
so the
yes,
thing
I
was,
have.
it nearly bankrupted the state of Rhode Island, because basically there was a big sports star. I can't remember who he was or what sport he played. I think it was baseball, I want to say. But basically there was a big sports star who wanted to make a game and was super famous in Rhode Island. They were like, here you go. Here's a lend to set up your own studio. And the game got so many issues and so many problems trying to get the release out that the studio went bankrupt. And then the state of Rhode Island was like, oh wait, we have given millions to this man, and now we have no way of recuperating that money. So they eventually had to like get the rights and just pump it out. But yeah, Kingdom of Amalur nearly bankrupt the state of Rhode Island. Look into it. It's actually a very funny but kind of terrifying.
Funny in retrospect.
Yeah.
Funny in a kind of like, how the hell was this allowed to happen kind of thing.
If we're on the TikTok, it's not the funny haha, it's the funny weird.
It's not the funny dog that's dancing. It's the oh haha. I'm glad that's not me. But I wasn't responsible for it. But obviously, we're in a bit of a pause. Once we get an answer to what is actually happening, we will let you guys know. But yeah, I'm trying to think of other like games that nearly bankrupt things. There's not been a lot of them, but it's always kind of fun to listen to kind of like certain things about it. I remember Apple used to they had a rule when Steve Jobs was obviously alive and as the CEO, but it was a rule they only were supposed to have one product per market. So it was like they used to have the iPhone. That was it. There wasn't like an iPhone 5 and like S and Max and Pro and Pro Max and something like that. It was literally like, this is it. That's the one. So I'm always curious to see how like marketing always changes with that kind of stuff. How the market just end up dictates how like what popularity is and stuff.
Yeah, I did remember a story about Steve Jobs, which was apparently they made like a prototype for the iPhone and they showed it and he was like, "Is this as small as you can get it?" They're like, "Yeah, this is absolutely it." So your man who'd put his like blood, sweat, and tears essentially into making this prototype, Steve Jobs picks it up and drops it in the fish tank, and then air bubbles start coming out, and he was like, "There's more room in there." And I was like,
"Oh my god!"
There's some people who's like, "Oh, what a badass," and I'm just like,
"No,
no." That's not. Why would you do that?
You're a word that we're not allowed to say on broadcast.
So I don't know. I haven't really bought it. I've never owned an Apple product, so I definitely haven't bought into the cult. But yeah,
I have. I actually currently have an iPhone. It's not bad. Like I just like it for the camera. That's basically it. It's like the camera's super solid, and that's it. I know, but it's not even. So this is the thing. It's not even the best camera, but it's usability. It's being able to like figure stuff out real quickly. I find with Android cameras, yes, they're technically better, but it's like have this 7-week course to figure out how to use it. And I'm like, nah, I'd rather just look up like a YouTube video and tell me real quick. Like it's like, oh, you can do this. It's like sick. But yeah, it was lots of different things like that. I'm trying to think of other kind of like things. But anyway, we'll come back in. We can talk about the league. We'll talk about League of Legends because, that's what we're being here to do and all that kind of stuff like that. The LPL, the World Championship winning team, 6 out of 8 international titles, just in case you weren't aware of the last few years. But we're doing all right for ourselves. It's just unfortunate that this game is RA versus W.
Yeah. Let's not big up the titles as we have these guys.
We got MSI champions after this. This would be great.
Yeah, I mean the teams Rare Atom barely made it into playoffs. And WE, I haven't seen playoffs in a hot minute. So yeah, it definitely hasn't been the most successful time for either of these squads. And I think it's kind of been a bit more heartbreaking for Rare Atom because when you look at this team, they were a squad that had done pretty well in the past, like coming in from Vici Gaming, then having the crossover. And they had players that they were able to play around, like Fofo, who, for example, who was on this squad before he moved across to PLG. And felt like we were starting to see at least the teamwork and maybe not a team that was going to contest for top 4, but certainly a team that, could manage kind of top 8 consistently. But it just feels like, unfortunately, they've been slipping further and further. And especially with the bar in the LPL, it feels like this split rising up. Like the floor has actually been brought up quite significantly and Rare Atom have kind of stayed stagnant. It just feels like, unfortunately, they haven't been able to find the success that they had in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. I love what you mentioned there as well about the general or the median, if you will, of play considered in the LPL right now is that it is just getting higher and higher. You look at like last playoffs, it's like, okay, our top 6 are pretty good. Maybe our top 8 can, throw in a little bit of a wobble every now and again. But other than that, we're kind of know who's the best. Then you got this split where we're coming in with the likes of IG, who are looking very solid. Ultra Prime are looking great. Anyone's Legend continuing to impress. And these guys are all kind of around the middle of the pack. These are guys that did not make into playoffs last split, so it's just even more and more competitive. Even FBX sitting down at 2-5 after just taking down the undefeated JDG. It's like there are no easy matchups in the LPL, but I will say for the likes of WE and RA, you have to try and take your wins when you can. And for RA, yes, they are better than WE, but I do think that you are correct in saying that both these teams are very much teams that haven't really moved the needle in terms of their average play or average standard, if you will, coming out for their average games. Too many averages.
I think it's kind of been a bit of a sad road for WE, especially because you look at like back in 2020. it really did work out for this squad because they had like Beishang on the roster. It was a meta where you could try and play around the jungle quite significantly, and it's why people like Beishang, Kanavi really rose to the forefront as kind of the big carries, because you could try and play around your these carry oriented junglers, and farming and jungle pathing and roots were all very, very important. And I think that is Beishang's strength. But the fact that we're now starting to see that move away from that style from WE has really started to hinder them, because when you look back at like people like Teacher Ma, the whole strength of this guy was his ability to move around and actually support Beishang with like Rallying Souls, Twisted Fates, even Syndra just having full priority over the mid lane. Now that we're moving over across, now as we're moving across for into this meta where Beishang needs to be more lane focused, he's not been able to link up with his lanes as easy as he would have in the past. It doesn't feel like either that the particular lane strengths have gotten much better either. Like, you're kind of missing out now for WE on a very strong carry from the bottom lane, because remember Elk and Missing, who were this bot lane, and Elk now moving across to Ultra Prime. You can still see that he's having this big carry performance. Missing sliding in very well with Hope in that bot lane for JDG, but without having that kind of one lane that you feel like you can play around, they're starting to slip away. And we can see even last game, they're still trying to play around this bottom side of the map, trying to make sure that SMLZ is set up, but he just doesn't have the carry performance that we've seen from him. It feels like a long time since SMLZ was kind of the big player where we saw him, you know, demanding space on Kog'Maw, like being renowned as this big AD carry in the split. Like, he always kind of fell behind when it came towards people like, well, you know, iBoy used to be one of the genius AD carries, same with Abel, Jackie Love. You had the likes of Uzi and stuff there as well. It never really felt like SMLZ was able to rise those high highs. And unfortunately, over the decade of play that we've seen, he's slowly but surely started to slip off and just not have the big performances that he used to be able to have back in like 2015 for OMG.
Yeah, it does feel like we are. It's just, again, League of Legends is. I think it's why we see such like quote unquote short careers comparatively to mainstream or traditional sports, is because the game changes every year, if not every month, so drastically. It's not just all of a sudden, you know, it's not like in football or in rugby or anything like that, where the core mechanics of actually how the game is played is the exact same way. And the rules are just like slightly changed every now and again, you know, for safety and stuff like that, specifically in rugby. But it's not like that, because at the end of the day, it's like a new champion is released. That's new mechanics. That's a new way to play the game. New objectives are brought in. The map itself is changed, and how the field you are playing on has now all of a sudden added in two little alcoves that all of a sudden they don't do a lot, but they can do enough. There's an opportunity there. There's now blast cones. There's now scryer's blooms. There's honey fruit that you can maybe go for. There's elemental rifts. There's so many ways the game has changed, and to keep on top of that consistently throughout a long, luxurious career is just very, very difficult. That's why the likes of Faker, Xiaohu, Rookie, those guys who continually stay at the top of their game are so considered to be some of the, if not the best in the world, because that's a skill in itself. That's a part of the game that a lot of players just, honestly, it's very difficult to stay on top of.
Yeah, but even then, when you look at these top players, like, you've still got certain metas that suit them better, right? We actually had a chat about this in the podcast recently, where you look towards Xiaohu, right? A huge amount of what makes him so successful is ability to understand how he needs to play the map, where he should be at what point in time. And when you look towards things like the Lissandras, the Twisted Fates, the Gallios, these are the picks that you associate with Xiaohu doing really, really well. And when you look across at someone like Rookie, you're looking at more like the Control Mages, the Victors, the Orianas, where he's been able to have these massive pop-off performances. And if the meta ever shifts over towards that, that's when we're like, Rookie is the best mid laner in the, well, potentially in the world, definitely in the LPL, because he's like manhandling people like Xiaohu. Even Knight, right? A lot of people are getting excited because Silas is back in the meta. These like melee champions where Knight is able to really show his mechanics on, that's where he's been incredibly strong. So, and I think why we're probably going to see top esports do quite well this split. So it definitely has, even with the top players, metas that will still suit them more, but you'll still see people like Rookie, right, who over the course of his career has played like 53 unique champions, like an absolutely absurd number. The fact that he has that many champions, like a third of the League of Legends roster this man has played in a competitive game. So there's definitely a lot of this chopping and changing that you have to be part of. And even on the patch at the moment, the fact that we've had the massive patch initially of the durability update with all the terrors that came through, you had to learn that style. Then the very next patch, well, we're nerfing the terror damage, we're nerfing grievous wounds. Now you've got to try and relearn the game again at a very, not only with where you're still trying to get used to the durability patch, but the fact that now there's a lot more healing and maybe this guy is able to take a little bit more of a damage than you really expect. And we've seen a lot of players getting caught out with just how much damage they can actually dish out or maybe get the finishing blow before they flash away. And then as well, we've got a new patch as well that's going to be coming through in 12.12 with the hotfix as well. That looks absolutely monstrous. So there's a lot there that these players are still trying to get used to.
Yeah, I do have an update for you, though. We are going to have a complete remake of Pick and Ban RA Strife. Unfortunately, picked a combination of elements that are banned on this current patch due to bugs, so he will not be able to play those particular elements. We might see the exact same draft, exactly the same champions, and just different runes. I'm not quite sure, but we are going to have a completely new picks and bans, so we are waiting to see how that one gets set up.
I'm imagining that it's... Hang on, what's the Rise combo? Because there is a combination, and I'm trying to think of... I'm forgetting my runes now. No, there's... Hang on. Sorcery. Hang on, I'm going to have to Google this now because my brain
Phase Rush.
So basically the whole point of this is there's a combination on Rise that when you start to move back and forth, where... Is it Celerity that gives you the... No, what? Why is my brain gone on this? Water Walking. That's the one.
Water Walking.
So what happens is when Rise has Water Walking, every time he enters River... He gets a little bit of a buff to his... he gets bonus movement speed, but he also gets a little bit of AP. But because APs get the hits Rise's mana pool, with the more ability pair he has, the more mana he gets, you can actually walk in and out of River as Rise and continuously get AP, which then gives you more mana, and then you walk out again, and then you walk back into River, and you get AP, and then you get AP, which gives you more mana, and then you walk out again. So basically, it's a really quick way of getting a ton of mana really, really quickly. And it's why it's banned at the moment, because you're not supposed to be able to do that, but it's an interaction between the mana and the ability pair that he has.
Yep, well, we're going to jump back into picks and bans. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you stay with us as long as you possibly can. I'm just after slapping my lampshade because I went for a big stretch. But it looks like we're going to stick to the same bans right up until the Rise has been picked. May even keep the Rise just to make sure that it's all the same in that regard. And they just might just change the runes.
We know, Ushin, you love your big stretches and you love your big pizzas. That's the one thing we know for you. But Rare Adam, going to have to look over. See, it is actually just going to be the exact same draft coming in, so there's no point kind of chatting about this. We kind of hit all the notes that we needed to. Good sideline pressure for Rare Adam. Ability to play to both sides again here for Strive. Kind of similar style to the TF. The only one I'm big question marking is Shanks and how he's going to perform on the Silas. But yeah, I would imagine the reason we're having that reset is the Rise Water Walking combo that you're not allowed to run.
Yeah, so I suppose the kind of answer to this one here is, like, obviously we know what's going to be picked pretty much right up until the Rise. I imagine it's what's going to be the last thing that we'll be able to kind of maybe change or see in this particular pick and ban. But with the Silas, it is going to be very much about how Shanks can get unlocked, you know, working with that combination with Beishong and saying, look, you know, this 2v2 has to be proactive. This 2v2 has to be roaming either with each other in mid lane or around the map with those objectives.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe where you can put some pressure here as Beishong, but it is incredibly hard. You kind of have to catch Strive as he's overextended and hope then that you've got enough timing where you can dash through the wave as Shanks to get the abscond abduct. Strive does have the point-and-click CC, which can also make it a little bit more tough for Shanks to actually find the engage that he needs. So yeah, it's a hard matchup to try and play into.
Yeah.
I think it's more a case of like seeing if you can get a moment where the wave has bounced back. Maybe Shanks can freeze it to a certain extent to create this slow push, and then you can look to try and move in towards side lanes with Shanks having stolen away that realm warp.
Yep, well, we have the exact same picks and bans. Hopefully, Strive, welcome back to our beautiful faces, will not pick up the water walking rune. We will be fine to see how this one goes. I'd love if they go in and it comes up with a little like lower third of like all the runes, and we're just like, oh, that's the water walking rune. So we'll see. I'm sure the refs will be very, very thorough with making sure that nothing bad happens there. But yeah, this is going to be a slow one, I feel like, at the start of the game. It feels like both teams are happy to, especially in the bot lane, they're very happy to wait till they get that first item, maybe even an item and a half, to really before they start to think what they want to try and do into this game. But with the likes of a Nautilus, you have got options available to you. So for WE, they had a very good start in Game 1. Despite losing it to Rare Adam, they were proactive and had some great macro decisions. For Rare Adam, though, It's a little bit more stock standard in this time round. We are going to see them go for another bit of a stack, but this time it's around the bot half of the map.
Yeah, I imagine that we're going to see a lot of action post 6. Maybe, I was going to say not so much pre 6, but both teams setting up for invades here, so be curious to see who ends up running into who first, because now we have opted into a game of chicken.
We're going to party, come on and fiesta forever.
That is an old song that I
Lionel
did not know
Richie.
that was still in my brain.
Lionel Richie, my dude. That is a song that will be in my brain forever. I used to sing that as a kid, 20 plus years ago at this point. We're old, man. We're boomers. We're
stop.
esports boomers.
Shocks actually said something to me which just resonated, was yeah, it's weird when you start to think of your life in different decades, and I was like, oh god.
Wait, go back. I don't like this. Well, no invasion will lead to any action, as both teams will end up starting on their red buff. Both junglers going to be opposite sides of the map. Tayshawn pathing towards the bot, RA's Lian pathing towards the top. And then we just kind of wait to see. Heal putting himself in this brush. It kind of sets itself up for, we know that you're going to be here, and I imagine they're not going to be getting caught out, but they might just get a bit greedy.
I mean, he'll actually probably going to take a good amount of damage back here. I mean, you've got the shield on you, Yanja. Actually starting with the Q.
Oh, full engaged here. They do get the cleanse out of iBoy after the ignite goes down. He may be forced to flash as well. One more auto attack would be good enough. You can't be waiting that long, iBoy. What's the bloody point of using your summoners if you're going to wait that long?
Yeah, I mean, SMLZ just flashing forward to get the kill, and big mistake from iBoy. I mean, once Yanja showed that he'd actually taken Q level 1 rather than the W, he'll great response. Instantly goes for the engage onto iBoy's like, you have no knockup to disengage this, so it's over.
Flash over. Flash over and steal it. That's what you want to do. Here we go. Base shot.
Flash sword slap.
He's going to try and go for him. He's going to be a smite fight to try and get the health. His base shot in a lot of trouble. Now he flashes away. Nearly gets taken out as he got Yanja in tow. But Team WE going to be burst out of their own jungle. Maybe even a red buff stolen here. Heal, though, trying to help out a little bit.
Yeah, Beishang is very low. You have SMLZ that's going to need a bit of time to get here, so looks like that blue buff is going to be gone. So nicely done by Leian, despite iBoy going down level 1, to actually be here and able to set stuff up.
Oh, we're going to see another big engage as finally SMLZ joins back in with his team, but it is a Rakan. Even if he is level 2, got plenty of ways of keeping himself sustained up. And honestly, this is great for iBoy, because despite iBoy dying so early, SMLZ took a reset to get a Cole. Actually got a Cole, a longsword, and some boots, and he's going to get a little bit behind in this lane.
Yeah, definitely going to be. But we're going to catch this on the replay. You can see here, Heal is actually going to back away. But the second Yanja uses Q, Heal's like, oh wait, you have no disengage now. Great hook from Heal as well. Getting that lollipop on towards iBoy. And iBoy cleansing everything a bit too late. And as you say, flashing should have done that way sooner. SMLZ flash Heal to make sure he gets the movement speed to get the play. Oh my, what is happening?
Yeah, we're going to come back straight in, and Yanja gets caught out. He's forced to flash. I told you, there's always opportunities. Despite you having scaling with the Jinx, you have a Nautilus. There are ways of making things happen.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be this bad. Like, this is really Rare Adam's bot lane falling apart here. Like, it needed to be much more chilled, but the fact, as you say, you got the boots means you can get some nice advantages to try to abuse your range. And yeah, I mean, I don't know why you're stepping out behind those creeps, Yanja. You just use those creeps to stop the hook from coming through.
Yeah, it's like the Blitzcrank. The easiest way to stop a Blitzcrank is to just stand behind minions, you know? Just don't allow him to have the opportunity, but yeah, this is a bit of a rough start here for the RA bot lane. Does mean that WE will have priority roughly around the bottom half of the map until those summoners do come back up. So we might see an early Drake take here for Beishang, should he so choose. But Lian is still hovering around here and kind of going through this one here. And honestly, he's having a great time. He's actually double the CS. This Viego really punishing the Lee Sin early, and might see BB going aggressive top side, but won't be able to get anything else out of it. With his double ruby crystals after his back, he is still very tanky.
Yeah, but I mean, still quite behind in CS. Even losing a few there to try and push Cube out of lane, but now Heal might be in a bad spot.
I think he's in a very bad spot. Does have flash. Zuyanja If you're going to try and get a full engage here, they will not get the knock up as Heal has to use his flash. Summoner's being blown left, right, and center here as the bot lane is where all the action is.
Yeah, I mean, this wave is still crashing into WE, so I don't think they should have any issues with when it comes to the CS department. Should even up after this wave crashes, but still bizarre kind of see Leyen sticking around here. Just really wanted to make sure iBoy and Yuyanja can get this crash because they still need to get their first reset off, and before the CS plus that cool already having been started on by both iBoy and SMLZ, I mean, it should give them a good amount of gold off this pack.
Well, Beishang now going to take this opportunity of the reset bot lane to get themselves a dragon, like we talked about. So early Drake going to be going over to WE. It's what you like to see after the early priority they were able to get. Boots and a dagger, first thing for iBoy. Strife might have something to say about it. He does have the Realm Morph, but they might just go for this one here. They don't have knowledge that it's happening just yet, but now they do. They're going to maybe try and look for this one here. It's a 4v3 because you do not have iBoy around, so honestly, it's just going to be about keeping them away from the bot lane and just resetting themselves.
Yeah, very late reset from SMLZ and Heal, though, especially if Yuyanja can stop it.
Yuyanja will stop it, but at what cost? Yeah, that is not what you want to be doing there as Yuyanja, and that's 2-0 to WE.
Yeah, level 6 hit for Shanks as well. Means that he's able to steal the quickness and make sure Yuyanja isn't able to dash to safety, so Yuyanja tried to get cheeky and stop the backs, which would have been really good. It would have given a big advantage to iBoy, but now you just end up giving a kill. It will mean that SMLZ has to stick around to actually clear this wave on bot side, so slight item advantage for Rare Adam at the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised if Beishang starts to roam down here once more, gives a little bit of respite to SMLZ so we can actually push in this wave and stop this big wave from crashing, as you can see that iBoy is going for.
Well, SMLZ just going to get peppered a little bit by iBoy as they back away. iBoy finally getting his summoners back. Yuyanja still waiting on his flash, but he is literally level 4. I was going to say he's nearly level 6, but he's actually not even level 5, so still waiting to get access to his quickness. Always feels bad when the Silence is able to get access to your ultimate before you are.
Yeah. The thing that I wanted to point out here, though, is that like this is moments where Rare Adam are missing out on potential plays. So see, SMLZ behind on items. Strive had full push in mid. You have a big wave stacking that bot side. Leyen actually could have roamed down to this bottom lane, used the wave that's coming in now, and looked for a dive as Strive had control of the mid lane. And this could have actually snowballed then into, hey, you get the dive, you reset, you get control then for Rift Herald, you've got iBoy super far ahead. And this is where, like, a lot of us, when we talk about Leyen not being active on the map and not really playing towards how his waves are setting up their lane states, this is kind of moments what...
Yeah, and again, Heal just landing those dredge lines. Beishang roaming down towards this bot lane. And honestly, I think he just got to kind of give this one up. Yubu has full knowledge that Leyen is on top of the Rift Herald, and he doesn't really care about actually contesting it. He's just basically saying, you have to throw people towards this top side in case I contest it. So that's going to be more gold and less experience for RA, more gold for WE. We will see the ultimate being used here by the Sejuani. The Leap Strike has already been committed, but it's still Cube with his ultimate, getting those extra resistances and keeping himself safe.
Yeah, I mean, SMLZ, though, again... Excuse me, sorry. Getting ahead in this bot side of the map. On the Jinx this time around, though, rather than the Kalista, means he should have a bit of an easier time getting his damage off, but you still got to be nervous as Rare Adam about how much control you're giving to SMLZ on this bot side.
And again, this is a kind of a very similar pattern to what we saw in Game 1. Good macro play coming out from WE to be able to mitigate a lot of the advantages that we would see from RA. Honestly, the top lane is actually going much better for BuBu this time around. Actually has about a 10 CS lead. It would be equaled out now once it ends up getting crashed into Cube, but this is still very positive play coming out from the side of Team WE. They have got an awful lot more of a grip on this early game than they did in the last.
And now we just have to see if they can try and continue this forward, because, let's be honest, Tushin, we have not been convinced with WE and being able to hold on to leads. It has been a little bit messy, a little bit sad. And we'll have to see if we're going to be able to do a better job. Now again, Rift Herald still in Leon's pocket, so the ability to actually get some gold in favor of Rare Adam, especially when the gold is this close. It's going to be pretty nice to try and just even it out completely. But SMLZ getting 3 turret plates already on this bottom side.
Well, iBoy gets fully committed on, but he is a Zeri, so he backs himself away. Still fairly safe in that lane. Beishang spending an awful lot of time here, and The answer from RA is going to be in the mid lane. This is very similar to what we saw last time, but now they have the Realm Orb to try and make it a bit better.
Oh, no.
Oh, no! Oh, God, it's awful!
Wait, are they going to get caught out now?
No,
I
they're
mean, Shank's not
fine.
going to, but that's an unfortunate one for Strive. Yeah. Oh, God. That was real sad.
Yeah, I'm kind of speechless. That is probably the best way to describe what's been happening in this game and how this series is probably going to end up falling out. But I suppose it's, you know what, sometimes it's not about getting the kill. Sometimes it's about the intent, the message you intend to send to people. As they thought about, you know what, if we had gone an extra 3 steps, we could have Realm Ward bought, but we didn't.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, it's like a gift. It's not about what it is. It's about the thought behind it.
Yeah.
And just like a gift, Strive full sent it.
You know what? I was going to say, I was like, that's what people who get crap gifts say. You know? Or give crap gifts. But oh, Beishong in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get caught over the wall, but it's a Lee Sin. So with his flash, he's got plenty of mobility to get himself away. I will say, though, flash for flash and an ultimate burned for Leyen, so not going to have access to that, but they might try and just fully engage onto this one. The ultimate from New Nautilus should be available very, very soon. Yuyanjin now going to get flashed on, but he hasn't been taken out just yet. Thanks has stolen away the quickness. And yeah, with that massive ultimate, you're going to have to back away. You cannot contest this dragon.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Yuyanji is still level 5, only just now hitting level 6 as he gets towards the mid wave, like, that was the biggest problem here for Rare Adam, and it's all because Yuyanji had those two mistakes in the early stages that meant that he had to reset. Like, 12 minutes into the game and still being level 5 is absolutely absurd.
They're going to be able to take this bot lane tower as well. Boy. They still have a Nautilus ultimate. No ignite yet, but he's going to be able to Hex Flash over a wall. The hook does not land just yet. The flash is not great, to be perfectly honest. The cleanse is a little bit late. They are going to try and commit, though, straight away onto SMLZ. They're going to try and get him over the wall, but he flashes, and the quickness for the Shanks is still there and available, so he's going to be able to run rampant in this fight. Strife's just not got the cooldown right now to really make an impact in this fight, and now he's caught underneath the tower.
And he should go down here. Boy not going to be able to respond and get here fast enough. I don't know if they actually maybe have the help bar on Shanks if he can start off the dive, but looks like they're happy to just take the turret plate and escape.
Yeah, and this is out of the big issue why we don't see Rise as much. He's not as machine gun Kelly as he used to be. You do have to get up to those later levels before he really starts to pump out that consistent damage with his Qs and, of course, with the Essence bounce. But let's have a look at this one here. iBoy, again, uses everything, but he knows he's in a lot of trouble. He's just greeting for the wave.
Yeah, I mean, he thinks he has the support of Yuyanji here and also Leyen. But because this is one of the moments where Shanks actually has control over the mid lane, he's able to roam down as well. So it just never becomes the uneven fight that Rare Adam, I think, we're kind of hoping for. Also, iBoy just going down so incredibly fast in that play. So now you've got SMLZ with the Kraken Slayer well on his way towards Zeal. He's going to be monstrous. And again, we're seeing Rare Adam just a ton of silly mistakes that are costing him this early game.
Yeah. Despite all the good work Leyen's been able to do, he's 30 CS up, you know, basically, I think that's what, like 9 or about 8 camps or so, maybe a little bit less, 7 camps, but regardless, still doing exceptionally well for himself. It doesn't really matter because SMLZ on a late game carry like the Jinx is honestly just such a terrifying threat right now. And they have to respect it. And with the Dragon stacking coming in for WE, they're going to be in a prime position to either pick and choose when and where they fight.
We'll have to see as well if they're going to be able to keep this control of the map, though, because this was kind of the biggest problem that we had is that, like, yes, we're seeing this big advantage for SMLZ. The gold is actually about 2,000, so a little bit better than we saw in the last game, but they didn't really know how to increase this gold from this position. They started moving SMLZ around the map. They did get some turrets, but you can see Rare Adam were always kind of keeping within touching distance. So this is where I want to see if WE can actually start to explode this gold lead. With Rift Herald up and the ability to look for a fight here, that could be the way that they do it.
There we go. We're going to see another engage coming out this time onto heal, but he's a Nautilus. He's very tanky. They're going to try and get on the Beishong. He's forced to kick Leyen away. He's still got opportunities here at the side of RA. They are not willing to go down without a fight, but it is still very much WE dictating the pace at this moment in time.
two ultimates used by WE. Beishang now having kick is massive, and one of the big engage tools for heal in that depth charge being down is maybe enough for Rare Adam to try and look for a fight.
Might have to wait and see. Revision is scarce for both sides. Leanne thinking about maybe going in, but you want a Heartbreaker onto a very low target not to initiate as we wait to see when the quickness will be available for Yuyanja, not for a while. So right now it is just still just WE as all 5 members of both teams just kind of hover around this Rift Herald, neither really wanting to commit to it because they both feel like they haven't got the strength in them yet.
But it's no vision control really there for WE either, so they haven't managed to clear out the ward, so Rare Adam knew the objective wasn't started, so they're happy to just keep fighting over mid priority, and both teams back away. As you said, 2 ultimates down for WE means they weren't sure they could actually win that fight.
Then we go back into the lane state, everyone going back to their lanes. 2,000 gold lead for WE, 2 dragons, 50 seconds till the next dragon spawns. You do have unleashed teleports, you will have one for Bew. You won't have one for Shanks or, Strives. The mid laners, actually, Strives was using his immediately, so it looks like RA are fully committing here to this Rift Herald while saying, like, look, we might not be in time to try and contest for this dragon.
Well, I think that you can do this, instantly place it mid, and still be there to contest dragon. The vision control will be in favor of WE, and honestly, I think, as you say, that is a bigger win for SMLZ in particular, because he's actually just finished his rapid fire cannon. I didn't realize how close he was to finishing that as Rift Herald was there. And if you have that Jinx in position with no real flank opportunities, she's going to be able to tear you asunder.
Yeah, well, Leanne's going to drop the Rift Herald top side as they maybe try to make a play here, but just getting the tower, not really gaining anything else, is not really a win here. You're losing soul point to Team WE, and it's a Hex Soul as well. We talked about the rapid fire cannon. If you're able to get the Hex Soul onto this Jinx, the extra little bit of slow is huge.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised at Shanks' positioning, though. I thought once they saw the Rift Herald go down on top side, Shanks would instantly move mid. They'd maybe look for some sort of dive or the ability to push Rare Adam off of mid turret to get mid turret in response, but a little bit of a slow movement there from WE, so it means that they won't actually be able to threaten mid turret at the same time as getting the dragon, but third dragon still going to be really nice for WE. And now Rare Adam, they can't hide anymore. You have to fight for this soul in 5 minutes, and iBoy very far behind SMLZ. Cube at least should try and have maybe the majority of his second item completed at that stage, but it's still not going to be actually probably even won't, to be honest, with the items these has at the moment. So you're going to be fighting from a pretty big disadvantage here as Rare Adam.
Well, we'll wait to see what RA can do, if anything. WE in a very comfortable position. Their Jinx very much missing that mid-game lull, and honestly just scaling into a much, much bigger champion than what this area is right now. iBoy has got access to his full kit of summoners, but 4 minutes time, that's where we're really going to see the next fight happen. That's where we're really going to see both these teams have to fight around this dragon. And right now, WE saying that they have priority over this mid lane for the moment, as all 10 members again find themselves in a bit of an ARAM.
Yeah, and I think like Rare Adam needing to move all 5 members here says what kind of position that they're in. Because you can see WE just push in, Shanks instantly teeters top, he'll still get this top tower. And I think they were hoping they'd actually find Rare Adam would find the numbers advantage mid because WE would commit to top tower, but WE with all their members there means Rare Adam can't actually make a play. We're kind of bucked to just people matching across the map, and for WE that works out well because you do have your win condition in the dragons, but for Rare Adam it kind of leaves a lot to be wanted.
Well, Beishang and Heal have been spotted out here for the moment. There is no vision just yet onto Leanne, but that means SMLZ has been caught out. He's by himself. He'll flash away, but he gets caught out on the back of this, and SMLZ returns the favor as he goes down. Big shutdown. Immortal Shield Bow is good, but iBoy just hasn't got the survivability. But you've lost a lot of your damage now on the side of WE, so RA, with this Rise, with this Jax, should be able to do so much here. Shanks trying to get away, but he is CC'd down, and just like in game 1, WE looking control, but RA find an opportunity.
And now they're going to be able to get so much back here. You get this Terra mid, get control of this bot side jungle as well, and you've got some wards there for Yuyanja that can be placed down and trying to hold on to that. I mean, massive mistake from SMLZ, lagging behind and getting caught out completely.
Again, it was just information. The fact that they saw Heal and Beishong on that ward around the enemy blue buff, they said, cool, SMLZ's got to be by himself. There's no way he's not going to be, you know, got support with him there. So having that information just changes the whole dynamic of it. And like you said, huge swing of gold now going back in favor of RA. They've actually taken the gold lead, and that's going to mean a Shirelia's Revelry. It's going to mean a Randuin's Omen for Leyen's Viego, a Seraph's Embrace as well, finished up for Stripe. This is a huge power shift.
It hurts me that this happens every time with WE. And you'll see it here, right? Like, the SMLZ walking through river completely alone. And iBoy and Yuyanja instantly just jump on him. Like, Heal and Beishong are doing their best to get here, but the damage is already done. And because Beishong goes for the kill onto iBoy, it actually leaves Heal completely on his own. Same with Bew, because Beishong has now put himself out of the fight, and you get to turn and focus the last carry that's there, which is going to be Shanks, who's completely on his own.
Yeah. Everyone, it kind of felt like it wasn't a 5v5 despite all 5 members of WE being there. It was separated 1v5 kills, basically. That ended up being the death of them. Now, with a minute till Dragon spawns, RA feeling much better about maybe going for this fight. Even got a black cleaver here on the side of Jack, so he's going to be able to shred through this Sejuani. You have stolen the quickness here for Shanks, but he's taking it very, very early. He won't. If they can just delay this for about maybe 30 seconds or so after the dragon spawns, that actually will time out the ultimate.
I mean, this is real dire spots here for WE. You have some poke that you can use, but you need to get the vision so you can actually do so. And Rare Adam keeping control here means that Yuyanja has great opportunity for engages. Cube can find good flanks, and SMLZ, you can see, trying to hit the rapid fire.
Here we go. They're going to fully commit, but they land all their CC onto the not primary targets. It was down onto Strive, and it was onto Yuyanja, so not exactly the best people to be locking up, and they still have access to the quickness. We will see a very aggressive Cube. He's saying, Heal, I know you can't tank me up right now. And actually, it's WE being forced back, forced away.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to get any damage. SMLZ not stepping up to take shots confidently and use that range he has because he's scared of Yuyanja coming in, but I mean, it just means that iBoy's getting opportunities to poke down. Leanne and Strive are constantly moving in.
Here we go. The quickness goes in. They burst out Bew. That is your super tank, and Shanks trying to use the quickness to get away. It's just a repeat of game 1, and they're going to be able to slaughter them. There's nothing they can do. It's going to be a double, a triple. Not quite a quadra, but it's the whole clean ace to RA just end the game, but no. They thought about it. They're going to go back for the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they were thinking about opening up the base, but instead they will just go for the Baron. I think, honestly, they probably could have done both. I'm pretty sure they still have Strive's ultimate there, but they could have actually pushed into mid and then realm warped across, so they could have got Baron as well. But regardless, actually, no, they didn't have realm warp. My bad, close. Yeah, I mean, this is just so messy from WE. The fact that you have an early 3-item Jinx and you're scared to take any sort of fight here is just mind-blowing to me. Especially since Bew, as you say, like, tried to use the ultimate. Strive ends up getting rid of it with the Sonya's Hourglass. Heal not really finding an ultimate onto a key target. It's all so messy from WE.
Yeah, I was going to say, though, this actually took a while for RA to get because it's so early in the game. And there's going to be a Hexol. Yeah, you lose this. I don't think you can actually contest this. That's a bit of a blunder here from RA. Massive blunder, actually.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of in the same boat of them. I was like, oh yeah, you get the Baron, but as you say, Hexo now going straight across over to them, and we're gonna catch the replay here, where Rare Adam, I mean, you just walk into Yuyanja, like the worst possible spots, and the Bew not really tanking. The fact that Shanks gets caught up there as well, it's just a big mistake. And this is why I haven't been just overly impressed with Sejuani's. You can see there, this is in theory your mega tank in the top lane, but she just isn't tanky enough to take a lot of this pressure, especially when you've been set behind with the Jacks in the top lane.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a bit of a moment there for W. They're actually getting, to be honest with you, even with the Hexol, it doesn't really help their situation that much. Yes, it is a little bit of extra damage, absolutely, but like we talked about, it's not extra health, it's not extra resistance.
So I think the big thing for WE is like the Hex Dragon, what's going to give them is the opportunity to like find more picks with SMLZ. He'll be able to get some of that damage, get the slow off the auto attack. The chain lightning going to do a lot, as you can see. And it's just about like setting up easier fights. And just the poke from SMLZ is going to be a lot more obnoxious. But honestly, SMLZ like needs to actually step up and deal the damage. Like, I'm getting kind of frustrated just watching him sitting back playing way too defensive. Like, use your rapid fire cannon procs. Use the fact you have massive ranges in this Jinx to actually look for plays.
Yep, and he's not even with his team right now. He's actually trying to defend mid lane, which I feel like is probably the only person who can deal with the rise. But 404 on Stripe, he is an error in the eyes of WE as they finally try and just clear these waves. They are defending it pretty adamantly.
Infinity Edge picked up for SMLZ is pretty huge, though. This is a definite hump that they had to get over. And now that they're there, maybe WE can fight, but they actually have to find these engages now. 50 seconds on Baron, definitely wait until that's gone. But nice move from Rare Adam.
Oh, nice move, but hasn't been called out here. Yuyanja gets caught up, but again, he's not a primary target. It needs to be on iBoy. It needs to be on Stripe if you're going to try and take down these carries.
I mean, both ultimates used from Bubu and Heal when SMLZ wasn't there means that you just don't have any sort of follow-up, despite the fact you actually got knockups onto some carries of ORA. So everything just kind of going a bit wonky, and we'll have to hold on and see what the story is going to be here, because yes, Hex Dragon is going to be super nice if WE are able to commit to the Elder Dragon in 3.5 minutes, like actually try and fight against that objective. But I'm not really sure how much pressure they're going to be able to get on the map leading up to that, especially with the amount of control that ORA have in that bot side jungle at the moment. You have a lot of work on WE's side to actually have map pressure to get into this river.
I will say, despite RA having the Baron, it actually didn't lead to anything. They got a couple of waves, a bit of chip damage, but not actually any structures going down. So it is still a 7,000 gold lead. RA, despite being down a Hex Soul, very much in control of this game. And it's going to come down to, honestly, I think you're right, either the Dragon or the Baron that's going to be spawning in 3 minutes for the Elder Drake and 2.5 for the Baron.
I think the Elder Dragon is going to be the big fighting point, and honestly, I think one fight here with a win for Rare Adam ends the game for WE. They need about 3-4 more big fights before they can really end this game, so we'll have to see if we're going to be strapping in for the long haul if WE can do it.
Oh, Yuyanja and Leyen, though, they might be in trouble. They're getting caught up, but they're being set up in a row right now. iBoy will tank his own little ultimates. That's 2 ultimates used to try and get him away, but now Cube's feeling confident to walk forward on top of this. They've lost the recon, but have they got the fight? Look at iBoy over the wall as they jump down onto SMLZ, who's trying to do the damage, but he gets chunked out. He cannot continue. If he gets jumped on one more time, it's a battle of the AD carries. As you can see, iBoy gets jumped on, gets caught out, and gets taken down. In the blink of an eye, RA were ahead, and now they're looking like they might be behind.
And that's fight 1 that we were talking about. WE needing several more of these, though, because this would get them the Terror in mid lane. Might get them a tier 2 as well, but now they still have to win the fight at Elder Dragon. They'll still probably need one more fight as well after that so they can actually clear out the base. But it's a good start for WE to get a little bit of gold in their favor and a little bit more in their back pocket. And this is just mistakes from the end. Like, face checking this with no one on WE showing on the map. Like, you just needed to wait until the waves crashed at the turrets and then actually go for this play. But getting impatient, get caught out, and WE do a really nice job of punishing. And again, SMLZ on the backline here, free hitting the whole time, no real pressure. Just even when Leanne tries to go for this, everyone in WE just turns and SMLZ is fine.
Yeah, and it's just a battle of the 80 carries. I feel like if SMLZ gets jumped on one more time, he dies. Same with iBoy, and unfortunately for the side of RA, it was exactly what it was there, you know? Got jumped on, got killed.
And that gives the Lord Dominic's regard to SMLZ as well, so he's going to be in a good spot when it comes towards trying to deal with like the likes of Cubes and even just the natural resistances that Rare Adam will have built up at this stage as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see him rounded out with something like a Bloodthirster as well, just because you're getting so much poke damage coming through from iBoy, and it would work out super nicely for you. But we'll have to see. Is everyone now back mid-party for this Outer Dragon in 30 seconds. It's down to Strive and it's down to iBoy. Can the 80 carries do it?
Sorry, not SMLZ, Heal. Excuse me, going for the Hex Flash engage. Not quite able to land the dredge line. But 10 seconds until that dragon spawns, or a little bit over it. This is where the game is going to be won or lost. It's been a long, laborious game, and neither team, I'm totally honest, has really impressed. But it's not about impressing, it's about getting W's. So that red buff is going to be gifted over to iBoy now. RA setting themselves up, maybe looking to try and get a quickness engage. They will land this one onto Leyen and try and go for a Jax. The cube is dead as it goes down to the likes of the Sejuani. Now Jinx kind of putting in the work here, and it looks like we might be going to a game 3. That being said, though, iBoy is still a threat, will still be doing significant damage, but you've no jungler and you've no top.
I mean, this is just messy from Rare Adam. You see, there wasn't enough of a front line there to try and keep iBoy alive, and that's going to be the Elder Dragon now going over towards WE. And despite the 3k gold lead, the Jinx is online. You're almost getting a tanky front line, and Bew, who definitely needs a bit more health in this build if he wants to be relevant, but it's enough with how far ahead SMLZ is.
Well, that Elder Drake's going to almost guarantee a Baron buff as well. I will say that it will waste about a minute of the time of the Elder, because we will want to try and reset, so the Elder's not going to be actually that significant for the side of WE if RA can just keep their wave states in a decent spot.
So we'll have to see now what WE can try and do. iBoy is going to look to try and push on the spot side, but Shanks is already there to try and collect the waves, so not going to get too much, but at least stealing away all of these the spot side will help him get towards that Bloodthirster that he's working towards. You can see with the Crit Cloak in his back pocket. But it's nothing really for Rare Adam. Like, again, key members getting caught out. Cube goes forward. Shanks gets the great engage. Yuyanja having that Everfrost lockup, and as well, then the depth charge plus the kickback means that he doesn't really get any sort of big engage off and buy space for iBoy to actually do the damage he needs.
You give up this mid tier 2 here now, RA, and just say, look, whatever, it's gone. We'll be able to accept it. It's a minute and a half until that Elder Drake despawns. I actually think they'll actually be able to get an inhibitor as well. I think you just kind of accept it for the moment, because there's not really much else for you to do about this. It's the rest of WE to kind of push in. And honestly, WE might feel confident to go for a little bit more. They are very big. As you can see, SMLZ now, with that stopwatch, feeling much more confident to walk forward. They've got a bit of a minion wave, and they're starting to knock on the door. This is going to be Nexus turret number 1, potentially going down. Leanne does get the Heartbreaker out, and that's going to be one of the Nexus turrets falling. You have to fight now or never right now. You can't really let this one go for as long as you can. Yuyanja tries to find the fight. The Mega Death Rocket not quite going to land and kill anybody, but it does not matter. And Dagda, it looks like we're going to a game 3.
I mean, Shank's incredibly low, but that Elder Dragon's still there.
Still there and still doing damage. They're moving forward confidently, and in the battle between RA and WE, it will go the distance, and we will get ourselves to a third game.
Yeah, WE able to strike back, able to control the mid-game a lot better, and yeah, I mean, SMLZ looking a lot more confident in this Jinx, having a bit more wiggle room when it comes towards his range, willing to step forward a little bit more, and WE will force us to that game number 3.
I like the way you say force.
I know what word I picked.
Yeah, I know. I see you. I see you. But yes, it is going to be 3 games here. WE not quite down and out just yet. And honestly, it does feel like it's kind of whoever makes the least mistakes wins. Because RA, I don't understand. The Baron call for there is fine, but I don't understand why you take your Jax and your Ryze off of the Baron. It takes so long for that. Because the funny thing is that they weren't even like collecting sideways, putting pressure on top or bot or anything like that. Like Cube just resets with a slower recall for some reason, and it's like you will just be just as fast if you just contributed to the Baron, and then we reset. We all come back on the map together, and then they can't get Hexal. That Hexal ended up being huge because it just kept the gold lead down.
They could have just had Cube do Dragon. Like, simple, while the Baron is going down.
Same diff.
So, yeah, I don't know. Or even just done Dragon. Like, but I mean, not even that mistakes in the mid-game. What happened to that bot lane? Yuyanja getting absolutely destroyed. iBoy getting caught out several times as well. Like, that bot lane was an absolute mess. And even then, you could see that with how busted Zeri is, iBoy was still relevant in this game. But that should never have been the case. You never should have fallen that far behind. And this would have been a game that Rare Adam won if SMLZ wasn't just massively accelerated. The fact he had 2 items at 16 minutes is absolutely insane. So his Infinity Edge was very, very quickly around the corner. And from that point forward, you can see that the Jinx was just taking over. But there never should have been a scenario where this was the case.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Good for WE, though. They keep themselves in the series. Only their 2nd game win of the split so far. The other one coming at the hands of Weibo. So they've been a lot of 0-2s for WE. Not today, of course. We will see how they end up kind of moving forward into this game. And honestly, it does feel like it's late game scaling for these two teams, but it's also down to the initiation and engage. I think the biggest problem there was that Uyanja just couldn't get onto primary targets, and he was the primary engage, honestly, the only real engage coming out here from RA. So without having access to that, they are just not going to really be able to make things happen. SMLZ with the rapid fire cannon, like you mentioned, so far accelerated, it's just not going to be touched.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's not a huge amount to kind of like discuss about this game, to be realistic. I think the mistakes from Rare Adam in the bot lane just coming back to bite them. You do have WE, who I think could have pushed their lead a little bit harder in the mid game, but had that later scaling still coming around the corner, so just decided to take a bit of a hands off. And the fact that you end up having such an abysmal bot lane just set up for the dragon stacking, and then the mistake in the call in the mid game, as you say, like, this wasn't a like super smart map movement or like a team kind of blowing another team out of the water. It was like, hey, these players made a bunch of mistakes, or the team made a mistake, and WE just happened to capitalize on them better.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And it's kind of, again, just adds more volume to the what I suppose, God, look at that is an LPL choreograph if I've ever seen one. But it does add more volume to the idea that, you know, these teams are justifiably where they are for a reason. You know, RA did pick up a win. Obviously, they were able to beat off, I can't remember exactly who they actually beat. I think it was OMG. So, and then the other games they were able to, they actually also took a game off of Weibo in their 2-1 loss to them. But again, a lot of 2-0s, not really kind of setting themselves up for success, and it does come down to these just very rookie errors, and especially, like you mentioned, in the early game for bot lane, like iBoy just not setting himself up or his team for success, and it really does punish you in the later stages, because I feel like Jinx is one of those picks that can scale and still become a monster, but where you capitalize is in that very weak early game.
But this is the thing for Rare Adam. Like, whatever about that bot side, there were still movements, map movements that you could have made to try and play around the bot side, maybe look for a play, maybe look for a dive. Even if you didn't want to play around bot, Strive still could have had like a strong mid jungle that you could have played around here with point-and-click CC, kill Shanks, roam top, get Cube ahead. Cube then becomes a monster in side lanes, causes a ton of issues for WE because Bubu's going to be behind, Shanks is going to be behind. Now there's less wiggle room for SMLZ to become a big tank or big damage dealer because his front line isn't there to protect him. Our Cube is able to tank longer. Like, there's ways that you can play this, but the frustrating part for Rare Adam is that we see them take things like the Twisted Fate, make no real early game plays. Now we got the Rise as well, not really making any early game plays. And this isn't just a Strive issue. This is a team needs to work with these picks, and they're just not actually doing so in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, it's tough. It's very, very tough, and this is going to be an interesting setup now. I'm curious to see who ends up on what side, because it doesn't feel like, you know, we normally obviously talk about the side differences and you know, who's able to get what priority picks. It doesn't feel like one of those kind of games really right now for either side. It feels like neither team is getting or losing anything on either side. It feels like they're going to ban whatever the hell they want to ban and then go from there. You know, it's a strange one.
I still think the Zeri needs to be taken away. Like, Game 1 was monstrous. Game 2, the fact it's still dealing like 34% of the team's damage with a 2-5 scoreline. Like, this pick is insane. You just need to get off the board.
Yeah, the Zeri. The funny thing is, this is like pre-nerf or post-nerf Zeri. Zeri has been nerfed like so many damn times. We'll see if it ends up getting banned away in Game 3, but we're going to send it to a quick break before then, and when we return, we'll bring you to picks and bans.
I think the big question for me, though, and I'm going to pop it over to you two lads, is like, how do we actually feel about BLG's success? Because for me, it's kind of like, okay, well, I can see that they're doing the right things, but I still feel like there's so much miscommunication in their team fights and like target selection seems off. I don't know if it's going to be enough to try and put them in towards a good spot. Like, they have half, what, 2/3 of the split left or just under. So do you think it's enough time for them to kind of right the ship and maybe see themselves do well in playoffs? Or do you just think it's, look, this is definitely a roster that we're looking at more for spring 2023?
I would say I feel like this roster's not gonna. I mean, I'll put it bluntly: this team probably will make playoffs. They're not gonna make worlds. The roster's probably gonna get remade going into next year. That is my trajectory, I think, for this roster. I think Icon might make a difference. That might mean, you know, they do better. But even like spring playoffs, they made it through the first round. But I think with like this the player names on this roster, the expectation is that they should be going to Worlds, right? Which is, it's hard to say in the LPL because even though we have 4 slots, there's a lot of teams. But like the expectation coming in spring, BLG didn't put this roster together. They didn't sign Uzi, so they could be like, oh, you know, guys, we came 7th, good job. It's like, no, this team is there to make it a Worlds, and I think they're so far away from that. Like this team will never be better than V5, never be better than Top Esports, never be better than RNG, never be better than JDG, and that's 4 off the bat before I even move down to other teams like EDG, Weibo, anyone's Legend, you know.
Yeah, though Dan has the right gauge, and I think like realistically, you look at the rest of the league right now towards the top end. It's just a really tall ask to make it to top 4. I think with the way that they're playing, and if you're asking for development time, I'm just not sure there is quite enough time. But playoffs is like the bare minimum. You look at the names on the roster, you're like, yeah, like any other league, this is almost guaranteed like world slot, but it's just not the case here, especially with the way they're playing. I hope for their sake, at the very least, they can like maybe make it competitive, right? Make it all the way up to like maybe 5th. But again, even Dan, just this is not top 4, and then there's just more below it with like Weibo and EDG. So I'm not sure what we'll actually get to see from them, but I hope for their sake they can at the very least give us something special.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. Oh. We'll dance together. Oh. Stay up all night.
下场打 RA 死拽我的话，个人觉得他是一个比较爱发育的一个人吧。如果跟他对线的话，可以就是多搞中野联动。就是我们现在队伍状态不是很好，就是如果想赢下比赛的话，需要每个人都做得好一点，打得好一点。
And do better they have. They have got themselves another opportunity at a series win. The first of the split if they are able to secure it. Welcome back one and all to the LPL. I am still just Ushi. He is still the fantastic Rob. We're going to have SMLZ as our MVP for game number 2. The man on the Jinx, like you said, got accelerated and just became a force of nature from there.
Yeah, and as to be said, I mean, good engages coming through from the support as well to actually get him those early leads. Managing to get that massive advantage in the early game with those quick kills over across onto iBoy, and SMLZ just dominating from that point forward. You can see massive goal difference at the end of it. 43% of the team's damage. This guy was huge.
Yeah, he just became an unbelievable force to try and deal with there. And again, kind of showing us reminiscence of that when he's able to get those big carries, having that extra little bit of range with the rapid fire and the rockets, he is able to be a little bit more of a threat to the front line and back line of RA. But we're going to jump onto the picks and bans straight away. The Zeri is going to be left open. This time around, though, they're going to ban away the Lucian and the Silas on the side of Rare Adam.
Yeah, Zeri's still going to be let through though for iBoy, so third time he's going to get on his hands on that. SMLZ going to respond again, so could actually be just quite similar draft to the last time, apart from, as we say, that Silas not being available for Shanks.
It's just the same pick ban for the 4th time. I say 4th because we had a remake. We had to remake picks and bans, but... So let's talk broad. Yeah, I was gonna say let's talk broad picture in terms of why we're seeing these picks coming into it. So why are we seeing again? This is again we talked about a little bit about the late game scaling that LEC love to kind of go for. This feels like WE and RA are kind of opting into that style as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Beishan kind of just saying, hey, look, go for the Viego. Lee Sin has a good matchup with the Viego, especially with the recent buffs that he got from 12-11. So making sure that you're going to be relatively okay in the jungle matchup. SMLZ, we already saw you have a good amount of control in the matchup against the Zeri in that bot side. The Cube Jax pick still baffles me. I don't think it. Like, I think there are answers. BBU's just not responded, decided to go for it. And then Shanks, they're going to go towards the Ari because that was left open. I think is actually a really good addition. We already kind of talked about the ability to push in waves, start to look for roams. Charms can be super good for things like the Zeri as well, who likes to try and get in nice and close in fights. So kind of have a good amount of opportunity to actually pick off some of the carries of Rare Adam.
Getting the RE, gonna ban away some of those counters as well. The Lysandra for Strife not going to be available. Might even see the Galio ban coming out for Team WE if they so choose. Gonna ban away some supports now here on the side of Rare Adam. Kind of get heal onto things that he's maybe not as comfortable on. Again, we saw him in game 1 on the Renata, not really having an amazing time with setting up stuff for the side of Team WE, but definitely with the Nautilus, he was able to have a little bit more room for error, shall we say.
Yeah, we have to see now what they're going to be able to do with this. Rare Adam banning the support, so I feel like maybe the Yuumi could be a pickup here for you, Yanji, if you want to go towards that on the bot side of the map. Was banned away in game 1, I believe in game 2 as well. Just a very strong pick with the Zeri. And honestly, when you're running Viego, the Jax as well, there's so many champions that she can attach to and do a lot of work here.
Can do a lot. The Gragas going to be banned away now as well from BioBio, so I imagine we will still see the Sejuani up on that top side to go up against the Jax, unless randomly we get a random change, which we might. The Gnar, something that can do exceptionally well and gives you a lot of good agency in team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it will give you a good amount of early game presence against the Jax, at least a little bit better than the Sejuani. But Jax was still eventually at scale. Even once you get the Divine Sunder, just the ability to go for these very quick trades against the Gnar makes things a lot easier. Yuanja, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Gonna go take the Rakan here and looking for Strive to go back to game 1 and looking to go for the Twist of Fate. So actually, the exact same draft we saw in game 1 from Rare Adam.
Yeah, just saying, look, this worked for us in game 1. I think the big issue in game 2 was that they didn't have that point-and-click CC to get on top of SMLZ like they did in game 1. Having that extra gold card just makes it so much harder for the SMLZ as an AD carry to really function as he would like. So WE, you're going to have to be very aware of how that team fight ends up planning itself out. You do not want to leave SMLZ in a vulnerable position where you can get caught out by that single target CC.
I mean, that's going to be the big question mark here, especially if you try to push in as heavily as WE did in the last game. It does leave SMLZ overextended and potential there to go for play, but honestly, I think Strive has been fairly lackluster this series, not really moving around the map as much, not really playing towards the strength of these roaming champions, so we'll have to see if he's going to have a better time this time around.
Sorry, I was doing a massive yawn just as you you finished your sentence there, so I was like, I can speak, but it'd be very kind of, you know, and it might end up affecting a lot of our viewers and putting them to resident sleeper, which is not what we want to be doing. But this is going to be the final game of this best of 3. It's important, to say the least, for these two teams. WE still looking for a win in 2022 summer. They have yet to win a series. So I think the last series they won, it could have been against RNG in spring, the 2-0 they got randomly against the RNG in spring championship. I'll have to triple check that one there, but yeah, I was going to say a bit of a long time ago. It's definitely does not feel good to be on a long losing streak as such. But for RA, again, they want to try and reclaim a playoff spot. They've got to try and just make something happen. And yes, they are being brought the distance here against the likes of WE. They just need to try and kind of come out today and really put a stamp on this and say, no, we're the better team.
So WE's second last win was against RNG. Their last win was their last series in spring against Anyone's Legend, where they beat them 2-0.
There you go. It's a 2-0 or nothing, so maybe it's not going to be a WE victory today. We'll have to wait and see. But we are on to the Rift, as we all kind of see it. And Dagda, we have so many teams in this LPL. It's so... It is almost a full-time job in itself, regardless of anything else, to keep on top of who and where everything is going, on top of like things like LDL and such. So just gonna say, is there anything that you do in particular that helps you keep on top of, you know, everything and anything LPL?
I watch a ridiculous amount of VODs, an absurd amount of VODs, but also just chatting to like Lyric and Ox, like. Having the podcast there as well does help, because it's kind of one of the reasons we have all the color casters on the podcast. It like gives us an excuse to actually chat more consistently, because it's really difficult to have days where all three of us are able to talk to each other, because especially time zones for Lyric, but also almost every day you have someone who's on the cast, because we have one dark day that's split. Every other day at least one of the color casters is going to be on the broadcast, so having an excuse to actually sit down and chat to each other is pretty nice to have, and the podcast kind of lets us do that, so we can, you know, figure out, you know, is there a certain game maybe that you missed that you should have talked about, or anything along those lines.
That's good to hear. I also tend to watch an absolutely unholy amount of League of Legends. Not just my region, but as many regions as I possibly can. As we can see, Cube just trying to see if he can get a bit of an early trade up against BuBu, but it's not going to be available. And in the bot lane, it's again a kind of battle of the brushes for the supports. It's kind of who can get that first early engage is going to be so important.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage definitely in favor of WE in this lane. The ability to push there, you heal. The Leona does win out in this matchup in the laning phase, because you get to lock up the Rakan far easier, because the Zenith Blade can follow him no matter what way he dashes or moves. So, be curious to see if Beishong tries to make any sort of early plays down towards this bottom side, especially before Strive hits 6.
And where do you want to see them kind of like the junglers focus right now? Where do you want to see them like look to try and go? But obviously we have seen a lot of action in the bot lane so far, but where is the primary carry for either of these teams? I
mean, definitely SMLZ again. Ari's damage is nice, but she should never really be the main damage dealer in a team. And it's kind of a similar story over across Rare Atom. I think you have more opportunities to play towards both Cube in the top side and iBoy in the bottom lane, but I think shutting down SMLZ is such a high priority for Rare Atom to make sure they can actually win out in the mid game.
See if they're able to make it happen. Bit of an engage coming in now here on the bot side. They will get a knock up, but Yanja actually brings heal underneath the tower. Funny enough, he did not put down any damage, so will not tank up the turret. Now we're going to see BuBu on the top side, flashing away just to make sure Leon can not get any extra damage. Good play here from RA in the early game.
Yeah, nicely done by Rare Atom at the moment to get some of these advantages. Yanja having to burn his flash, though, does leave a little bit vulnerable on this bottom side. And Beishong starting to move down, make sure that SMLZ and Heal can take this bot lane, or at least push in on this bot lane. Maybe look for a reset as Beishong will have some company.
We'll have a little bit of it. Uyanja going to try and maybe be a bit of a nuisance, but nothing else there for him. And just good movements here from Beishang, kind of again prioritizing this bot side. The charm lands from Shanks, and that's going to be Strive. Not having as easy as much of a time as he did in game 1 on the Twist of Fate. Very much recognizing the Ari as, you know, kind of something that can be very, very proactive. Speaking of being proactive, Leanne now recognizing there's no flash up on this top side. He might be in a lot of trouble here, View. You're going to have to try and find maybe a little bit of a hop if you can. They will land the stun first. Can they get any more? They're going to try and push this one underneath the tower, and that's going to be first blood over to RA.
Yeah, nicely done there by Leon to get these advantages now for Cube. And this is a matchup where Cube can definitely take over, as he said. Like, Divine Thunder traditionally where you see the difference maker here in the Nara versus Jax matchup, but going to be accelerated and get some early levels. Always going to help out in that regard as well. Will mean Leon is going to lose out on a large portion of his bot side jungle though, but I think he'll be relatively okay if he's able to play off of Cube's pressure on top side and look for his own invades.
Again, this is very easy. Actually, I didn't realize the hop was down. And in its early stages, the hop is on a very long cooldown.
Yeah, so it's just an easy gank setup then, because you're able to use the Shroud, get the stun, and just being able to chase down underneath the turret without too much of an issue. Leon able to tank up a little bit, but doesn't even have to flash to get into that.
Come back in there, and WE not quite getting the early game start they've seen so far in this series, but plenty to be played for right now as we wait to see where RA want to try and maybe move their advantages. Honestly, having a focus on the top side for the Jax, getting the Jax ahead is definitely a win condition, like we've mentioned many a time. And if they can keep this Nara away from any of those big 5v5 team fights, that could be a moment or two here. But speaking of a moment or two, Strive might look to try and maybe lock a gold card here onto Shanks. If Shanks goes a little bit too far forward, with the extra movement speed though on the W, should be totally fine.
Just being able to move away from that. But WE again going to start up on towards this dragon. With Leon putting that much attention topside, you know that WE are going to be totally fine to go for this. Even getting the reset coming through from SMLZ. And both AD carries again starting cold, so kind of playing for that later game portion. But with Strive hitting 6 now, we'll have to see if Rare Adam decide to kick it up a notch.
Well, Dragon secured now for Team WE. He'll find himself looking at a iBoy and Leyen combination coming in on top of him. He's just going to be there to clear the wave. And iBoy might fancy just to try and maybe freeze this wave. I'm not quite sure exactly if he's going to be able to do that. It does look pretty stacked on his side as well. But pings are already coming down that bot side. They're waiting to see if they can maybe make something work. As Bew going to be having access to his Megadar makes him a very big threat now all of a sudden on the top side.
Yeah, and you're going to have to keep yourself in check here as Cube, make sure that you're not getting caught out. But the second you go back to mini Nar, that's where Cube can go aggressive. So Bew has to use the defensive Nar away to keep Cube from getting that good trade. But again, I want to see what the plan is here for Rare Adam. I feel like Leon needs to start playing around Strive in this mid lane to actually give him the opportunity to roam. Because as you can see, WE are working better with Shanks now roaming in on this Red Bull.
Yeah. Shanks able to get that priority there for his jungler. This is something we've seen from Beishang almost exclusively every single game. Second Red Bull spawn, he gets himself in after taking the first dragon and really just becomes a thorn in the side of Leyen. And it sometimes works, sometimes it doesn't. Game 1, it worked very well. Game 2, definitely got himself a bit further behind because of the aggressive invades from Leyen. But with now level 6 available to both the Ahri and the Lee Sin, you got to be so wary of this roam coming out now towards that top side. Yes, it's just for a scuttle, but Cube could be in a lot of danger if he's not careful.
Yeah, he's tried just kind of playing off the wings, even popping the dance there for a second, but not going to be able to do too much. So again, WE off to an okay start, but Rare Adam having the ever so slight gold lead at the moment, just thanks to that Twisted Fate passive, at least equaling out the gold a smidge in that mid lane. And the advantages that Cube has been able to get for himself on top side.
I'm just trying to think about where I want the meta to go. Sorry, my brain is completely wandered. It's just, yeah, like my brain has just gone, nothing's going to happen for at least 2.5 minutes because we haven't seen many Red Bull fights at all this series, but it's just kind of like, what would you want to see? We obviously had the durability patch, right? That's been a patch that has come out now. What's the next like patch that you would like to see come into the game?
Well, I'd like to see Grievous Wounds brought back so they actually matter, because I really don't want to see Serac and Seraphine metas as a good trade for Cube in the top side, but I'm not sure if we're getting a play here, which is why I'm taking a little bit slow.
Yeah, we might be seeing him go for something here. Strive is sitting on top of a ward, so you know exactly that he's there. With sitting on top of a ward with a gold card, but Lian not quite able to pick up the Herald just yet. Now finally goes for it. They jump back on top of Shanks. You cannot get away. And now I talked about it. I cursed it. You said there wasn't. I said there wasn't going to be a Rift Herald fight. There ends up being 2 kills to RA and the Rift Herald. This is disastrous for WE.
Yeah, especially both those kills going to Cube means that BuBu is going to struggle massively in this lane, and Shanks just going way too aggressive in that fight. Like, basically runs past 4 members of Rare Adam and is just like, please don't look at me, please don't deal damage, but they don't listen. And now you're gotten a massive advantage for RA. Like, you'll see it here. Shanks walks past Yanja, Cube, and then tries to go over towards Lian. They're like, oh, okay, well, we're just going to turn on you and kill you because you've already used so many of your dashes to get into that position. You've only got 1 to get out. Good flash from Cube as well to get that CC down. And with Lian getting the resets, then the fight's already over.
Fight's already over, and you're also looking at about a 2,000 gold lead, and it's just like, this is a little bit better from RA and a little bit kind of a bad situation for WE. WE were relying a lot in game 1 and 2 of those early game leads to try and bring them through the mid game. Now, obviously, in game 2, they did fall behind, but they were able to bring it back because of the advantages SMLZ was able to accrue. Now, not exactly the same with 2 and a bit kills now onto RA's Jax. This guy is going to be a massive threat jumping onto that backside, and we can see just how often he's able to get that leap strike. SMLZ's, I don't know if he's going to be confident.
And that's the thing, it feels like WE have now firmly plunked like a target on towards SMLZ's head, going, all right, Strive, here you go. This is the lane you want to try and play around, because you know the Cube is already just going to succeed in that top side, so now trying to play around this bot lane is your best bet. It feels like WE are kind of seeing that, trying to establish a ton of vision on this bottom side, so you can make sure that you spot Strive whenever he tries to go for it.
Now Beishang try to maybe make something work at this bot side. We will see the knock up, so Yunanja will not have access to that, but he does have the quickness. Now Lian has perfect information, and they're going to bully the little baby Gnar. Gonna get a TP out coming straight away. Lian should be able to get himself out with the Heartbreaker, and he does just that. So good proactive play from RA does cost a TP, which means that they might not get the kill on top side, but they get a plate, and they get pressure in mid.
But they lose the Dragon on bot side. Again, WE looking to stack these, trying to use that as their win condition for the later portion of the game. And Strive has a moment here where he could try and look for some sort of play, but it looks like they're just going to use that instead to dive top once more, at least look for the play on top side again.
Yep, you've got the Rift Herald, now you got the Destiny Gate, you haven't got a TP to answer it this time around. No flash available here for BuBu, but he will not be hit by the counter-strike. But Shelly shall do her favorite thing in the world and headbutt on top of the tower. That should be first tower going over to the side of RA. And honestly, good gold lead coming out for them as well.
I mean, unfortunate that they didn't really coordinate properly on the dive so they could get more from BuBu. It definitely feels like Strive's roaming plays haven't really been working for Rare Adam this series like the whole time. We'll have to see though if Cube now, with so much gold funded into him, can take over this game like he did in game number 1.
We'll have to wait and see. Bit of a recall reset here. His heal's gonna just be an absolute nuisance. I love that. But needs to be careful, though, boy. Yeah, I was gonna say if he gets turned on there, he could have ended up dying. Yunanja thinking about maybe going in over the blast zone, but ends up being nothing else untoward about it. And it's about a 3,000 gold lead now here for RA. Cube going to be put down into this bot side to, again, just be a benefactor of all of this pressure, all of this wards, and plates and gold just kind of given over to him.
I mean, now Cube will have to see if he's going to be able to continue this presence on the bottom side. They're moving WE's bot lane, or sorry, Rare Adam's bot lane up towards the top side because they're trying to play for Rift Herald, it feels like, in the next 2 minutes. But honestly, with the way the map is kind of set up at the moment and the fact that you're a Kraken Slayer versus just components on iBoy, I don't know if you actually end up winning out unless you make a play.
Well, speaking of making a play, BuBu, I don't think he's got a play to make. He's going to try and hop away, but still no flash. This is going to be a pretty easy rundown, you got to feel right now, and they're just going to have to gift it over to Strive, gets himself a kill. Arguably, it's better to go on the Twist of Fate because he gets his passive, and that means you get a little bit extra gold.
Definitely not. No, you need iBoy to carry. That needed to go to iBoy, and they tried to, but they just weren't able to. Unfortunately there, iBoy just that little bit too slow to actually finish it off, so Strive will end up having to take it, but SMLZ now getting plates again. He's got a 30 CS lead for himself. He's got the turret plates. He's going to be pretty far accelerated once more. And I mean, again, we're just seeing Rare Adam not give a crap about this bottom side, and it's going to come back to haunt them.
We'll go back to Hopton a little bit. They don't have the Destiny Gate right now, and that's going to be the turret plates and the turret going over to Team WE. They will share it to SMLZ. While that's all been happening, you can see that massive wave kind of being eaten up in the top side here. BUB going to eventually be able to try and maybe take something back here. But RA still ahead, still looking confident in how they're making the plays. WE, though, happy to continue with the scaling.
Yeah, as long as they're able to keep Strive in check, not get this TF actually able to roam on the map, they should be okay. The biggest problem, though, is that with the Triforce for Cube, he's going to be able to push insides. Maybe you have the Twisted Fate double up as kind of that side lane pressure as well. And BUB just can't hold against this Jax if you end up with the TF also being able to play towards that. So we'll have to see if Rare Adam are going to be able to actually play out the map properly to support Cube, or whether WE, because they've already started stacking out these dragons, can just force the dragon fight over and over, where SMLZ will be stronger.
Now they're looking to try and punish that side lane as they see if Cube is going to be going a little bit too far forward. It's actually Beishong and Shanks to deal with this Jax. Now he'll know he's there. The Sonic Wave is there. Steals away the big Krug. That's just very annoying. But because they do see that Beishong is in the spot side, it does secure the second Rift Herald here for RA. And with a minute till the next dragon, I want to see RA contest this. I want to see them make sure that WE do not just get up to a free soul point.
I mean, they have to do something, but you've got Cube, who's been fully pushed in. Strive has got top wave shoved in their favor, but they're not really in a position on the map to like look for a pick. Strive, again, like, this is what I was kind of saying, is hasn't been able to find success with these roaming plays, and it's because Rare Adam haven't really setting them up to find that success.
Well, 40 seconds till the next dragon spawns. It looks like RA have heeded my cries as they eventually move themselves over towards this dragon pit. And honestly, WE, they've afforded them time. Themselves time. They can just leave BUB up in the top side, let him farm up just a little bit more. As Shanks, I'm not quite sure why you're there, buddy. They're going to try and commit onto him, but the flash not quite enough from Strive, but Solar Flare, iBoy has to flash away. So, Rare Adam getting a little bit too greedy, and WE saying, look, you can't go that aggressive on us.
Yeah, Cube now looking for the flank on SMLZ.
Oh, SMLZ's in a little bit of trouble here already. Gonna have to try and get himself away from this one, but I talked about the Jax just getting on your face. He can't quite kill him off though just yet, but no! Strife will get the reset, and now Lian's got himself some setup. He flashes in with the Zenith Blade that he stole from Heal, the ultimate betrayal. Shanks gets caught out by the vision that was given by the Zap. 2 quick kills. Dragon is available, but RA now 7-0.
I mean, SMLZ's positioning completely out of where anyone on WE could help him out. Walking by himself, Cube does a great job of flanking on top of him and caught out completely. So Rare Adam get Dragon, they get pushing mid, and they're getting so much back in this game. 7-0 now on the scoreboard, and a 6k gold lead for Rare Adam.
Make the right decision, head back. There's no Baron for them to take, so they will have to kind of, take this one as the only real thing they have, but it is exactly what they needed in this game, so they get themselves the Hex Drake. Let's have a look at the replay again. Watch SMLZ, why he's there, and the fact that Heal has to go defensive towards his own team just means, like you said, he's already used all of his summoners, and he's down to about a third of his HP.
I mean, SMLZ's, just the fact that even when he flashes, you still have the leap coming through from the Jax. Like, there was nothing you could do. UBU wasn't here for the fight either because he was trying to push in that top side. So WE as a whole just completely spread out. Shanks doesn't even have the Spirit Rush because of his early missed position as well. So Rare Adam just able to collapse onto the RE2. So basically a kill now across the board. Death across the board now on WE's side. 2 for the top, 2 for the mid, and I don't know. This game's starting to drift heavily in favor of Rare Adam, and it's not only just Cube now who's the problem. You got to deal with the Zeri, who picked up a bunch of assists there and is accelerated towards that Phantom Dance.
Yeah, well, Lian might be in a little bit of trouble here. Does have access to the Heartbreaker. Should he get caught out, he is going to buffer it up very nicely, and now you can really turn this one around. Cube's going to TP in on the backside of this alongside Strive. Heal will give himself up. They will land the gold card there. The Everfrost will just clip Beishong, but he got himself a safeguard out, and honestly, it feels like WE are already at desperation.
Yeah, 4-0 on Lian. He is massive Jax as well, as we already talked about, going to be able to build up towards that Randuin's Omen, it feels like. So already preparing for the Jinx, who, as we said, is going to be the main damage dealer on this WE squad. Top bot tower will fall. Rare Adam get full control over the bot side jungle as well. And if you're going to be looking towards an attempt at WE towards Dragons, it just doesn't feel like it's there. And even SMLZ, it's not like he's been as accelerated as he was in the last game. He has an item and a half, or most of the way I will say, towards the rapid fire cannon, but that IE is still a long way off.
Yeah, he is not quite able to 1v5 these fights, but we will see Cube getting a little bit risky to try and get some extra chip damage onto this turret. But at the end of it all, still no Baron to take. Everyone's just going to take their resets. And honestly, this is kind of a... We got to look at these two organizations and kind of see like the difference. And Team WE, one of the oldest ones throughout Chinese League of Legends back in 2012 when, you know, they actually started having teams and stuff. But this is an organization that has seen, you know, the World Championships. They have gone to international events. They just haven't quite been able to reclaim that glory in such a long time. And of RA, if you're unsure of where this team came from, they used to be Vici Gaming, a organization that was, again, one of the better, but definitely one of the older versions of a, you know, organization within the LPL. But again, just struggling to find success with a roster that could actually work for them.
And it's kind of sad to see, because I think a lot of people were big fans of Vici.
Yeah,
I
from
mean,
the Dota scene.
Yeah, Dota. I mean, they were in StarCraft as well. Like, these were guys that were around for in numerous different games. But Vici obviously getting rid of the team, moving it over towards Rare Atom. Like, it was kind of the sign that Rare Atom were starting to slowly but surely move out of the top teams that we had in the LPL.
Yeah, it did feel like Rare Atom had a formula in spring. They did well enough to get into playoffs, and we had, again, very young players. Leyen, Strife, very, very much a new setup towards this league, but honestly, it feels like it's the likes of BuBu and iBoy who've been around for quite a while. But speaking of which, we're going to have to stop myself very quickly because BuBu separated himself from Heal, and Heal's going to try and go on top of this one here. They will get the Mega Gnar if they're not careful, but they've stunned up BuBu, and he doesn't quite have the chance to go for a cube, though. Maybe have gone a little bit too far forward, and he gets taken out. RA getting a little bit too over-eager and get themselves punished. They will get zapped, and you got to be careful of the Zeri right now, who's just putting out some free hits on the backside of this fight. Leyen is going to smite and heartbreak over the wall to keep himself safe. Not quite sure if that was worth it, but 50 seconds till the dragon spawns, and WE finally get their first kill.
Yeah, still though, Rare Atom should be able to reset and come back out for this. Just overextending that little bit too far forward, and Cube is gone down. But again, I don't really feel like it's going to make a massive difference coming in towards this this next dragon fight. Just Strive trying to go that bit too far forward, and unfortunately, Cube is the one that ends up paying for it.
Yeah, the Trompers are actually perfectly aligned to kind of stop everyone. I will say that BuBu is almost in a perfect position to get a 3-4 man ultimate, but he just gets stunned up that little bit too long.
Yeah, I mean, in those close quarters, like lanes or routes, between the jungle, it's going to help out BuBu pretty significantly. It will help out Heal as well because the Solar Flare can get onto multiple targets. But I think the biggest thing is just RA finding these more quick picks, which they weren't quite able to find there, or a more front to back style fight where Strive essentially becomes like a CC boss to enable iBoy, Leyen, and Cube, who are the fed ones on the team. But not, at least now, no contest from WE on towards the Dragons, so 2 Hex Dragons already over towards Rare Atom, and now they start to turn their attention towards this next objective on the top side.
Right, well, second Drake now picked up for RA. WE nowhere near that win condition as such. We will see the Lord Dominic's regards coming out for SMLZ as he does have the last whisper. Finally a Phantom Dancer for iBoy as he's 0-0-5. Hasn't been the benefactor for any of the kills so far this game for the side of RA, but has been doing his job. Now Death's Dance picked up for Leyen. He recognizes that his opportunities in these games are going to be based on how he's able to kind of survive on top of this back line. And right now, we're just past 23 minutes, and this game is going to be probably another one where we have to wait for the soul. Probably another 4 minutes. I don't think really RA are going to have enough in the tank to try and burst down this dragon, or excuse me, this Baron without having a pick or two before the fight actually begins.
There is the opportunity for them to push mid with Strive and then maybe look for a dive onto BB on bot side, but unless they want to try and heavily play around this side lane with Cube, I don't really see them going for too much. I definitely think they can make proactive plays with Strive if they want to, but it's just a case of if they are going to more so.
Well, they might. They're definitely being a bit more aggressive with their offensive vision. Yuanja using the fact that he's melee, but not quite melee, as to get over the wall there and get down that pink ward. But now you've no real vision here available to you on the side of Team WE. You've got one ward just there in the sea of zombie wards, but that's about it. There's nothing else telling you what's going on in your top side of the map, and that's a very scary place to be.
Especially when Rare Adam do have a decent amount of damage that they can deal towards this Rift Herald, this Baron as well, with Leon, iBoy, and even if they can get Cube involved as well. So WE do need to keep tabs on that objective, but it would be pretty scary for Rare Adam to just go straight into the pit when you've got like so much poke that can come through from SMLZ, Shanks, and big wombo combos from BuBu as well that can potentially come through. So at least a moment, Rare Adam giving that respect, but they're just not trying to play through the lanes right now, which is why we're going to see this slow draw until Dragon.
Now we can relax. Take a breather. Nothing's really going to happen. Level 15 for Cube. He's massive. You know, he's only massive. But yeah, take a little bit of a chill. There's not a lot to talk about. I'll be honest with you. There's not a lot to say in this game, and I'm not going to force you to talk about things that are inconsequential to the way this game is playing out, because it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, it just for like I'm watching this and like Strive has things that he can do, right? Like, and I think this is, you know, the way we were having that conversation about the difference between LPL and LEC. I think the way LEC plays Twisted Fate is actually really interesting, where they constantly use the TF like hovering out of vision to potentially look for picks. As you go and like push in mid, you'll like so they'll push the side lane. They'll have their AD carry push mid at a slower pace, and then they always have an opportunity if someone steps up to try and contest to use the Twisted Fate Destiny to quickly close the gap. But WE trying to use the moment they see Strive on top side to actually look for a pick, but yeah, not really going to be able to find very much. And again, like, this is moments where you could actually look. Oh, actually Strive, hold on.
Oh, Strive thought about going a bit ham on SMLZ, but he was stunned up before he could. SMLZ did get the cleanse off, but he is very, very low, as is Strive, who does not have access to his TP right now. So, minute 10 until Dragon spawns. No cleanse for SMLZ. Could be a big factor in the next fight, but he's got himself a third item, so he's already pretty big. Any summoners you can get off him will be pretty handy for the side of RA, but they still got to be wary of him.
Yeah, Strive keeps trying to find these plays just about a minute and a half before Dragon, because they're like, hey, maybe if we can kill SMLZ, you know, 20 to 30 second death timer, we means that they won't be available for the Dragon when it initially spawns, but they just haven't been able to coordinate it well. Leon now pushing in mid, and that just means that Strive doesn't have his Destiny available now, and because they don't get the kill on SMLZ, he gets to come back out. The cleanse is down, which might make things easier for, say, Cube, if Cube is able to find access to the Jinx, but you really need to punish on a flank position to make that happen.
Well, Cube maybe getting punished on a flank position himself. Black Cleaver now finished up here for BuBu, despite him being a full item behind the top laner, still doing some significant damage onto the side lane. Now 10 seconds till Dragon spawns. This would put either team onto Soul Point. You gotta feel like with the way the game is positioned right now, WE aren't in a state to try and contest it. However, they are starting to try and muscle themselves up through this mid lane. They have got a little bit of a moment, but I think that moment's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's already gone. So maybe WE can push mid and then start to move over and re-establish the vision control that they need over the Baron area. But Rare Adam kind of fighting back here and making sure that WE are sent packing before they can really muster too much of an approach. So now I think it's just the Baron dance starts all over again. This vision control going to be established back and forth between the two teams.
What kind of music do you think they play for a Baron dance? Like, is it like a classical kind of, you know, like ballroom dancing?
Because you want to crack open the base.
I thought you were going to go somewhere different there, but anyway, with that particular analogy. And because you're breaking my... Anyway. But yeah, it's... It's just gonna be a slow game. Honestly, this is two of our bottom table teams. They don't want to give up a mistake, and this is kind of how they have to play if they want to try and be successful at the moment, because a lot of the other things aren't working. A lot of better teams will punish your mistakes. There have been mistakes, funny enough, in this game, but neither side quite able to make full use of it just yet. You feel like RA maybe are the better factors of that particular stat, but even then, not exactly accelerate. Like they're 8,000 gold ahead, and it doesn't feel like it.
It's just such a slow pace, and again, like this is.
Oh, gonna see something happening here as they try and go in. Heal forced to flash away. They've lost the quickness as Yuyanja forced to flash away as well. The Heartbreaker will buffer the charm. iBoy trying to be a bit more aggressive, and in the 4v4, ooh, that was a lot of damage. I did not expect that to do as much as it did. Beishang says, thank you for my leash. I will take back my little raptors. He gets his full set of 6 chicken nuggets. There's only 5, actually. No, wait, is there 5 little ones or 4 little ones?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't eat McDonald's enough to actually have to tell you. So.
No. There's 6 chicken McNuggets. I know there are 6 nuggets. I don't know how many raptors there are in the pit.
Oh, raptors there are.
Yeah.
5. Yeah.
5, so 1 big one, 4 little ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not quite a 6-piece meal. Sad.
But yeah, look, the reason that we're seeing like this really slow game is because Rare Atom have no breeze head to try and play 3 side lanes. Like they keep trying to play off of 1 lane. Like look now. Okay, so they're going to try and put pressure in this top side. WE don't have to worry about any other position on the map. Top lane isn't pushed in. Mid is just resetting towards the middle portion of the lane. So WE have a ton of time to do what they want. Cube was just sitting off of that bot wave, so he's not putting pressure on the bot tower either. And now, as the wave crashes in mid lane, SMLZ clears that. But now this is where the bottom wave should be.
Well, they decided to go ahead and say we're going to go for a full fight instead. Get the reset there for Leanne, who now jumps back on to Shanks, who almost gets taken down, but loses the Spirit Rush. Again, this poke coming out from the Zeri is very significant, and now, maybe, without a jungler, RA should be able to secure themselves the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, it works out a lot easier for Rare Atom if Beishang just ends up walking into a CC chain from Leanne, so Rare Atom now in a good position. Will SMLZ try and fight this?
He's going to try, but he's going to die. That's exactly what will happen. Now they can fully take the Baron. Minute 40 till the Dragon spawns, so they'll be able to take this, reset, get back on the map, get the soul, and that should be just the end of the game.
Keep going to reset and match the push on bot side so BB can't get anything else. Shanks, not really going to be able to do too much. So, yeah, big mistake from WE, and finally Rare Atom are able to crack open that little bit of the game. And with 4 Hex Dragons now potentially available, ability cooldown is going to be insane. The extra damage that comes through off of the auto attacks going to be nuts for pretty much every single person on the team. And you just see it here, right? Like Beishang just walking way too far forward, ends up getting caught in the CC chain and just disrespecting the engage that Rare Atom had with that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, it's a slow burner. 11,000 gold lead now for the side of RA. With Baron buff in hand, they should be able to secure this Hex Soul. Honestly, WE, you gotta fight this. I don't care. You have to go for something. You cannot just let this one go. Yuyanja will die. Excuse me, I just have to burping. My God. That one surprised me. I did not expect that to come out of my body, but yeah, they can't do anything.
At least you gave us something, you know? At least you gave us something that was mildly
some kind of
entertaining.
surprise.
Because I'm not going to lie, I'm going to have to talk to Lyric a bunch, because the fact that I had LNG versus LGD yesterday to now bring me in to RA versus WE, I don't know what I did to wrong them, but I need to apologize profusely. Because, my God.
It's feeling like the two of us have just not been getting some absolute barn burners. I actually only got the Weibo top esports one, but I'll talk about in a second. We're going to see a full TP and a full commitment. 5-man Counter-Strike. That's the game. That's everything you wanted to be seeing. And finally, RA pulled the trigger. WE left in shambles.
I mean, there's gone. They're outie. They're finished. It's done. They've been bamboozled. They've been tussled and tousled and rustled, and now they're popped. Rare Atom, get me out of this series.
Yeah, get you out of this series is absolutely right. It will eventually end up going down. And yeah, Rare Atom pick up their second win. WE still waiting for their first. I'm going to get out of my chair and reset my desk to standing.
Oh, Are we gonna get the slow rise as it cuts over to us now in a second?
You know what? Yeah, you're gonna get. I'm gonna let it happen on screen.
Oh, nice. So yeah, Rare Adam able to pick up the win. Honestly, the expected result. When you look at this, WE are still sitting 0-5, so not exactly the best at times for WE. And you can see on the stage, not exactly very happy. As there we go, the slow rise. But yeah,
Hello.
Rare Adam now finally pick up their second win of the split. Not very confident, but they got the win.
Yeah, they got the win, and I normally cast standing up, but that game was so slow that I needed to sit down for a little bit. I do have a actually, I need to put it down. I have a standing mat. It really helps a lot for when you're standing for multiple hours at your desk. It's better ergonomics or whatever. You know, it's just better for you. I don't know. I spent a lot of time in this room, and the pandemic made a lot of us just realize that we spent a lot of times in our rooms, and I needed to make sure things were like, you know, healthy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to say that I would be able to kind of invest in something along those lines, but I have a massive bookshelf that is just above this, so I can't actually invest in like anything that goes above here. Even like from lighting perspective, like I just have one massive box light that actually can't really go up my face, which is why one side of my face is incredibly bright, and then I've got a little desk lamp that is trying its damnedest to match it, but really can't. I can't fit anything else over in that corner. So
yeah, it's just kind of unfortunate for your situation. I have literally crafted this room from like an empty husk to be what I wanted it to be. I got very lucky being able to make it up. But RA did pick up the win. They now go up to 2-4. Nice little setup for them. WE, they will continue to go searching. And I'm going to be real with you, WE. It doesn't get easier. It does not get easier. You have got not exactly an easy run of games. OMG, they might be able to do something, but then there's RNG, JDG, AL, IG, maybe LGD, maybe LNG. I'd even say maybe, but even then, I'm not exactly favoring them in any of the next 7 games.
yeah, I really just don't see Rare Adam honestly making it into playoffs. I mean, you look at teams like Anyone's Legend that are stepping up. Ultra Prime still looking relatively good. We will actually see next up against RNG. BLG as well with Icon now starting to get themselves situated and find their footing. There's just too many and even FPX just beating JDG yesterday. There's too many teams ahead of them in the standings that I just don't see a world where they are able to make it into playoffs. Even when you're like, oh, maybe LNG. I don't see LNG making it into playoffs either. So this is where I just feel that there's too many teams ahead of them that there's just not enough room for Rare Adam even in our top 10.
Yeah, I think Rare Adam and WE, unless something drastically changes, going to be very... I love... Are you looking at the Beishang stat?
Yeah.
He had 100% kill participation. But I'm 99% sure because they all had the same thing, the algorithm just picks the first one. That's what it does.
Yeah, that is absolutely hilarious. 6.2% of the team's damage, but yeah, 0.3 KDA and 100% kill participation. He's lit up like a Christmas tree. I don't know. Yeah, it's just unfortunate for WE. And I think, I think we got to see why we're kind of negative on both these teams. WE had some good early games in this series, made a ton of mistakes then that cost them. Rare Adam, despite the fact that they basically didn't do a huge amount of the early stages, kind of able to bring it back because of those mistakes. But even then, like this game, it takes them so long to actually do anything. And oftentimes it feels like they're waiting for a mistake rather than actually being the proactive team. Even when you've got like 2 games with with the Twist of Fate and a game with Rise, the fact that we get no real early pressure, like that is a massive mistake from Rare Adam's part.
Yeah, it really is. And honestly, you could even see, yes, they won that last team fight and they absolutely smashed it, but it's kind of the question of why couldn't they do that earlier? You know, you had such a massive lead. You knew where you were trying to set up. You knew that you could maybe go and force the side of WE to come to you, but it just didn't. They just felt like they just needed to sit around. And again, like you say, play reactively rather than proactively. And that's why we're so negative in a sense, but also just not having our expectations exceptionally high. You know, you come off of Weibo versus Top Esports yesterday where they're tit for tat, push for pull. It's you know, there's a reaction, there's a reaction, there's another play, there's a reaction to that, and everyone's trying to outplay the other player, not even just the other team. Whereas you come down now to the side of RA and Team WE, it's very much humbling to say, like, okay, there is a significant difference between our top 10 and our bottom 7. You know, there's a definitely kind of a change in that regard. But at the end of the day, they are still, you know, things can change. Metas can happen. We have seen, you know, even like LDL players, we have to give them their due, because Strive came in spring, looked honestly very, very solid for RA, just hasn't really had the same level of play, if I'm being totally honest, as spring. And even, you know, I am happy to see that RA and WE are giving LDL talent this opportunity. It just needs to be a little bit, I don't know, a bit more structured, I suppose.
Yeah, I feel it's unfair to focus on Strive as the problem this game, because like a champion like, over this series, because a champion like Rise and a champion like Twisted Fate are more about your team. Like, you need to be able to have support from your team. And the fact that you never got Leon basically doing anything at all to help Strive in this game meant that he couldn't really get out on the map. You never had lane setups, so that then you could have, like, mid-wave is pushed into a potential topside dive. We saw it once or twice where he managed to get up top, but even then, like, Cube was late on pushing the wave. The Gnar was already out of the equation. Like, it's trying to, like, hard force these fights where the boat has already sailed because you haven't done step 1 to 4, and now you're trying to leap to your profit.
Yep, absolutely. See what they're able to kind of move forward with. Of course, new patch coming in next week on July 6th. But we got our MVP from game number 3. It was Yuyanja coming in with the support Rakan. Honestly, Rakan just kind of continuously shows why it's such a highly prized meta pick for every region.
Yeah, I mean, he did get the buffs coming in onto this patch as well, so looking pretty damn good off the back of that. And Yuyanja making sure that he's able to work that to success. Again, just the lane matchup not going to be great, but once you get out of lane, Rakan can just do so much. And you can see pretty much every single one of these skirmishes that set the ball rolling in Rare Adam's favor, Yuyanja was finding those engages.
And it's just, again, finding opportunities, roaming around with Leyen, getting him an opportunity to get those resets in. And that was kind of how they were able to make this one work. And at the end of it all, I think Leyen on this Viego, it can be a little bit of a flop. But when it does get those resets, when it does get those, you know, fights rolling in its favor, that's when we see the Viego really start to shine. And even here, Yuyanja does exactly what he needs to do. Sets up a 5-man counter-strike. And there's nothing you can do here as WE.
Yeah, completely done for. And again, kind of... Yuyanja, I think, has kind of found a lot of improvement since we last saw him, because I remember back in top esports in 2021, he just was getting so much negative press, but he has definitely started to improve and looking a lot stronger, and being able to find a ton of these engages is great. And again, I don't feel like a lot of the issues on Rare Adam are like individual performers as such. Like Cube was playing well on that top side. I think you have, like, apart from some shaky bot lanes sometimes from iBoy, like generally they seem to be okay. It's just the way this team meshes just hasn't been coming across well.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's individually still some good performances from a lot of people, but still waiting to see a little bit more from RA, and of course WE still waiting to get their first win. We are going to send it though to a quick break. When we return, it's going to be Ultra Prime versus RNG.
迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远。尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点。勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次吹到过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间。 总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。走到哭了，多痛也不愿，流的泪，受过的伤都会终结。被否定，被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心，一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾，绝不停歇。每个你，每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼，展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。I remember the time you said good things be harder said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too.
下场打 UP 面对 Zoom 的话，因为他一直都很有经验嘛，然后我就也是做好我自己的，稳健发育就好了。我觉得蓝色方胜率远高于红色方的原因，应该是因为强势的英雄需要先抢，然后留给红色方的 counter 位效果并不明显，所以可能这样会导致蓝色方胜率高一点。
Welcome back, one and all. We have got ourselves a little bit of a super substitution. Ox is going to be stepping in for the second series of the day as Dagda needs a little bit of a break. The man has been on camera pretty damn consistently, but Ox, thank you for joining me. I'm excited to have you here.
I'm excited to be here. Yeah, I was just chilling in Discord with Mazel and Lyric. Me and Lyric are playing a TFT game. And then see the message from Dagda, can anyone sub? And Lyric goes, not it. And
that's the rules. You got to play by the rules. That's just how exactly
literally
goes.
how we got there. So we finished our TFT double up game and we came first. By the way, shout out, I gave Lyric a ton of Zayas. So we got a 3-star Zaya. Yeah, shout out to me for giving a 3-star Zaya. And then I hopped in the shower. Now I'm here. So that's why I'm here. Obviously, unfortunate Dagda can't be here for this game. But this dude is a workhorse. And I swear he would cast every game if he could.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're going to quickly jump into our series because it's Ultra Prime versus the RNG, the MSI champions. And unfortunately, as you can imagine by this next graphic, we wanted it to be Dagda's deep dive because this was going to be Dagda looking at the way that Xiaohu and Cryan look to try and make this. But this graphic is absolutely fantastic. The Dagda deep dive. He is a new champion in the game. And honestly,
Wow.
his W is going to be OP if you max it.
That is I love the fact that we've just gone with this Dagda being a champion thing, and we've just run with it. This is peak graphics for League of Legends, honestly. Unfortunately, we don't have Dagda with us, but I'm sure he would say just how, Crying was the OG facilitator for RNG. Back when he was in the mid lane, Xiaohu was top. We saw them perform that way at MSI. And then the strange thing is that Xiaohu coming to mid, the expectation was, okay, maybe a bit more for mid lane carry. But as the split progressed, we got to the point where really Xiaohu was playing that facilitating role, where he was the person leaning on things like the Lissandra, like the Galio, being able to move around the map, filling the shoes that Crying had sort of worn before him. And particularly the Lissandra is a big one for me, because at MSI we saw it into the Ahri specifically, but Xiaohu has just been consistently bringing it out regardless, so he can be that primary engage, be that roamer, be that facilitator for his team.
Yeah, and I think that's just the way it works, is that a lot of the time when we look at RNG, this man is the catalyst, the mastermind. We cannot say it any more than that. They have literally, RNG as an organization, the royal organization, have literally won nothing without this man. 5 LPL championships, 2 MSIs. It's just all about him, and 3 MSIs, excuse me, 2 in a row. It's all been because of Xiaohu. He role swaps, he changes lanes, he works to how he and his team need to. And you can even see it in terms of how he plays as well in some of the clips, because how he's able to move around the map, how he's able to affect some of these lanes are so pivotal to how RNG actually find their leads.
Yeah, I'm going to say I think Xiaohu is the best map reads in possibly the world as far as mid laners go. Like, he constantly finds these opportunities to move. Something we sort of saw from him last split was when they would make a play on the boss side of the map. If he felt like they didn't need the extra resources, the extra help from him, then he would actually go and cover Bin in the top lane, so they have that weak side defense and often turn things around. We've seen so many opportunities in this split where he's moving with his team, finding these windows. And I have to say, him and Wei look best when they can both be working on these plays. Things like that with the Ahri Nocturne, be able to see a target and instantly make that call to go for it, can work very effectively.
Yeah, and on the other side of this as well, we got to talk about Crying, the guy who's was the mid laner for the 2021 MSI winning championship roster of RNG, now going up against his old organization once more. And he has a little bit of a different situation, but honestly, he kind of has been proving a lot of people wrong. He was kind of seen as this very much band-aid, two-trick pony in the last few years, but he's really stepped up.
Yeah, I think a lot of people look at Crying and say, right, when they won MSI, he was the weakest player on the roster. And I'm not really going to disagree. I think his laning did struggle and he had a limited pool. But I think he's really flourished since he's been on Ultra Prime. And I think he's kind of shown that, like, yes, weakest player on RNG, but RNG are a really good team, right? It's not too much shade to be put towards him. But I think beyond that, like, he's flourished on this team. It's not just that roaming playstyle. Sure, the champions you're looking at are those ones who are going to try and move around the map and be active on. Obviously, Talia with that wall can roam very effectively, but it's also the individual carry performances he's been able to bring out. Particularly, as I said on that Talia, he was an absolute monster on that champion, consistently finding opportunities, consistently finding seismic shoves. As we dive into the clips, the first will be an example of him moving with his team and pairing up and facilitating them going for a bot lane play. But this next one, I believe, is just him playing so fantastically, looking for those opportunities to get him on the back line.
Yeah, and again, Ultra Prime are a roster. You look at some of the names here: Elk, Zoom, Crying. You know, these are guys that have actually got some pretty high ceilings and honestly feel like they can do an awful lot of work given the actual proper setups. So having someone like Crying really step up and honestly prove a lot of people wrong about what kind of a player he is really refreshing to see for this roster.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, Ultra Prime is a roster where there's still some uncertainty around Hacker. Like, I'm just flat out going to say it, he is a bit inconsistent. But, you know, the fact they have Zoom in the top lane, I think bot lane, we talked about last split being reliable, Crying definitely being a solid performer so far this split. This is definitely an RNG favored matchup, it goes without saying, but I'm hoping Ultra Prime can at least challenge that and Crying and can draw some blood against his old org.
We'll have to wait and see. RNG still sitting very much at the top of standings, or near the top of the standings. Have played a lot less games than most other teams, given they were the MSI representatives for the LPL. So it's taken them a little bit of they're getting a little bit of a slower start, but they will have to pay for it in the latter half of the split, as they'll have like 2 series a week for the final 5 weeks, I believe. So does end up, you know, kind of having to reclaim those places, but Ultra Prime 2 and 3, they would love a win right now. We're seeing a lot of bot lane bans coming out right now. There's Senna, there's Kalista, there's Zeri, and that means that Ultra Prime, they're actually going to go for the Lee Sin and say, cool, we're happy to weigh on Viego, but this is still weigh on Viego.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like RNG aren't really pressed by this. They know that they can still pick up a strong jungler. No jungle bans done that. Wukong, which is kind of mandatory coming out in the first rotation. And Hacker is someone who can definitely pop off of the Lee Sin, but, you know, we've seen it go in both directions. RNG going with something that kind of you'd expect to see in spring. Aphelios not prioritizes heavily, but something to note is the amount of 80 carry bans we've already had coming out. Senna, Zeri, and that Calista taken away. Obviously, Lucian is something that's dropped in prior, but also can have a hard time into Aphelios just due to the fact he has so much more sustained damage. And it looks like you might just see that spring trade. Oh, we got so bored off the Sheen.
Are you bored of it still? That's the question. Are you bored of it still?
I feel like we had some fresh picks come in, and that's kind of meant I'm not as been out from it. But spring, when we just saw Aphelios, Jinx all split long, did get tiresome.
That is very fair. And honestly, the Aphelios was Gala's go-to pick in Springs as well. That was the thing he played the most. Even when the Jinx was an option for him, he much preferred that. And honestly, the Aphelios, I will say, hasn't been as gutted as the Jinx in the most recent of patches. Definitely feels like you have an awful lot more room to work with. And now with the side of RNG kind of finally recognizing they can go for their jungler, the Viego gets locked in for Wei, something that he is so damn prolific on, so damn comfortable on. And now we'll see where the final few bans want to come in.
Yeah, one of the things with the Aphelios is he actually got a buff to, you know, when you put levels in your abilities with Aphelios, instead of upgrading your skills, you actually get stats. They buffed the attack speed he got and also the vitality, I believe. So part of the reason we are seeing him a bit more, Jinx hasn't been changed, but it's kind of just like, you know, you do outrange Aphelios and you can perform well in the team fight. So there's that sort of view there. And we've had quite an even trade, right? Both teams have their junglers, both teams have their bot lanes. Looking at what they're going to be able to do in the next rotation, I got to say, I favor RNG in this position because I feel like, you know, in terms of what's been secured so far, they'll be comfortable, but going into this second rotation, they get first choice of what they want to take, whether it's mid or top, and then they will get that counter pick as well, guaranteed.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing the Sejuani being banned away here. So they're saying, all right, Zoom, you're not getting a super tank. We're not going to allow it. And the Jax as well, something that Breathe is very, very comfortable with. And honestly, we can have a little bit of a moment as well before the bans kind of finish out. Breathe's transition into this roster, it definitely has not been seamless. It definitely looks like he's taking a little bit of time. But it does feel like they are slowly but surely adjusting to how they want to play the game with him now on the top side.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the expectation was it was going to be an easier fit than Bin, but it still takes time to integrate a new player. I think Bin so far has been a solid addition and has made it work. A lot of top lane plans, not much look towards the mid lane. We only have the Ahri from the early rotation, so interesting to see. I could see Ultra Prime even looking towards the Lissandra maybe. Obviously, Xiaohu has been excellent on it, and I really love Lissandra with Viego. Just the fact that you both get those resets on those kills can be really powerful in those early skirmishes, and you have the late game AD carrying the Aphelios to work with. But we'll see what RNG go for. Expectation is if there's like a top laner who like you really want to solidify, lock in, which appears to be this Gangplank, and with all those top lane plans, I understand it, then it makes sense to take that. And then it does leave them with that mid lane counter pick. So for the side of Ultra Prime, question is what can Zoom go towards with so many things banned away? I feel like they already have a lot of team fighting power with their Jinx. Could lean into something that just sort of rounds her up and can provide a front line for her.
We'll have to wait and see. Looks like the LeBlanc going to be coming in here for Crying. So something that he has been able to play of last split as well, but not to too much success. Does give you a lot of kill participation, but honestly, this kind of just leads into you kind of saying to RNG, okay, take the Lissandra. You have a lot of ways of dealing with what the side of Ultra Prime have thrown into you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lissandra would be really good here for RNG, so kind of sets that up.
Swain
And
top.
enough, we're going to get a Swain top lane. So longer lane, and Swain obviously struggles a little bit earlier. You are going to get out-traded by the GP. He is going to harass you down. But at level 6, if you find an all-in window, definitely opportunity to make that happen. I'm not really convinced by this. We'll have to see how it plays out, but I think RNG, I mean, we talked about it already. This is a no-brainer Lissandra game for RNG. Great synergy with the Viego. You have scaling side lanes to lean towards. You're into LeBlanc, which is when we first saw Lissandra come into the meta, it was the Aftershock Lissandra specifically into LeBlanc. So I think RNG are really happy with what they've got so far. I think that composition feels, you know, if we saw this in spring, it'd be kind of just par for the course. Ultra Prime, I feel like they have their work cut out for them. And I'm interested to see how this Swain does into the Gangplank in the top lane. Obviously, Swain can be quite good into short-range compositions. RNG's is short-range, but they also have the DPS just to burst through him with that Aphelios.
Yeah, and the Gangplank kind of, again, something that Breed is incredibly comfortable on, something that has kind of fits his style. You think of Breed, you think of champions like Renekton, the Aurelia, the Jaces, things that can just take over a game, and Gangplank falls very, very nicely into that. So I feel like if you're on the side of RNG, you're very happy with what you just got there. And Ultra Prime, they feel like they may be just calling the gauntlet a little bit and saying, look, can we even beat them with their most comfortable picks?
Yeah, and I feel like one of the things that RNG on comfort can be such a pain to deal with. I think that's kind of something we saw a bit at MSI as well when we had, you know, when they were on blue side, the opponent was red, there's a bunch of picks you have to ban away. You don't get as much freedom to target the comfort that RNG have. I know a lot of the picks, like, I feel like Galio was forced into the meta by RNG in the LPL. We saw Knight have to pick it up in that finals up against Shahu, partly as a denial, just to be able to match the Roman pressure. So yeah, this is already a favored matchup towards RNG. I think the draft favors them now. I am interested to see how Zoom does on this Swain into the GP. I could imagine he's picking it because he finds it to be a good matchup. And in terms of that level 6 power, the all-in that Swain gets is pretty significant.
We'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. We got the two little brothers just grazing, nothing wrong with that whatsoever. As we jump into game 1 of Ultra Prime versus RNG. Ultra Prime looking now to make sure that they do not get any shenanigans level 1 that they will not be prepared for.
Getting that early ward down as well is nice. You can see Shaoxi is the one who placed the ward, and that means, because one of the big things with top lane is like wards are so important in terms of brush control, especially against the GP. You can put a barrel in a brush, and if you can't auto it, it can obviously just be a pain. So getting an early ward, so you have that for your level 1, can be really nice for your top laner, and then he still has his ward he's able to use later. And you can see Shaoxi will just switch to the scrying thingy. What's it called? The lens. Oracle's lens?
No, it's not Oracle's lens. Is it?
Scrying lens? Scrying lens, I think it is.
No, it's Scryer's Bloom. It's Scryer's Bloom.
Man. I'm not paid to know the names of all the ward items. I honestly forget them. But the red one, red trinket. Okay, cool. Red trinket. He can clear out wards with a bot brush, so it's not as big of an issue that he doesn't have his yellow trinket.
Oh, it is Oracle Lens. I just looked it up. You were absolutely correct. I
did just say every possible variation of what it could be. I was like, scrying lens, Oracle lens, yellow trinket lens, everything.
Yeah, it's actually.
Eventually, I'm gonna get there.
It's Stealth Ward for the yellow one, Oracle Lens for the red one, and then Farsight Alteration for the blue. So there you go. There you go, my son.
Yep.
Carry on my way. Do you remember when Oracle Lens you could like pop it in an area that it wasn't just above your head at all times. You could just put it in an area. That was so good. It was a bit too good, but it was so good.
I mean, I feel like the fact it moves now means you can cover such a wide area, you know?
Yeah, true.
Ends up being pretty powerful. Now, it's like one of the things is denying vision so strong now as it is. We do see level 1 from Jinx, even with the nerfs that came into it that kind of pushed out the meta. Still able to outmatch the Aphelios, so obviously doesn't even have an ability level 1. And Ultra Prime doing a good job to set up that wave control. Something to note, Elk has gone for the Cole, so potentially not expecting to go too heavily into all-ins there. You'll notice Ming went for the dredge line there. That's how you want to play this matchup. If the Zenith Blade connects, you want to dredge line it mid-air to interrupt the Leona so she doesn't make it to you or your AD carry. Obviously, Shaoxi didn't connect, but Ming ready with knowing how he has to play the matchup to sort of mitigate the pressure.
I'm curious as well to see with the Swain top. We talked about how it will struggle a little bit in the early stages. Of course, Gangplank not going to have a great time until he gets those levels up into the parlay, and that's when that matchup really starts to go in his favor. He gets, of course, the Grasp of the Undying procs as well. But both junglers in this top side, the Scuttle is going to be confirmed here. Wei is going to walk over a ward, so they know exactly where he is. Now, honestly, he might be in a little bit of trouble here. Hacker's going to have Zoom for support. They do land the Sonic Wave. He does get the stun back, as there is the Vision of Empire's going to land, and Wei's going to flash away, but Hacker's going to join him. Zoom's going to get him there with a Never Move, and that's going to be First Blood going over to Ultra Prime.
And Wei just going for such a bold play when you don't have Prio on the top lane. Obviously, a champion like Swain, who has the AoE in his Q, Zoom even puts 2 points into it, will have Prio against the Gangplank, who's only really range when he's using his Q. And regardless of that, we still see Wei try and play aggressive and instantly punished by Ultra Prime. So really positive from them. And that's the thing to note, right? Is when you have a Lee Sin, you have LeBlanc Lee Sin mid-jungle, you want to be snowballing and finding a lead.
And we're going to see an engage on the bot side. Gala going to be forced to cleanse. The Ignite has gone down. Still haven't traded back any other summoners just yet. Sway is in the area, but again, Leona having a good trade of the time at this time, as Ming needs to be a little bit more on point with trying to mitigate those Zenith blades.
Yeah, and it's Cleanser Ignite, so relatively even between the two, but obviously Leona wants the Cleanse to be down more than anything. Just mitigating that CC makes such a big difference now. Xiaoxi might be in trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble. He's going to get hooked back. The Gravitum is down. He's not going to bother wasting his flash, and the patience from Wei pays off.
Yeah, and the sad thing is Hacker was on the bot side of the map. The wave is in a state where you want someone to come with you to crash. Like, that is an easy setup for Wade to be able to get into the lane and find a gank, but Hacker ends up clearing through his jungle, doesn't assist his bot lane to get the crash in, and now actually, if you look, Elk has reset. The wave is still in a bad spot, so it's not just the kill going over. Elk is also going to be missing out on some farm as a result.
Xiaohu locked up a little bit, but Hacker no flash, so no real way of getting himself to cut the distance on top of the Lissandra, and now we're starting to see some pretty decent early game aggression. And honestly, this is such a breath of fresh air compared to the last game where nothing was really happening. And now both teams looking to try and put their supports up towards this mid lane as Wei now been spotted out. They know he's going to be walking up towards this top side. Hacker, we have a lot of criticisms for this guy, but so far so good for him on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, it's been a solid start, and I feel like if Hacker gets a solid start, gets momentum, definitely puts him in a really positive spot. You see the outcome, we are going to get the crash in. Gala and Ming did reset, but had the wave in a position where it would stay just outside this tower and deny some farm. So Gala gets this massive wave to collect, and ultimately he's not really going to end too much ahead of Elk in this situation, but just showing that, you know, Hacker probably could have been there to help find that window to crash the wave in. See the top lane matchup develop. I'm gonna be real, I haven't seen this top lane matchup too much, so kind of learn as we go situation. Breed obviously trying to keep your distance at this point. If Zoom can get on top of you and stay on top of you, the ult is pretty hard for Breed to deal with in the 1v1. He just never is going to have enough damage to cut through him as he's draining that health.
Yeah, Breed now level 6 does have access to his Cannon Barrage. We are going to see the Vision of Empires used to just try and delay the back of Wei, who would want to get a little bit of a reset going for himself. Speaking of reset, Xiaohu goes back now, has got his Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Actually went with the Electrocute onto the Lissandra, so looking for that big burst potential. We might see a little bit of engage here. Would be risky here for RNG, but both mid laners are available. There is going to be the Ice Claw to come in, and Xiaoxi's been separated. He flashes away, and the Chompers are good to try and stop the pursuit. They do get the CC down on the Xiaohu, and Ming is looking for Elk. He does land the dredge line. There's the Cannon Barrage. He jumps in on top of the Blast Cone, but Elk was wise to his tricks, and he just flashes over to the red buff.
Yeah, it still ends up, it's a weird play. I'm gonna be honest, a lot of viewers will be watching this and question it, but he just wanted to guarantee they get Elk's flash. If he didn't go for the Blast Cone, there's a chance that Elk is able to walk it out. Maybe a bit of a weird one regardless, maybe a bit unnecessary. You probably would have forced Elk to flash in the Blast Cone. Regardless, they end up burning the summoners. They get both bot lane flashes. And what I want to see from RNG is a follow-up to this, okay? Those summoners by themselves aren't that meaningful unless you can make a play happen. Xiaohu currently has prio and is starting to make the walk down, and Wei is already here. So 4-man bot play potentially being set up here. And with no flashes, Elk and Xiaoxi could be easy pickings.
You don't have the Cannon Barrage, though, for Breeze. As we can see now, Xiaohu just seeing if he can find out where everyone is. The Glacial Path might be used here to try and get himself over the wall without being spotted, but RNG think the better of it. They don't have perfect vision of where this Lee Sin is. He could just be sitting in a ward or in a brush with a pink ward, so they're gonna back themselves away. But again, pressure for RNG.
Yeah, I think the thing is the wave wasn't too big. I think that was definitely a factor here in why they didn't end up going for it. A bigger wave, and maybe they at bare minimum have Xiaohu claw over to deny it away, but they just end up applying that bit of pressure, moving off. Tiny bit of damage to the tower, but not really much to come from it. But still, flashes down for the bot lane ultra prime. Definitely something they can set up in the future. But now we see RNG actually rotating heavily over towards this Herald. Bear in mind, Elk is still bot catching this wave. Gala is moving up now. Ultra Prime, they need to get this Herald and get out.
I mean, they just missed the chain there. The ethereal chain not going to be landed. They may try and just burst it down. They're going to try and look for it, but I don't think they're going to be able to get it. No, he flashes in and he doesn't even get the smite. That's going to be stolen there by RNG. The Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't even finish anybody off. It's Cryan trying to do the damage, but they've already lost two. Xiaohu will eventually fall to Zoom Swain, but look at Gala just 1v1ing the assassin of Cryan right now, and he's not going to be fooled either. He knows which one to go for. Doesn't quite have the damage to kill him off, but RNG just fighting over this Herald and winning.
yeah, they got the Herald and they got the fight win. They got everything they wanted in that situation. And Ultra Prime, it felt like they were trying to sneak the Herald. That was the game plan. Getting quick when RNG's made this move towards bot, invested their time and effort to try and make that dive work. They don't get it quick enough. And I think the big thing is as soon as you know that Gala is going to be there first, you should have opted out. They do use the ult from Jinx to try and solidify this play, but it comes down to a flip. They end up focusing on a Xiaohu, but Xiaohu is probably the worst target as you can just self-ult and get the healing. The ult comes in from the Jinx to contribute, but there's just no way they're going to win this fight. It's kind of like, okay, let's just get out. But the problem is, look at the minimap. We actually saw Elk walk all the way up. If he had stayed bot and he just fired the ult, that could have been a much better play for Ultra Prime. They could have got at least a couple of plays in the bot lane, but because Elk walked up but didn't make it, RNG are happy to take that one. They get the kill advantage, they get the Herald, and they lose very little in the bot lane.
Yeah, very little. It's exactly the same CS score as it was when they left. You can see now Gala has a little bit of pressure in towards this mid lane, but the next port of call is going to be that Dragon Xiao, who's going to collect that mid lane for himself, as Ming and Gala just play bouncers and protectors around the site of the Dragon. They know that if they can't get vision down for Ultra Prime, they're not going to contest.
Yeah, and I think there's still a timer where Elk doesn't have his flash available. I think the fact that Hacker doesn't have his Zoom, doesn't have his up against Alessandra, it's so threatening. The fact she has that point-and-click ult, and I think Ultra Prime are struggling to find windows in on this one. We'll just see RNG, vision secured, objective picked up. They won't even let the rocket connect. And now moving down towards bot, Elk has to be so careful. Ming with 6 as well. Your cleanse will do nothing against him. And it just feels like they really want to try and deny some pressure here. The one downside is the Herald was picked up, but it is Breathe who has it. Oh, they're looking for the play now.
They're going to go for it. There's no flash here for Xiaoxi. He gets heartbreakered already. Lissandra is coming. The TP, that's going to be crying coming into the bot side, but he's a little bit late on the play. There is no Rift Herald here, so he should just be able to clear this wave. But honestly, with Hacker coming in, do they look to try and maybe go for this one? Ultra Prime, they got to back away.
Yeah, there's no way you can continue this. There's still the ult available to Xiaohu. So threatening if someone oversteps, and that's the downside, right? The Herald is in the top lane with Breathe, so they don't have it to use here. Otherwise, this would be first tower taken. But RNG still making a positive play. They punish the lack of flash available to Xiaoxi just before it became available, and they also get a ton of gold onto Gala.
And this is what we love about RNG. When you think about this team, it's not, yes, Xiaohu is incredible, and Gala does have absolutely incredible pop-off moments, but this is a team that we said right at the start of the day is so smart with its map movements, with how it wants to play the map. And this is why, like, yes, it's not an exceptional gold lead, but you've got 2 kills. You denied the Rift Herald. You took the first Dragon. You're constantly just putting these little deficits on everything you want to do here as side of Ultra Prime. And it's not about getting the ultimate, you know, the massive spike in gold or a massive advantage. It's about the little things that will lead to a massive advantage.
Yeah, and so far, 1,000 gold lead pre-Herald, but that is, the time is coming up soon for Breathe. There's a reset timing for Zoom. I think Breathe might just have to slam that. He's actually recalling, so maybe he's recalling to put it down in the bot lane, have it walk through. I think that's the play. If you look at him on the map, yeah, he walked down towards bot, slammed it. So this isn't ideal, but I think the thought process is if they can get it to connect with bot lane, they will get the tower. But this means, like, you give so much warning to Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime are like the biggest signal ever that a Herald is going to be coming bot and they need to try and do something. The question is, can they do something?
That's the big thing. It's almost more frustrating when you know it's going to happen, but there's nothing you can do about it. They will have it come into the wave now in one wave's time, but again, what do RNG do? They don't just go, right, we're going to 100% protect this, which they are still doing. Xiaohu's going, I'm getting pushed in mid lane because LeBlanc's not here. Now I can roam down. You've got the TP on Breed. You've got the Cannon Barrage as well. This is going to effectively be a 5v3, and yeah, Ultra Prime, they can't do anything. Oh, flash in. They land the hook. It's down onto Hacker, who does get the dredge line down, and they're going to be able to turn this one 100% in their favor. Ultra Prime, you had all the warning in the world. You had all the premonitions you could have possibly needed, but it does not matter because they're going to lose 2 towers off of that.
And it almost ends up being worse because they have the warning, because they group up to defend, and RNG bring enough members. Once again, Xiaohu making the move with Alessandra. The ult from Xiaoxi was good to stop him from getting in immediately, but Ming just so well played, and I have to flame Hacker a bit here. If he had flashed that dredge line from Ming, yes, you would have been triple flash on it, but if he doesn't connect, he doesn't get the follow-up. We'll get the replay coming in. Looks like Cryan actually opted not to move down here when he could have. And look at Xiaohu. So Xiaohu goes in, but gets ulted. Xiaoxi flashes, but Hacker doesn't. Xiaoxi and El both do. Because Ming connects with the Lee Sin, the ult comes in after, and they get 2 kills. You know, you already burnt 2 flashes. A third isn't that big of a deal, but the end result is because Hacker doesn't flash, they end up going down. They lose 3 towers, actually. They lost the inhib tower as well. You know, I've seen some Heralds. That is pretty good as far as Heralds go.
That is, you know what? You're a bit of a Herald aficionado. You love to kind of break down what's good, what's bad, what's a, you know, optimal use of it. Probably the most optimal use there is to make the longest lane in the game the furthest away from the next Rift Herald as long as physically possible. Now that wave is going to have a very good opportunity to kind of bounce into people, and you lose so much gold and CS from it. That's why you also don't see people taking away the inhibitor, because that's how you lose gold and experience yourself. But RNG now looking to try and fight around this dragon. Honestly, Ultra Prime.
From Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ultra Prime, this could end up being the game for you if you're not able to make this fight work. No flash here for Xiaoxi, so he's dead. It's a 5v4 already. There's going to be Demonic Ascension. As we can see, they're just going to be in full disengage mode. Hacker trying to go for something will kill off Xiaohu, but it's a double kill for Wei. Ultra Prime, they're just so not ready for this in whatsoever, and they're getting absolutely pummeled.
I'm not sure what else they expected, but the outcome is as we foretold, Ishin. RNG completely stomped the fight. And Ultra Prime just have to run away. Xiaoxi going down again, 0, 5, and 2 right now on that Leona. He has really felt the brunt of the play from RNG. Herald is going to be secured, and I think RNG can just look towards the Dragon off their next reset. We'll see the replay. I'm just not sure what the game plan was, right? They're posturing here. Xiaoxi, you are not tanky. He gets absolutely obliterated. There's a reset, right? We have the Frozen Thrall on the ground. We have the reset for Wei. It's a Leona reset as well, so you can engage in, get the resistances. And then Hacker looks for the kill on the Xiaohu, but it just doesn't matter.
No, I think this game is very, very quickly slipping away from Ultra Prime, and this is the difference from the last series to this, is that RNG will take an inch that you give them and turn it into a massive advantage. 4,000 gold lead, 2 dragons, they still have a Rift Herald as well to use. It's 16 minutes into the game, Ox, and this Viego 6-1-3, like I said, it's like, yeah, you might take a favorable matchup. The Lee Sin can skirmish, but this is Wei's Viego. It's literally his one trick.
Yeah, I especially think when you have Nautilus, Lissandra, it's such a fantastic duo because you can't cleanse what Nautilus offers, so cleanse has less value. You know, even if the cleanse is up for Elk, you still have the Nautilus engage, but Xiao has all that lockdown available to Lissandra, and it's single target. That's what you want when you're playing Viego, is tools from your team to guarantee someone dies. And we saw that, right? Xiaoxi, nothing he could do in that situation, ends up going down. Wei gets the reset, and when you're this fed as a Viego, there's no stopping you from just taking over the fight. That's not to mention, this is a team with a GP and an Aphelios as well, but it just doesn't even feel necessary at this point when the trio of the jungle mid support can do all that work.
Oh, Xiaohu gets kicked back, but again, he's already got his Everfrost. He's not going to be able to do anything, and now Hacker, you're not in position to be able to defend this turret charge, so you might even lose 2 towers off the one turret. I will say, though, good never move here from Zoom, kind of dissuades the rest of RNG away from going for it, but this is rough. 18 minutes into the game, you're already got yourself pinned back behind tier 2s. It's getting harder and harder for Ultra Prime to even find an option because, again, you don't have great engage options. If the Leona goes in, the Leona's just going to die.
Yep, and I mean, so far, it looks like Zoom has had a decent laning phase. He's got a lead. He's able to control the wave state in this matchup and, you know, handle, breathe. But what else has it really done? This Swain pick hasn't really managed to solidify anything for this team. And it feels like Ultra Prime, I don't really know what the option is. I think you have to fish for picks. I think you have to have Cryan or Hacker finding an angle where they're able to blow someone up. But it gets harder and harder. Like, look already at RNG's composition. Right, Jinx isn't doing that much damage at this moment, and you have a Hex Drinker on the Gangplank. You have a full Maw onto Wei. Lissandra has Stopwatch and is Lissandra, right? Not exactly an easy target. Like,
you even have a Stopwatch on Ming.
You have a Stopwatch on Ming. Gala has Cleanse and Flash Up. Gale Force as well. There aren't easy targets right now, and with the gold deficit already in place, it is problematic. You have to also mention the fact that Ultra Prime didn't even get any early dragons. At least if they get early dragons, you can say, well, maybe they have more time. Third dragon is coming up in 2 minutes 40 for RNG. It's not exactly the fastest pace we've seen for dragons, but the fact they secured everything so far this game you know, aside from those 3 kills, Ultra Prime have got nothing.
Yeah, literally, it's literally 3 kills. A 0-5 Shousey. I just had a quick look and realized just how far down he is really feeling in this game, and it's gonna hurt. Again, you are the primary engaged for your team outside of Hacker finding a god tier Lee Sin insect. There's not really an opportunity here for Ultra Prime to get back into it. And again, I'm glad to see this from RNG. We, you know, obviously last summer we did see them have a little bit of an MSI hangover, but this time around, like, they've only lost 1 game, and that game was against V5, who are currently undefeated. Not exactly a bad stat to have.
Yeah. I mean, and that was a close one as well. Oh, Wei might be engaged on 2.
Wei is going to be engaged on 2. They're going to try and fully commit, but he flashes away. There's the cannon barrage. The solo player does hand. Wei does get his bomb. Memory is popped, and he's eventually taken down. But look at L flashing away, but he's in the middle of the cannon barrage. And Lissandra and the Felios, Gala and Xiaohu now being absolute chads, walking forward and saying, we're the actual team fight. Gala is huge with these chakrams. And even though everything went right for Ultra Prime, it still went oh so wrong.
Yeah, that was the correct play from Ultra Prime. And even with the way it turned out, I still think they're happy with the fact they got the shutdown from Wei. Obviously, a lot of value there. But you can see, even with them taking down Wei, it took so much time. They didn't really have the damage. The Moore bought a lot of time from as well. But then Gala comes in. He has red-white. And this is kind of the problem with this Swain pick, is normally at this point in the game, Swain can be quite a pain to take down when your 80 carry isn't doing that much damage. But Aphelios has sustained damage for days. So as you can see, Wei survives for a very long time. The Moore coming at the end makes it a bit difficult to finish him off. Then Gala, the ult comes down on an L. He just runs forward, deletes him from the map. Xiaohu decides crying is no longer for this earth. And then Zoom, he is low in fairness here, but Gala's DPS just means, like, even the bulkier targets like the Leona, like the Swain, are just paper.
Paper to be cut. We don't even have a Gwen in the game. That is how far ahead RNG are now. 6,000 gold, and they're starting to look at securing vision around this Baron. But honestly, they could just kind of secure the vision and then start to look towards this dragon. This dragon would be an Infernal Soul. It would give them a great opportunity to get themselves another win condition. 407 onto Gala. He's working up towards what could either be a Bloodthirster or an IE. Honestly, he could go either way. I personally would like to see the Bloodthirster just to give him that extra survivability.
I think it's going to be IE, though. Just knowing Gala, like, he's confident. He's going to go for the damage. Obviously, with the Collector as well, a lot of people talk about Collector being not the best against higher arm targets, but earlier in the game you get it, the more powerful it's going to be when people's base armor is lower, and Gala is going to be doing ridiculous amounts of damage at this point of the game if he finishes the IE as well.
Southie doesn't have an item. We're 22 minutes into the game. He is such a poor support. I think he has it now, but he's not going to be allowed to recall.
You know, honestly, there's still the upgrade. Like, you have to finish off combining the Null Magic Mantle and the Cloth Armor into an Aegis. You could still be a while away. I mean, supports tend not to get that much gold, but this is rough. And okay, that's starting to do damage.
Yeah, these barrels are really starting to become a problem right now. You can see they're trying to look for something. Breed's going to be able to eat an orange, so he'll be K. That's basically your engage done, and now they can re-engage here. Hacker got caught by the lollipop, and that's going to be a little bit of a cavity for him. He goes straight back to the gray screen, aka the dentist. And that's going to be RNG moving in more and more pressure, more and more gold. And honestly, this has looked so smooth from start to finish from RNG. And Ultra Prime, they're a good team, but they just can't do anything.
No, it just doesn't even close. You know what this looks like, Ashin? This looks like the MSI champions playing against a team who are not the MSI champions. Pretty convincing. All in all, RNG, you saw the moment Hacker overstepped there, everyone was just ready to jump on him, absolutely decimate him. And yeah, they opt not to end up going for the Baron off the back of that, trying to play it safe. They know and respect the fact that against the Jinx, if you get stuck in the pit, it can go bad. But unfortunately, Shousey goes for the engage. There isn't really a good target there. Like, he hits Breathe, who cleanses it. But Ming and Xiaohu aren't exactly who you want. And then Hacker makes the mistake of existing and just gets instantly punished for it.
Yeah, this is, considering how slow our previous series was in terms of games, this one is a little bit faster pace. We are now at a 8,000 gold lead, 3 dragons, not a single tower down. As you mentioned, apart from those couple of kills, Ultra Prime have got nothing. This is as a near perfect game as you can possibly get. Is now Xiaohu just going to be able to take his claw over the wall, and Hacker now having to deal with that Banshees makes it so much harder to try and catch Xiaohu out.
Yo, Breathe isn't here, but he does have TP, but he's just pushing for that bot in here.
They
but
can't
honestly,
engage.
I don't even think they need Breeze. I think they'll win 4v5.
They would win 4v5 because Gala's going up to an IE. He's so big. And look, they can say Breed's now coming in. Someone has to reset. We can TP straight to the Baron.
Yeah, now posturing towards it. The vision is completely cleared out. There's only that blue trinket. They will place another. The control ward will deny the vision. RNG don't need to make a play for this, though. If Ultra Prime overstep and they finally engage, they will. But there's Dragon in 2 minutes, and that would be soul for RNG. The pressure isn't there. You see they don't opt to start it up. And they can just now move that pressure down towards this Dragon and look to set up for it. Here's the problem is that if Ultra Prime give over the Dragon to RNG, Infernal Soul for them, devastating. And if they contest it, though, and lose the fight, they lose the Baron, and they probably lose the game. There's not really a win in this situation unless you're able to win the fight and the Dragon. But I am hard-pressed to work out how Ultra Prime would be able to do that. You look at the AD carry items, Elk sitting with that Kraken Slayer and that Rapid Fire, whereas Gala has finished the IE. Such an early point in the game to have those 3 items for that Aphelios, and he will just shred anyone.
I mean, I love the play as well from RNG because not only, yes, they TP'd to the Baron, they didn't start it up, but they didn't take it. You're like, oh, why would you TP for it then? Because what happened is the bot inhibitor is so damn low that anyone walks up to it, it's going to get taken down. You lost so much CS into the top lane because of the wave being pushed in, and now you're just having to accept that you just can't deal with this. You've got green and white guns. This is being shredded. It's gone, and Hackers just found Xiaohu, so now a TP going to be coming in.
You don't want to be
You got to go. You got to go for the fight. You got to try something. Zoom's going to go in, and Zoom is deleted. So much for a tanky Swain, and triple kill for Gala. Quadra kill for Gala. You know what it is. It's a pentakill for Gala.
And that looked like one of the fastest pentas I've seen. Gala just dashes in and eviscerates Ultra Prime. He had the items, but the play comes in, and RNG, they don't even wait for the Dragon. They don't wait for the soul. They want this game done now. And Gala does it in style.
Gala always does it in style. This man is proving time and time again why he should be considered one of the best in the world. RNG wipe the floor with Ultra Prime and take a near perfect game.
Controlled throughout. And RNG managed to make this one look easy. Gala flexing the muscles there a little bit as well. But the expectation was there. He had the items, he had the damage, but it was just clinical when it came to that fight.
Man, I don't know if it's because of me or because of, he's just a great player in some regards or anything like that, but Gala seems to love giving me, RNG in general, seem to love giving me pentakills. And it's really refreshing to kind of get that one going for them. Because again, I think this is the big thing that you think of some of the great AD carries in the world right now, Viper, Gumayushi, and, even Upset on Fnatic as well. And you kind of see why they're so revered. Gala's had to build himself up, be in the shadow of Uzi. And this guy is just getting better and better, more consistent. The man is really making his own name.
Yeah, I think especially going into MSI, a lot of people looking at Gumayusi as best AD carry in the world. And they'll look at the bot lane of T1 and be like, this is the best bot lane in the world. And I'm going to be real, Gala and Ming were better, right, throughout that tournament. Yeah, Gala 100%. Clearly making the statement for just completely outperforming his counterpart on T1. And the form has followed. This guy is absolutely monstrous on picks like Kai'Sa, but when he plays Aphelios, a lot of AD carries to play Aphelios sort of like a backline spacing AD carry. Like, I want to be at the max range of my autos. Gala is like, no, I want to be dashing in, making the highlight plays. He plays Aphelios like he plays Kai'Sa, He is diving in, clean up the kills. He is like, I know if I get in range of the targets I want, I will decimate them. And especially when you're playing against something like a Jinx who outranges you, that's kind of what you have to do. If you sit at max range and Elk's at max range, more often than not, Elk will hit you when you can't, or, at least be able to hit more targets. But Gala, doing so much damage there and just finding that window. You can see that final fight, by the way, in the gold graph where it just kind of teeters off to oblivion.
Yeah, I honestly, this was such an amazing game from RNG. I am so excited for this team because they mentioned it. We've seen it in many different interviews as well, like with Breed saying, look, we're winning some games. We're not happy with the performance. We're not quite getting together as we should. But this is why you have to fear RNG. This is why you have to go ahead and make the absolute definitive plans, because they can just turn it on like that. And Breed played honestly, again, we kind of mentioned about how the teething issues of bringing in a new player. This does feel like it's starting to come good. And honestly, this early on in the split, when we get to playoffs, this could be a monstrous lineup.
Yeah, and I'm gonna put you on the spot here, Rasheen. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna ask you, who do you think was MVP from that game? Right? Who do you think earned it? You know? I'm
know
sorry to put the
what?
pressure on you. It's a hard choice. Hard choice.
It's a hard choice, man. It's a hard choice. Well, I personally feel Hacker was a great.
Bro, you can't just do it like that.
Sorry.
Oh
sorry.
my lord, bro, that you are throwing
so
some
sorry.
shade right
I
now. That
know,
is
I know.
heavy.
Well, you know what, Ox? I'm not going to give you my answer just yet. We're going to set it to a break, and when we return, I'll give you the MVP for Game 1, and we'll have picks and hands for Game 2.
So just on that then, because we're kind of touching on like a little bit of RNG and maybe how we see the meta going. Like at the moment, who do you actually think are our potential like top teams towards the end of the split? Because I think RNG, no doubt, people have up there. I think V5 people have up there top esports as well. I think JDG, a lot of people were saying for a while they were the best team in the LPL. I don't fully agree with that. I think JDG definitely has a ton of issues where we've only kind of lightly touched on it, where I think they make a ton of mistakes in the early game and then just kind of double down on, hey, we're going to just throw our head against the wall and hope if we can break through. Oftentimes it leads them to getting caught out. I think there's a lot of stuff there that can cause issues. So, yeah, I mean, I guess the question is like, who do you see as our top teams? And I mean, are they going to be able to adapt to such a shifting meta?
I mean, I guess I'll go first. I feel like at the moment, at least the way V5 are playing, but, well, anyone's legend, best team in the league, so, you know, going toe-to-toe, you know. Yeah.
Respect on their name, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I think at the moment, the way that they're playing, like, just generally, I'm not going to get into specifics, I just feel like they're dismantling most of the teams that they're playing against pretty consistently and at a very high level. We still need to see them play against some of the other top, you know, sort of 4 top 5 teams, because they haven't really like had a huge challenge yet, per se, or like huge challenges back to back, I think is probably the better way to phrase it. But anything like less than top 3 would definitely be like a surprise. Like me seeing V5 in finals right now, looking how they're playing, would probably be like my expectation of them. At the very least, I don't know how you guys feel about like some of the teams around them or who would maybe go against them, because I agree with your sentiment, Rob. I think JDG are a bit of a bait team at the moment. I think that they aren't as strong as they look on paper, just by like series wins alone. Because yeah, it has been like, even some of the games they win, some of them just look a little bit too dodgy for me to be like, yeah, this is top 1 material like LPL.
Yeah, and it's not even just the fact that like they look dodgy. Like, they haven't exactly had a very hard split so far, right? Like, you look at the teams they've beaten. They start off against, top esports, who basically couldn't have thrown that game harder if they tried with that bot lane dive. Like, I mean, like the fact that I think anyone could have caught that game. Like, it was abysmal. And then beat LGD, EDG. I would give them their due. That was a good series. But then OMG, a struggling Ultra Prime, TT, like these aren't exactly teams that are absolutely far and away amazing, and they pretty much had like 1 if not 2 bad games every single one of them. So I don't know, I like personally, I think they're like the Weibo of spring. I think we're going to see them, they start off like looking on a hot streak and everyone's like, oh my god, they're great, and then they just shift right the way down. Because you look at like week 7 for these guys, IG, BLG, V5, RNG, Weibo, and then anyone's legend. Like, that is a super tough end to the split.
Road to the top.
Yeah. So, realistically, I think they're going to keep going for a little bit of time. Maybe we'll see how they do against FPX tomorrow, but then they got LNG, Rare Atom, WE. I think if they can get over the hurdle of FPX, this team's going to look great, and then we're just going to see them crash towards the end of the split.
I will say the thing I disagree with that. You said JDT might be the Weibo of spring. I think Weibo will be the Weibo of spring. I refuse to believe that this team will be in the top 4. I don't know. I cannot wrap my head around SOFM and how he approaches the game. Despite the fact I think the Shy is playing well, I can't piece together. I can't see it. I can't see it happening. So, you know, remains to be seen. I think for me, you know, we actually recorded this yesterday and had some technical issues, and then we've had to re-record. And yesterday I said V5. I actually think, and maybe it's partially because of the series we had today, but also thinking about it, I did go away and think about it a bit. I actually think I'm going top esports first. I'm not sure RNG have adapted well to the meta yet. I'm not sure if they're going to. And as much as I think RNG will be good, I think top esports at their peak, I favor, right? I think top esports also, if they were a good matchup into V5 and Spring, I don't know if it'll pan out the same, but I think they're just stacked. I think the top side of the map is solid. I think
Such a
Jackie Love is
wayward
Jackie Love. I am. Jackie Love, I think, is, you know, he can be all over the place, but you know, like, he can carry when it comes to it. Mark has probably the weak spot for me. I'm a bit unsure about Mark. And I'm hoping he gets a bit more consistency. That would really make it for me if Mark can have a consistent performance. But I think top esports I could comfortably put at the top. But regardless, I think they'll definitely make World.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it, while Dre let me ride.
因为泽利这个英雄，在这个版本是没有，就是没有完美 counter 的英雄，就是不管什么英雄，他都可以有他的强势期所在吧。然后，这个英雄就是优势的话是很难输的英雄，然后劣势的话也是具有翻盘能力的英雄，所以就是一个 AD 里面就是非办必选的英雄吧，就是 T 零英雄吧。达成了1500助攻成就吧，然后就是说明我也真的。不知不觉中拿了很多的助攻嘛，然后感想就是希望我以后可以少拿点助攻，然后多拿一些人头。
More kills, less assists. That's the mentality we love to see. Welcome back, one and all.
I think he got enough kills, right? in
I
that
was
last
gonna
game.
say he got enough kills. Also commenting on Zeri, but you know what the funny thing is? You know what the funny thing is that the fact that we had a pentakill makes the MVP, you know, obvious who's gonna get it. Because you know what? It's not about who gets the kills. It's about who sets up the kills for that person to get it. It was Ming being our MVP for game one. And honestly, it's refreshing to see a nice little bit of a support and love given to the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I will say Ming played fantastically. I thought it would go to Gala just because, like, you get a penta in that manner. Kind of a no-brainer, but in fairness, a lot of these plays, a lot of the setup was on the back of Ming. And, I mean, he's on his Nautilus. I feel like so many players in RNG got picks that they were just so comfortable with. It was just comfort across the board. And we had these moments where Ming was just consistently connecting with these dredge lines and being able to set up the plays here as well, being very patient, just walking up to Shalsey for the auto, not giving him the opportunity to sidestep. And then here again, connecting onto the Hacker there and then being able to get the full ultimate to follow up for 2 more kills. So, sure. Gala was definitely the beneficiary of these kills, a lot of these, and being able to get that penta, but Ming doing a lot of the setup to make his AD carry shine.
Yeah, and again, we can see Ming just why this champion has to be banned or picked away from this man, because it is just absurd to kind of see what he's able to do with it. Even right there, he still lands the dredge line. It's just insane what he's able to do with it. And right now, Ming, he's just showing again and again. There was a couple of games in the early season where maybe he wasn't looking as good. He was trying to see if the chanters don't work for him. But at the end of the day, Engage works for this man. Second most played champion of all time, just behind his Alistair, the Nautilus. It has to be banned or picked away. You cannot let him get his hands on it.
The problem is, right, I feel like this is the issue I have against RNG, because I feel like if they're on comfort, they are such a hard team to beat.
Yes.
But then they can also just play the power picks in the meta. So it's like, you know, if you start banning Nautilus, what does that leave open, right? What about Waze Viego? Okay, maybe we pick that away. It just feels like there's so many things, like the Lissandra as well from Xiaohu. I definitely think you can draft to make those comfort picks less optimal. I don't think Ultra Prime did that. Like, Lissandra was so good into Jinx, into LeBlanc. That's a fantastic spot for Lissandra. Especially you can pair it up with the Viego. It's great. But even saying that, like, it's so hard to stop putting bans towards these comfort for RNG, because you look at the first three, right? I mean, on the side of RNG on red side, Wukong, Zeri, Kalista, hard to leave any of them open if Ultra Prime ends up on red side. On blue side, Gwen, Senna, Ahri. I mean, I feel like you give those over, you're probably not having a good time either. It just feels like, you know, RNG have so many picks that can function well on.
That's the big thing, is that it's not just comfort as well. It's comfort and meta. And even then, we're seeing that they are able to work, even if you do hard focus. I think it was I believe it was spring 2021 finals where, you know, they just hard force bans onto Ming. They put in, I think it was like 4 bans into the Ming's champion pool to try and just get him down. And they still beat FBX in 2021. They were still able to come out with a 3-1 because this team just has so many options available to them. Yes, you might put Ming onto something that won't have as hard of an impact like a Nautilus or an Alistair, or, you know, back then it was the Thresh. Now, it doesn't matter, though, because then you've given over the Ahri, you've given over Viego, Lee Sin, these, you know, Gwen now, of course, back in the meta as well. Well, she never really left, but these are the kind of things that you're going to have to start worrying about on the side of anyone who's going against RNG. And for Ultra Prime, I mean, what do you do? I was going to ask you this question. It feels like an impossible answer, but like there was so much that went wrong that game that what do you change?
Well, I think the priority in Lee Sin, you know, as much as it works for Hackett, prioritizing it so hard on blue side feels a bit weird. Like first pick, more for red side thing. It's actually going to get banned by RNG, so they didn't get the chance for it. We could see RNG just first pick Viego if it's left open.
Or Zeri.
But yeah, I think ultimately, Leona, I think since the durability changes, Leona was already very tanky. I feel like Nautilus sort of gained more weight in that matchup as a result. I feel like the LeBlanc as well, I wasn't like super sold on, especially when you know Xiaohu can just answer with the Sandra. The Swain didn't really work for me in the top lane. A lot of things that I wasn't super happy with in Ultra Prime draft, so we can see how they can reimagine it. They left Zeri open.
You got to pick it. I mean, we literally just saw an interview where he was like, there's no actual clear counter pick or counterplay to Zeri. She has good moments and bad moments. I feel like RNG are just going to pick it because they believe that this pick is the most broken on the patch right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I disagree, to be honest. Wukong is obviously up there. Like, he is permanently being banned away. The upside to this is that if Ultra Prime have a strategy prepared for it, they also get first choice in jungler, because obviously RNG takes Zeri. So with Wukong, Lee Sin banned, this Viego, pretty fantastic to be able to secure. And we might get a look into what they're going to prioritize in terms of dealing with the Zeri. There's 2 options, 2 schools of thought. There is we're going to outscale with things like Twitch Yumi and be able to just beat you up in the late game. Or there is we're going to take point and click CC and just not allow you to play the game. And that is the option Ultra Prime are going with so far with that Nautilus pick, which, you know, is obviously a denial as well away from Ming.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the denial taken away. Again, Ming MVP from game 1. I feel like if they let it go to the next phase, would have been absolutely ridiculous. But now you've left open opportunities, because I feel like you're pigeonholed here as Ultra Prime. This is the thing we talked about. What are you going to leave open? The Zeri, the Ahri, but Ultra Prime, not only that, regardless of what RNG pick, Ultra Prime have pigeonholed themselves. They have to try and pick up their AD carry here. Otherwise, they're going to lose so many options.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. How does he feel like something like Talia, which Kryden has been good on? It's a bit nerfed in this patch, but there's a lot of dashes from RNG so far. But again, I feel like if you leave your AD carry after here, it could be painful. Looks like it might go in the other direction and go with the Lissandra. It obviously is a good matchup into the Ahri. Good against the Zeri because you have to put a quick CC, and also hard for Wei to ult you on that Vi, so I think it would make a lot of sense. And kind of taking a note out of RNG's book with the draft if they do go in that direction.
Well, they've decided not to go for the AD carry and instead opting in for
They've
the
just
Lissandra.
copied RNG's draft from game 1.
I mean, look, it works so well for them. Let's see if they're able to rectify it. But now, Ultra Prime, you've got to try and probably ban away supports here. So I wouldn't mind seeing spins into, you know, taking away Ming's champion pool. And yeah, the Alistair, I love this. It's because even though no one else plays it, Ming plays it. And Ming plays hard engage so damn well.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if they actually ban towards enchanters, because we've seen like Lulu, Zeri, we've seen Yumi, Zeri. I don't think they're too ideal into a comp like this from Ultra Prime though, because there's so much lockdown. But regardless, my question is what Ultra Prime will bring out as an AD carry. The first team that I remember seeing, well, the most significant one that we saw playing this Ahri Vi combo, this split, was EDG. And even though EDG actually fell behind in the game, we saw JJ consistently finding the ults, and it felt like every time he found an ult, it was onto an Ezreal. No matter how deep, no matter how far he went, Scout was always there in the Ahri. He was always there to follow up. And we kind of saw that in the clips at the start of the day when it was Ahri Nocturne from RNG, but it's a similar concept. Whatever AD carry you pick, I can guarantee you Wei will be hunting and Xiaohu will be right behind. So Ultra Prime have to try and work out a solution to this and answer to the problem of how do you have an AD carry who's not going to die. And you know what? I think as far as it goes, Zaya's probably top of that list.
Yeah, Zaya, maybe Kaisa. I don't think so. Well, Zaya's probably the one that I'm looking at. Twitch wouldn't be too bad as well. We have seen a little bit of a resurgence of the Twitch as a pseudo counter, or a soft counter, shall we say, to the Zeri. But no, the Kaisa is going to be picked up here into Gala, who of course has got plenty of games in the champion, understands it exceptionally well. We saw the Set and Alistair banned away. Set is a support ban as well. That's something that Ming has played very, very well in the past. And again, gives you that hard engage. So Ultra Prime already limiting a lot of Ming's champion pool, but he's still got options.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, RNG already have a ton of engage in the mid jungle, so you can go with something defensive like this. I like the Braum into Kaisa. If Kaisa jumps in the AD carry, you can obviously put up that shield and block. And also, if you look at Ultra Prime's composition, they're heavily leaning into a dive composition. That's why they went for the Kaisa, because the Zaya maybe not as much on theme, not very good in the Zeri because she outranges you with the poke. So Ultra Prime are like, okay, we want to dive hard. RNG respond with the Braum, and then we'll look to see what they will get in this top lane pick. We have seen Fiora consistently, well, not consistently, a decent amount banned against specific top laners. Looks like Reed might bring it out for some of that side lane pressure.
Well, Fiora picked up here, so Ultra Prime have an opportunity to counter this one here, but it's going to give you some nice side lane pressure like you mentioned, and the pick potential is there. Renekton, we going old school right now. It's going to be a very much a skill-based matched up here between Breathe and Zoom.
Yes, Renekton actually got some buffs post-durability patch because he was struggling a decent amount.
To say the least.
Yeah, obviously with everyone being tanky, it made it a little bit harder. So I believe he got buffed on 12. It's either a hotfix on 12.10 or it was on 12.11. Got a little bit stronger. One thing they did change is they made his ult damage scale quite a bit better. It's actually really strong amount of AoE magic damage, and it does contribute to that sort of dive theme from them. The problem is you're going to get outscaled the side lane. Fiora just kind of outscales everything. One of the things with her kit is like when you are full build on Fiora, you know how her vitals do percentage HP true damage? It's kind of insane. You get to the point where she can do close to 100% of your health with 4 vitals. Like, you know, when your ult, it says, you know, Fiora will activate 4 vitals and dealing a total of, and I've seen full build Fiora, I'll say like 99.5% of the target's HP is true damage. And it's like,
Jesus.
that's a lot. That's a lot of true damage. So it kind of does just get to that point where you cannot do anything against Fiora in the side lane, where as long as she doesn't misplay, she will just beat you. Obviously, it feels like we've been leaning a lot more towards team fights with the current meta, the state of the game. But still that potential when it comes to team fighting. If you're fed enough Fiora, you can be a menace. I'll have to see how that pans out. I think Ultra Prime are doing a bit better in terms of the draft, but they are up against Zeri. That's like the big issue for me, is the Zeri.
Zeri is going to be the big issue here as we jump onto the Rift for Game 2 of this best of 3. RNG absolutely smashing Ultra Prime in Game 1. And if you're just joining us, we do have Fiora, Renekton in that top side. Renekton as well. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of memes about it. Last pick, Renekton. But it is Zoom's most picked champion in his career. Something that he is very, very... Oh, look at the respect. Look at it.
Wow.
It's so wholesome. It's so wholesome.
Yeah, I would always be so nervous in this situation in case like the enemy team is flanking around and this is a bait. But very
look, white
respectful
flag,
between the two.
peace. White flag of peace. This is nice. You know what? Because no one's ever going to die in this situation. No one's ever going to lose summoners. I like this, you know. I like this. Just displaying a bit of wholesome fun.
We can talk a little bit about the Renekton Fiora matchup. Obviously, Renekton has a lot of that early pressure. The thing with the Fiora is if you can get like a short vital trade, that's what you ideally are looking for. So you just queue in, proc a vital, get out of range before Renekton can do anything. With Renekton, obviously, you want that all-in combo, right? You dash in, stun, Q, weave the autos as well to get the max damage, and then you can E out again. It really comes down to Breathe using his W well. If you can W to counter the stun, that can make all the difference. But it definitely should be Breathe a bit more on the defensive in the early levels. And looking just to scale into this one. Zoom trying to plenty apply that pressure. We'll see just how things pan out. One thing to note as well, level 1 from Renekton, not the best. You kind of want level 3 for that full combo. And Breathe happy just to proc grasp on him. Get up in your face, proc a vital just like so.
Well, no more niceties now in this top side. The respect has been given. But now we shall start to see the actual battle begin, and we'll see what they're able to kind of do. Like you mentioned, obviously, earlier before, once you hit that level 6 and start getting to a full build, Fiora, these vitals will start to get a bit hurt. And honestly, it does feel like Zoom is at the kind of mercy, really, of how Breed's playing this, because right now he is just owning this top side and actually zoning him off of XP.
Yeah, going rough. And I mean, that's the thing with the level 1 from the Fiora is you can just queue in, proc the vital, get the reset, the cooldown. And what can Zoom really do? You know, he's not even getting to touch the wave. He's not going to stack up his Fury. Very little to do in response. Doesn't even have the stun now. And something to note as well with the W, it's quite important in this matchup to deny the stun from Renekton and get your own stun. But even if you just hit someone with the W, it actually has a cripple on it. It slows their attack speed. Which, you know, Renekton doesn't seem like a champion that's that focused on attack speed, but it definitely does hinder your trades. And now, both targets are traded quite heavily. Zoom wants his level 3, so he has the stun, and they want to try and set up for a gank.
Yeah, but this wave is going to crash a little bit. Breathe is going to respect the fact that maybe he thinks that they're on the red buff, so one more second is going to be the movement here. They're not going to put down the stun just yet, but there's going to be a little bit of a trade. Zoom! He's just done it to a minion. They will still get the stun down. Breathe is sustaining up. You will get the dash and the flash. Hacker thinking about it. Hacker! Hacker! Okay, he'll get the kill, but he will still die. That was so close to being absolutely terrible.
That was still terrible. That was still terrible.
It was still terrible,
I cannot
worse.
believe what I have just been forced to see with my eyes on this.
You can thank Dagda for that.
Oh my lord, man. I hope we get a replay. I want to see it again. We all know what happened. We all saw it the first time. I want to run it back. I want to see it again. I want to put myself through that pain. But yeah, Zoom misplaying. Let's get a replay. I wonder if they slow it down. I wonder if they slow down the moment. So he baits out quite well. Breathe knows it's quite hard to judge the W, but then Zoom, he was annoyed at that minion. He even throws the thumbs up. And then as a result of this play, because he doesn't stun Breathe, Hacker ends up having to dive the tower and trading his life. Yes, it's still First Blood and Assist. There's still more gold over the Ultra Prime. But you give a kill to this Fiora who's going to scale so well.
Yeah. Giving a lot of gold over, and honestly, with the wave state though was still in favor of Ultra Prime. Zoom was able to hold that wave underneath the tower before it was able to reset, so nicely done there by him. But obviously, a lot of time given up by Hacker, meaning that this Vi on Wei will be able to try and maybe make some moves of our own. You can see already in the minion pit, or excuse me, the Baron pit, moving themselves around, trying to see if they can get some deep vision and try and spot out where Hacker will strike next.
Yeah, and that's the important thing is if you can. You know, there's a decent amount of setup in the lanes for Ultra Prime. Like, you have the stun of Renekton if you don't use it on a minion. You have the claw and the root on the Sandra, the Nautilus in the bot lane. So it's really easy for Hacker to find gank angles if the lane is set up and the CC can come through. Shaho just have cleanse, though, so not going to be the easiest target in the mid lane. But Hacker just trying to offer some support. I think they're just going to try and crash the waves to Cry and get a reset.
Yeah, crash the wave, let Cry and get out, but at the moment, not going to be done just yet, so not able to make it work. We will see Xiao C getting himself up to try and put some vision down around this Dragon buff, and actually might look to try and make something work in this mid lane. Xiao, who not quite in a position here to get himself away. Flash for flash, the dredge line lands, there's the cleanse, and you can get Wei right in front of him. Xiao C's so low, but Wei at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, good cover. So close to getting that kill back onto Xiaoxi. Has to walk away with his tail between his legs, but ultimately, Wei and Xiaohu burning a lot of summoners. Flash from Wei, flash and cleanse from Xiaohu. I think Ultra Prime could be happy with that trade, and just glad that they didn't end up losing their support. I mean, I'm going to say this, Xiaoxi died nothing game 1 for the entire series. He doesn't need any more depth onto his scoreboard. Being real.
Well, Elk's now by himself, and Xiaoxi had to take a reset, so his wave's going to be crashed in, and Wei's on his way. Does not have access to the level 6 just yet, but they should maybe be able to go for it, but Gala was just a little late to try and make this one. This is a huge wave, though. And honestly, they may try and just make it work. Honestly, look, it was a little bit of a bait. They thought about going for Elk, but they said to go and get Xiaoxi's. That's going to be a very well-executed dive, and Elk is sadly going to have to let his support get sacrificed.
Yeah, and so obviously the ideal would have been you take out the AD carry to deny the farm, but it's the correct call from the side of RNG. Xiaoxi is more of a threat under tower because he's the one with the CC, and on top of that, he didn't have any summoners. You know, Elk with cleanse and flash, very good opportunity for them to turn around. So they take a clean dive, and now looking for more.
Oh, crying. He's going to get caught up by the concussive blows. The smite comes in to give Wei a little bit of extra health. Crying still trying to get away from this one. Has to flash away. They caught Elk. You had the blast cone, and he flashes as well. The fight's not quite done, though, as Xiaohu jumping in on the Xiaoxi, who's got himself some concussive blows. Just as quick as he came back out onto the rift, he's back out onto the fountain. A flash in from Zoom means that he's able to trade one back. You're caught between towers right now, but it's Zeri who's doing some decent damage. Crying trying to go back in on the glacial path, and he'll do just that. Crying doing very well in this fight. A flash and a cleanse available for Gala keeps him safe. It's all chaos. RNG do end up getting a better trade, though, because Fiora's getting free time on the top side.
Yeah, so Breed, the big beneficiary of this play, it ended up in the fight being Zoom diff, right? The fact that the Croc was there was the difference maker, was the reason RNG were able to follow through and get more kills, but such a cost on the top side. And yet Crying just ended up massively overextended here. It ends up ulting Wei. I feel like maybe a self ult could have bought time for the team to get in, but clearly the call was to get out. And then it's Gala using the Q to proc the blast code onto Elk. That's one of the big things with Zeri, the fact that your Q counters an auto is a skill shot. Very easy to fire at a blast cone from a distance and proc it. And then it's this moment, like this looks so RNG favored, but a Renekton at this point of the game gets in the mix. You have the ult down, doing that AoE damage, and RNG know they just have to back out. It's an unfortunate charm from Xiaohu, otherwise they maybe could have got another, well no, they certainly would have got another kill there. But yeah. RNG still happy though. I think they're still happy with the fact that Breed got everything in the kitchen sink, 3 plates taken top lane, and it was pretty even in the fight as well.
Yeah, pretty even fight. Bit unfortunate for Xiaohu. I actually think if he gets the charm on the Crying, they get the kill, he gets a reset on the Spirit Rush, he doesn't die, which means you don't lose the flash and the cleanse off Gala. Lots of different things to talk about there. But RNG having used an awful lot in that last fight, now have to try and maybe make sure they don't get caught out here. Ming trying to see if he can clear out some vision, but this Rift Herald is the point of call. You don't have a lot of ultimates, but Zoom will have his very soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be risky. I feel like, you know, if the resets come in for Ultra Prime with this Lissandra, with this Viego, it can be so threatening. So RNG has to be really cautious about how they approach this one.
Oh, the Rift Herald has reset, so that's just going to be a little bit of more farm lost in mid lane here for Ultra Prime. They're fully committed. Winter's Bite will not land, neither will the Dredge line. 2 Qs missing. Breed scratches himself over the wall. The charm does land. It's onto the hacker. The hacker onto Viego. The jungler, the smite does get confirmed, but can they pick up the ultimate? That's the question. Ming does go down, but they've got themselves a trade of supports right now. Zoom trying to make this one work, but look at this Fiora. This Fiora's getting really big with a double kill, and now they can start to chase people down. Remember, all those flashes they burned. Double kill for Gala, and it's going to be a fight for the triple. Will it be Breed? Will it be Gala? It will be anyone at this point, and they're going to give it over to Breed. Triple kill over to RNG as they get themselves a full house.
And honestly, I was thinking that first initial kill, the fact, you know, Hacker, you'd think would be able to get the momentum of the resets, it just wasn't there. Gala free hitting consistently. Felt like Ultra Prime kind of got corralled into a group, and then RNG just able to clean up, sweep up those kills. Gonna replay to break it down a little bit. So Ultra Prime all stacked here. RNG taking this approach, and then they pump so much damage into the Braum, into his Unbreakable. We get the kill coming in return. It supports traded. Look how low Zoom is already because everyone was clumped. Gala doing that AoE cleave damage on the Zeri. And Breed, you know, uncontested basically, just sliding into this fight and able to pick up so much gold for himself. I think RNG just postured better for that fight, and too much was burnt onto the Braum. Too much invested to take down Ming, and then the resets didn't really do anything for them.
This game's starting to look a lot like last. This time around, though, you've got a Rift Herald in pocket here for Ultra Prime, so they're going to try and invest that gold onto Zoom. And honestly, that's the correct play. This Renekton is a win condition in that mid game. Get him up to that 2-item spike, but you are on a timer. Breathe is so far accelerated right now. 3 kills onto him. 4, actually, because he got the first one as well. And a dragon to boot. This means that RNG are not going to mind, honestly, getting rid of that gold because they had the gold to spare.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one saving grace for Ultra Prime is that they got the Herald, but with RNG securing the Dragon, obviously massive for them. Like, one of the things with having a Fiora is, like, the reason split pushes have just been a bit rough since Dragon Soul was introduced is because if the enemy team starts stacking dragons, you eventually have to fight. You can't just ignore it. But if you start to stack those early dragons, then RNG can start to be smart with their trades. They can say, okay, you know, we have 2 dragons, Ultra Prime have none. Let's sack a dragon, and then we're able to take, you know, a tier 2 top for Breathe, and it becomes more and more painful for Ultra Prime. So sure, Ultra Prime are keeping the gold lead close, but those dragons will become a concern later into the game if RNG can start to pick up more.
And already seeing plates being taken by Gala right now, and this is the Zeri. This is the 4-0-3 Zeri. We talked about how powerful this pick can be. We see Gala talking about how powerful this pick can be. Hit 1,500 assists, wants some more kills, and by God, he's doing both right now.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you're gonna line up the worst people on RNG to be fed from Ultra Prime's perspective, I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to work it out, but I'll give you a clue, Asheen. They both have 4 kills. And you can see already, even at this point, we're in the mid game and Zoom is struggling up against Breathe. Oh, but Hacker is here. Hopefully Zoom doesn't stun a minion.
I mean, these are the vitals right now. It's a repeat, but this time around, Breathe has got the Gore Drinker to flash in, get the stun, but there's going to be a little bit of a stun back from the parlay. He will not land a stun onto a minion. A shutdown comes over. You would have loved if that went over to Zoom, but you'll take it on Hacker.
No, honestly, I feel like having it on the Viego has a lot of value here. And the fact is, it was nice from Zoom there, waiting out the W. It's kind of a game of chicken with the Fiora as to the riposte, and Breathe expected the stun to come in immediately after the stun from Hacker. Oh, but Hacker, I think he's just dead.
Yeah, Hacker has got nowhere to go. This is the combination you talked about. You get the Vi ultimate into the charm. You're literally CC'd for about 3 seconds. What is the counterplay?
Limited counterplay, and this is particularly good against Viego, as obviously when you have a Viego composition, particularly one like this for Ultra Prime, where they have a ton of ability to kill a single target, and they want Hacker to get reset to find the momentum. If Hacker dies before the fight starts, it really hinders Ultra Prime's ability to team fight, and a lot of teams will try and pick the Viego. The fact that you have this RE Vi combo can make it so hard for Hacker to function. And, you know, we often see different builds coming out from Viegos, what they go towards the second item. Chempunk Chainsword has been popular because it gives you all that ability haste and AD. Hacker is like, I just need to be as tanky as possible. I need to try and find a way to survive that engage so that my team can turn it around, going towards the Randuins. So, yeah, definitely going to be hard for him. Speaking of someone who's not having a hard time this game is obviously Gala, we talked about before. Has that shield bow already. Going to be scary, this game.
Yeah, it is answered by Elk, who's got himself a Kraken Slayer, but definitely not the same kind of power spike that you'd be expecting. The Kraken Slayer is something you build for later on, as we can see. Maybe they're going for a little bit of a move here, but Renekton still got a lot of AoE alongside that Gore Drinker, so he's going to be able to clear the wave pretty damn instantaneously. You would love to have the Vault Breaker available here for Wei, should he want to try and go for something, but not quite there yet.
Yeah, and we see a minute 30 until the next dragon, about 50 seconds until the Herald. Be interested to see the team's priority for them. I personally think that Ultra Prime should be fighting every single objective they can, because I know they lost that last fight. That really came down to the execution. I feel Ultra Prime's comp needs to be winning these fights now. I think if they're waiting until late in the game, they're just going to end up losing out. You see Gala playing a dangerous game here, but so confident.
Yeah, he's got Ming coming down, and look at the map as well. You've got the Ahri and the Vi en route, basically. Chucking out Shousey and establishing vision control. And honestly, this is going to be the tower taken because they know the Hacker's on top side, so you can't defend this as Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and this actually is kind of bad for Ultra Prime because RNG are going to take this bot lane tower and probably give up the Herald on the top side. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe they move up in time to contest it. But regardless, you know, if we're trading across the map, Ultra Prime are not happy with that. They want to fight and win, and now cry. Oh, he just dead.
Oh, he's dead. Again, We're seeing the combination this time around.
That's so unnecessary.
Popped. You're dead. Don't even bother trying to go for it. But he ends up losing his flash as well. Now you're 5v4.
This is so rough because I was saying like,
Oh! What? Xiaoxi, he wants to try and get on top of Xiaohu because he thought Elk was going to be able to do the damage. Ming just actually keeps himself alive. We do see them, though, rocketing onto the backside, but Elk's now in a terrible position. This Fiora and this Zeri, once again, shredding people. 2-man with the Q. Wei will give his life. They want to try and take down Zoom. They will eventually get him, but it's a little bit of an overextension there from RNG. They're having a bit of fun.
yeah, RNG giving Ultra Prime a lot more than they deserved off the back of that play. I was going to say, you know, Ultra Prime want to be taking these fights, winning them, rather than just cross-mapping, want to be getting a lead, but they lose Crying, so surely, you know, you just can't make the play. Crying, overextending, not sure if he'd used his claw, put it on cooldown, but he ends up getting charmed here. The follow-up is there, and then, you know, you're just dead here. I feel like you don't really need to burn anything. He goes down, and then for some reason, Ultra Prime 4v5 decided to take this, and Xiaoxi makes a massive flub, going for a flash Q. I don't know what that was, but it wasn't a flash Q.
It was a Q flash. He just got the order slightly wrong. They do end up losing.
That's what you call it a Q flash. I call it something else, but maybe not say that on broadcast. Ultra Prime, it was a bad fight for them, and it was also a 4v5. No reason they should have taken it, and then RNG decided to tower dive and give them some gold back, but yeah. Ultra Prime, the game plan is not going in the direction, and between that missed W top, between that Q flash from Xiaoxi, it just feels like there's mechanical mistakes. It's like they're making the wrong decisions, they're not setting up the fights well, and they are also just making mechanical mistakes that really shouldn't be happening. It's just going, everything is going wrong for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and again, look, yes, it's not a big, massive gold lead. It's only about 2,500, but that kind of a gold lead is huge for RNG, who have the Fiora, who have the Zeri, things that are going to scale exponentially throughout the last, you know, kind of like second, third item. Already has a Phantom Dancer, 505 Gala. Again and again, I'm saying it's just proving how good he is.
Yeah, Xiaohu has a Medjais as well. Any book supporters will be happy with that one. So he's going to be snowballing effectively. Breathing Gala, you know, those two, as you said, will scale extremely well. And it's a Mountain Soul. You know, we talk about Ultra Prime's win con is to dive on the pivotal targets, blow them up, and get resets. Mountain Soul is possibly the worst dragon, and making that so much harder. If you're trying to kill Gala to get a reset for Hacker, for Crying, then him having that extra shield is just going to make things so much more difficult, especially when you're down in gold, especially when you're behind. And yeah, Zeri, the big spike we normally look towards is 3 items. When you get the Infinity Edge, not only do your Qs start doing a ton of damage, but also your W, the crit modifier applies to it, and obviously always crits when you hit it through terrain, so it really starts to chunk at this point. And that's the problem, is that Ultra Prime, if you're posturing around an objective, you're just gonna get poked out by Gala. If he lands a couple of Ws, suddenly you can't fight anymore, and they need to be finding the engage. And sure, they have tools, but it becomes so much harder to find a good engage when you're behind, because you don't just need an okay or good engage, you need a fantastic one to make it work.
Yeah, they're going to try and maybe work this on the Breed, but even 3 members, you have to respect it. He has a full Ravenous Hydra. I don't think you can go for this, so that's just going to give a top tier 1 over to the side of RNG, because you committed so many reasons. You actually committed all 5 members to the bottom half of the map.
And this is the problem, is that I think this is probably the right call for Ultra Prime. It didn't work out, but you just can't match RNG right now, I feel. And if anyone missteps, if anyone oversteps, it's so easy for Wei and Xiaohu just to pull the trick and take them down. So it's in a rough spot. We have 2 minutes 35 until that next dragon. Personally, I think the way back in the game for Ultra Prime is be set up on that dragon, find like a great flank from Crying or Zoom or something, get the team fight of your lives, and then get Baron off the back of that. I think that is the route back in this game. I think if they don't do that, I don't see it. I don't see it happening. And the other problem is you look at the summoners available to RNG, all summoners are going to be available at that dragon. Gala's flash is the longest away, and that will be up. And it's so much harder. Like, when teams are behind and they aren't able to force summoners, going into a fight where Gala has cleanse, Xiaohu has cleanse, Wei's not a good target, Breathe has his W. Like, how is Crying supposed to pin someone down who they want to take out?
Yeah, it's just getting harder and harder. And longer this game goes, the more CS, the more gold you are giving over to the Zeri, who's starting to get closer and closer to that Infinity Edge. And 200 off this one, it's going to keep getting bigger and better, or better for RNG, worse for Ultra Prime. And I just don't see a lane they can play through right now. Even with a 2-item spike onto Zoom, you're going to see Breathe going back, picking up another half item. He's going to just basically outscale this side lane.
Yeah, I feel like it's rough. So minute 20. I want to see wards set up now. I think TP flanks are the route that might be able to make a difference. That's the thing, is like a Renekton at this point, if like Renekton ends up on top of your Zeri and Zeri can't make space, that can actually be really difficult. Because as you said, he's going to fall off in the side lane, but still quite relevant in team fights if he can get in position. And that's the biggest issue with Renekton, is like he does not have like a fantastic way of getting onto the back line. He can be peeled quite well by things like a Braum. Oh, they're looking now.
They're going to go for it. Xiaohu is going to get caught up here by the ultimate, but he's not going to be stunned off just yet. Has a cleanse available to him, and you lose a flash off of Wei, a cleanse off of Xiaohu, but all it is for a tier 1. You're losing a tier 1, a tier 2 in mid and top.
Yeah. It's not going well, and they banned some summoners, which is nice. They're trying to make a play, but they're losing so much in return.
I mean, you could just keep walking backwards on this one. You've gained 2 turrets, you lost 2 turrets. The TP is going to be used because they have to defend their inhibitor right now. And this is a bit scary here for Ultra Prime. They're making some very drastic moves, but they're not coming out on top of them. Uh-oh.
TP now coming in.
There's only 4 people here, and you don't have a TP on Cryin, so if you can get a bit of CC down, it's going to be the worst thing in the world for Ultra Prime. And look at Zeri, the Gala flank of days. Hacker's going to try and deal with him, but I don't think he can. He's going to have to flash away, and now Zoom, your win condition of the mid-game Renekton is gone. So is the Nautilus. Cryin tries to flash in to make something work. Goes Golden, Elk goes on the backside, finally kills off Xiaohu, but can he get away? I think the answer's got to be no. He does have a flash, he does have a cleanse. But this is all RNG. They're just taking over these fights right now. They're going to turn back, you'd imagine, for the dragon. Gala thought about it, but...
I think he flubbed the dash over the wall. I think he was going, but regardless, you know, still a big fight win for RNG. Ultra Prime try and make the trade play. They lose on the trade, and then they get collapsed on the fight. And RNG pick up the 3rd dragon. I think Soul is just doomed, but, you know, we saw last game, RNG didn't even let it get there. And here, they have the reset come in. RNG know that this is go time, and the fact that they have a Vi, someone is definitely going down. They end up focusing onto Zoom. Xiaoxi tries to play interrupt, but it's just so many lives traded. Now makes the call to try and go in and make the trade play. Cryin does as well, but it just feels a bit desperate.
Yeah. Again, he does get Xiaohu. Nice little bit of gold over to Elk, and he does survive as well. So eventually he does end up falling down, but are we going to focus in on Gala missing out his thing? We are. God damn it. But soul point now for RNG. 4,000 gold leads. They've got 3 items on the Zeri. They even actually saw Xiaohu immediately selling his Magi Soul Stealer and going straight for a Rabadon's death cap. So he's a little behind in fairness to where he should be, but now with Baron on the cards, this could be an opportunity for RNG just to finish off this game. Oh no. Oh no. Cryin goes into stasis. So Tony's ultimate, he doesn't have access to his Zhonya's just at the moment, and Gala picks up another kill. They're going to continue their push forward as Gala picks up a 2nd. They've separated the fight, so there will not be a pentakill just now, but it's going to be Baron, and RNG are destroying in this series.
Yeah, I think the only thing is the Hacker does have ult to get over the walls, so RNG need to play around that, but I don't think that's too much of an issue. They can have someone play interrupt. Everyone has so much mobility to get over, and importantly enough, Wei's smite is down, but Xiaohu has one as well to help secure the objective. You see Breathe is now playing interrupt. I mean, Hacker has to try and steal this. Probably doomed anyway.
Yeah, probably doomed anyway. We're going to see them go in for the full fight. Zoom trying to get it on top of Gala, but he gets taken out by Breathe, and now Gala's going to take out the rest of his team. Flash forward onto Hacker. He can't quite see him, so he can't quite get the concussive blows. The Baron will fall. That's going to be a very easy cleanup. 20 kills to 10, a 7,000 gold lead. Everything's in RNG's favor.
Yeah, I mean, the gold lead now. Gala's at the point where he's so strong, and you can see we're kind of coming to the point where RNG are like, you know, this is the game-ending play. Next fight will probably be a win for them with the Baron, with the fact that Dragon's up in 240. You see Gala's actually picked up a stopwatch, so he's going to be quite difficult to deal with as a result. Those punishments we were talking about are going to be harder. His cleanse is coming up and available again. He's super strong. Breathe is super strong. He's just picked up a death stance, 3.5 items. It's just not, it's looking over for Ultra Prime. And this was probably the last play to maybe get in. If resets could come through, but RNG don't even let it go down to a flip for the Baron. They take the fight, they take out Zoom, Hacker is forced away, and Gala unfortunately doesn't find him. Could have actually stunned him in the stealth if he connected his Q, because obviously it's a skill shot.
Yep.
But regardless, they get the objective, they get what they want. And now the play comes into the bot side of the map. They push mid up, they have the stacked wave bot to take this tier 2, and the other issue is Dragon is spawning in 2 minutes for that soul, so it's very hard for Ultra Prime to contest vision on this area of the map. RNG are going to get everything they want and have the setup for the objective afterwards.
RNG looking so terrifying right now as Hacker tries to do something, but Breathe is soup. He's got so much lifesteal, he's got so much damage mitigation, it's just not going to make it that big of a difference at all. And you can see right now, what are they going to try and do, trying to defend this turret? Ming will go in and will die. You need to kill the turret right now, boys. The boys on the backside of the turret will do that, but it's going to be the Viego the first to fall on the side of Ultra Prime. Now it's Zoom on the back line, just can't do anything about it. And as quickly as they get the Baron, it's as quickly as this game is going to be done. It's an ult from Elk, but it's only to delay the inevitable triple kill for Breathe, and it's going to be a very clean and easy 3-0 for the side of RNG.
Yep, I mean, they just completely annihilate them. They don't let it get to the Dragon once again. The pressure from the Soul was there, and Ultra Prime know if they leave it to that Dragon fight, not really going to go in their favor. They try to play, but unable to find it. And RNG, a pretty crushing series, a pretty clean series. I think definitely establishing the fact that middle-of-the-pack teams like Ultra Prime just are not a match for them.
Yeah, I think Ultra Prime just kind of got a very strict and stark reminder of where they should expect to see themselves. This is the MSI champions. These are guys who would be expecting to go to Worlds. And for the first time in honestly a very long time, it feels like RNG have taken the spring buff that they always have and slowly moved it into summer. This Breathe acquisition is working well for them. I think Gala is looking insane, and the meta seems to be even figured out by them. They know what they want to play.
Yeah, I will say that there is still some concerns because we've seen Xiaohu still leaning on these facilitators when other teams, other regions have picked up a bit more control mages. And Ming, when he's on enchanters, you know, it's kind of like they need Ming or Xiaohu to be that go button. I am a bit concerned if the meta does develop more and we are seeing more control mages, more enchanters bot lane. Could that be a concern? That's my main concern for them. But in terms of the team play for RNG, absolutely fantastic. In terms of the coordination, the setup fights, really good. And it's only really top teams. It's V5 who's been able to challenge them so far. But for the most part, I feel like when they get the champions they want, when they get the draft they want, they are so good at just establishing a lead and closing the game out. Very fantastic in the mid game.
Yeah, really, really are. And that's a good win there for RNG. Keeps them very much in the standings as such to kind of, you know, contest the rest of the teams. Of course, V5 still sitting 6-0, but a 4-1 start after your first 5 series is definitely not bad whatsoever. And for Ultra Prime, they kind of dropped down to 2-4. This is a team that, you know, the likes of Lyric and myself included was expecting that, you know, the names on this roster, the people that you see.
I
thought they'd be
specifically
playoffs.
remember Lyric saying that he predicted they finished a split 8.
That's
you know,
right.
they'd make it in a playoffs and win the first round. So just for anyone who's watching at home, he said this on the last hit. If you want to hold him to that, that was something he predicted. We'll see how that pans out. Not looking too promising at the moment. But you know, bear in mind, RNG are a fantastic team. I don't think you can slam them too hard. As much as there were definitely mistakes in this series from Ultra Prime, this was not an easy series for them to win.
No, it was not for Ultra Prime. It's a little bit unfortunate. They are going to fall down just a little bit too far short. Their next game, though, is a massive one for them. And when you realize it's going up against anyone's legend, another playoff contender team, that actually could be pivotal to see how Ultra Prime end up ending the split, to be perfectly honest. And for RNG, they've got a big match coming up as well. They go up against a rematch of the finals, Top Esports, next Saturday. So that is a banger in the wait.
Yeah, that should be a good one. But let's just see how it comes out, because that's the thing, is that Top Esports were this super strong early game team, and they won so many early games against RNG in the 2 series they played in playoffs, but then RNG would find a way back in the mid game. In the most recent series, Top Esports didn't even look like that. You know, they weren't even necessarily winning all the early games against Weibo, but they were able to close it out convincingly, come back in the mid game. So I feel like RNG Top Esports is going to be even more of a banger when we get it coming in. But yeah, Ultra Prime, I think this is something I always talk about. If you lose to RNG, it's not that big of a deal, because RNG are going to beat most teams. What is painful is, as you said, playing against a team like AL, who are close in the standings to you, because a win for them and a loss for you has much more impact in terms of shifting the standings, can give them a boost above you while also taking yourself down. So Ultra Prime, obviously hoping to secure that one. And I think today there's a lot to take away from this. You know, as much as RNG a fantastic team and the expected outcome happened, there's a lot of things that Ultra Prime can shine up, can fix. Whereas RNG just looked like it was business as usual. Another day in the office.
Yep, another day in the office for Ultra Prime. Oh, shit, Ultra Prime for RNG, but for Ultra Prime, I was going to say, is that they are now at 6 series, so they are starting, again, we're hitting the halfway point. This is where games start to matter. Obviously, all games matter. The more wins you can get early, you know, the better it is. Just look at our LNG and their inflated scoreline, but it is going to be about kind of picking up those wins as early as you possibly can, because we're starting to run out of split right now. Finishing week 4, we're starting week 5 now tomorrow. That's going to bring us, basically, we actually have a dark day next week. We're not going to have a broadcast on a Thursday. So we are starting to get less and less games. We're starting to get a much clearer picture of who's going to be contesting for playoffs, and even more so, who's going to be looking like favorites to go to Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. Is like we looked at spring, and it was so hard to deliberate who would be on top. Obviously, RNG went on secure and win MSI. But with summer, it's like, even if you don't get on top, making it to Worlds, so many times we've seen the team who isn't first seed necessarily end up winning out of Worlds or doing the best. I even think back to Suing in 2020, ended up beating out their counterparts, beating out top esports. And as much as they didn't win the tournament, you know, anything can happen when you get to the World Championship, when there's a meta shift, when we get the collaboration of all the different regions to build essentially a new meta, even despite the changes. So making it to Worlds is the goal, right? Obviously, winning the split is the bonus. But every team at this point, it's like you have to not just get yourself in a position when you're in playoffs, but also you want to be in form heading towards there. You want to be able to match up against these other rosters in leagues. There are so many stacked rosters, I feel, at the moment. Like V5 look fantastic, and Rookie's going to be coming in soon. So, you know, going to be even better, you would think. Top esports looking really on form. Their mid game looks better. RNG or RNG. EDG, JDG, maybe a little bit more shaky, but still got very good score lines. It is hard pressed. I think the main thing for me is I think RNG, V5, top esports in my book are probably going to go to Worlds, but it's never a given. But then, like, I don't know who that 4 team is going to be. I feel like the 4th spots for Worlds is so up in the air.
Absolutely. And again, we think about last Worlds, where the last World spot went to LNG because they made their incredible gauntlet run through the playoffs. They got themselves the opportunity. Same with WE, but sadly for WE, they just couldn't win a game after anything there. But we are going to have our MVP from Game 2. It was Gala on the Zeri. Honestly, he deserved one between the 2 games, in my personal opinion, because the man was just everything he needed to be and more. 8-0 and 12. A perfect KDA for the man. And honestly, he just proved why you can't leave Zeri open. He said it in the interview, and he proved it on the Rift.
You know what's the craziest thing about this? This is Gala's first MVP, by the way. This is the problem with being on a team like RNG, is that you're just getting sniped for the MVPs. Gala gave him one. It's like, but I got a Penta and I still didn't get one. So I'm glad he finally got one in this game. Maybe MVP to Ultra Prime as well for giving him Zeri, because I feel like this champion is just so bonkers, but Gala's showing what he can do on the pick.
Yeah, it was MVP Hacker in Game 1 and MVP Coach drafting in Game 2 for Ultra Prime for RNG. But yeah, honestly, I'm, again, not the most cleanest of games, but that's kind of how RNG play it. They're not, that's how the LPL play it, to be perfectly honest. They're not, you know, sitting back waiting for things to happen or playing the quote-unquote high percentage play. They play you at when they feel like they can be stronger. They're looking to try and make opportunities just like this happen, where it's like, cool, even if we don't technically kill Cryan, it's still going to be favorable for us because he loses his ultimate. He loses position on the map. They have to reset. And that's why LPL, when they go to so many different international events, just throw such great games into the faces of like LCK and LEC, because it's like, well, you can't deal with this.
I will say one thing, just noticing from the replays, there was this play when they're going up towards top and Gala messed up the E, like thought he was in range to E over the wall and then E'd forwards. There was another one in that game as well. I kind of feel like this is sometimes the issue you have with champions that are so highly banned, is that you don't get a chance to play them. So
you don't get to practice them.
You know, a couple of moments where he flipped there, but obviously the general play was excellent. But yeah, I mean, that can really be a thing. It's kind of like people are so torn on like, we are always banning this champion. And if it hasn't been in the meta for a while, it can be like, oh, okay, we finally get this champion, we have to pick it, but maybe not as practice on it as other ones. But RNG showing they definitely know how to make the Zeri work there and close out the series in, as we said, dominant fashion.
Very convincing fashion. But we are coming to the end of our broadcast. If you're just joining us, unfortunately, we are just finishing up. But let's get you caught up on what happened on the final day of Week 4, because we had a little bit of a slow burner, to say the least, as it was RA to take down WE in a 2-1 fashion. WE still searching for their first win of the split. And RNG picking some decent team compositions, looking indomitable from start to finish in a absolute cleaning of Ultra Prime in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, just very convincing, I feel, and, you know, setting the precedent for RNG to be this dominant force coming into summer that we hope to see. And yeah, the first series, a big win for RA. I think RA are a team where, like, there's a lot of positives around them. You know, I've talked a lot about the N being a pivotal piece. I've talked about Strive being this up-and-coming monster, but they need wins. I feel like there's a lot of teams on the bottom end of the standings, BLG, RA, FPX, right, who all made playoffs, who are really struggling. And strength of schedule is a big thing, right? Who you've placed is going to be a factor. But I feel like that's only really true for FPX. FPX that have a really hard
and LNG on the reverse of it.
Yeah. FPX had a really hard run of games. They even beat JDG, but they should be able to sweep up a lot of wins here and now. But BLG and RA, just like, they cannot afford to be dropping many more series because we are getting towards the halfway point of the split. And if you have like a second half of the split where you're facing some of these teams like RNG, V5, Top Esports, realistically, it's very hard to start picking up those wins. So you might end up being left in a position where you're not able to find any more ground. And I think for WE right now, they are struggling. They are really struggling to find anything. The fact they got a game, at least today, is something. A lot of series not being able to do even that.
Yeah, really was. But let's have a look at who's going to be playing tomorrow. So again, good important matches. TT versus BLG. That's a little bit of a bottom of the table burner. We had similar today, but then OMG versus EDG. If EDG take that again, you're going up to 2-5 then for OMG. Hitting the halfway point with only 2 wins would be devastating, but for EDG, 6-1 would be great for keeping them in that conversation for top 2. And top 2 is so important. If you're not aware, top 2 gets you yourself a bye into the immediate double elimination. You don't have to go through the single elimination bracket. You get a second chance. And we've seen throughout all of the regions how important a double elimination can be.
Yeah, I mean, even think about Summer EDG, right?
Yeah.
The split where they won the split and they won Worlds. They actually got
RNG
knocked
Spring.
down by WE. They got knocked down and then they had to fight their way back up. They went on to win the whole tournament and win Worlds. Things would have been very different if they weren't able to make that spot and secure that double elim. So absolutely something you want to maintain. As you said, RNG last spring, not the spring most recently,
Spring
the previous
2021.
one. Yeah, 2021 spring. So definitely a lot of bonuses there if they can secure those wins. I think tomorrow, the first series, BLG kind of feeling like they're picking up a bit of strength with Icon in the mid lane as well, offering a bit more roaming potential. So should be favored there, but remains to be seen. Both teams would absolutely love a series win. And then obviously EDG should be favored, but I still feel like there's a little bit of uncertainty about them. So we'll have to see what comes out on the day.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But usually when we have the there it is. Thank you so much, Leon, our director. I was going to say, I hadn't heard the ready for ending just yet, but they are now, in fact, ready for the ending. So, Ox, thank you so much for joining me on this series. Of course, thank you to Dagda earlier, who sadly had to sub out, but I'm glad to be able to cast with both of you. Thank you to everyone who's watched us, and of course, to all of our production crew behind the scenes. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back tomorrow on the same channel at the same time, and we'll see you then.
See you then.
oh.